Welcome.
Hello.
Yay, this one speaks. How's it going?
Pretty good. Thanks for asking. How about you?
I am fantastic.
So is everyone muted?
Most of the time they do. It's just if they all speak at once, it's just noise. You just can't understand a word. So they normally just mute and sit back, wait for someone nice to pop in to talk to.
Okay, gotcha.
So since you're in here, what do you think? We're living on a ball, tilting, wobbling, spinning, 72% covered in water, flying through the vacuum of space? Or is it planar with topography?
I mean, honestly, I don't think the Earth is flat.
You don't think it's flat, so what do you think it is then?
I mean, it's a globe, so it rotates through the
You
orbit.
said that with confidence? What
I mean, from my understanding, that's what it is. I mean, if it's flat, then um, it just wouldn't really make sense to me. Like my brain just can't grasp it.
do you mean it wouldn't make sense? What part of it wouldn't make sense? What,
Well,
your car will magically stop working, or why wouldn't it make
no, it's
sense?
more like it's more like how do you say it? So like when it like how would that work exactly? Like through the orbit, like you're supposed to. I mean, it would make more sense if it's a globe, so that when it rotates, some parts of the world, like the time zones would make sense. The time zone differences would make sense. Like some parts of the world would
Time
be
zones don't make
morning
sense.
and
You know that there's
so.
like 19 time zones in the north, 24 in the center, and 32 in the south. Did you know that?
Mhm.
They're not, it should be 24 everywhere, but it's not like that in reality.
Okay.
So I don't know
Interesting,
how
isn't it?
time zones make sense, actually.
Okay, so what's your theory?
Well, first of all, nobody's ever observed the Earth orbit anything or rotate. No one's ever seen that. From our viewpoint, we don't see, on Earth, we don't see the Earth orbit the sun. We don't see the planets orbit the sun. In fact, nobody's ever observed the orbit ever of anything, ever.
Okay.
I mean, I've said this to lots of globe earthers. I said, okay, show me something orbiting something else, something else. I want to see a full orbit. Never seen one. And I'll never get one. We see the planets like move against the background stars, and like Mars and some other ones, they do like a little loop-de-loop thing in the sky, but we don't actually see them go around the sun. We don't see us go around the sun. We see the sun move across the sky. We see the stars move.
Okay, so if the Earth is flat, so the other planets are also flat?
The Earth isn't a planet. Earth isn't like those things. There's no reason to
Okay.
think that the Earth would be like that. Well, I mean, what would the reason be that you could come up with that you would think the Earth would be a planet from observation? You look in the sky, you see a planet, you go, "Wow, that's just like Earth." Why would you? Why would you even think that?
Okay, so
I
Earth
know
is
the
the
answer to
only
this question,
planet
by the
that's
way.
flat.
The answer to this question is there's something called the Copernican principle that was adopted a long time ago. It's a philosophical principle that says the Earth is not unique. And if the Earth is not unique, then it's just like everything else. And when I look in the sky, I go, Earth is just like that because it's just like everything else, right? But there's no basis for
Okay.
that. It's just philosophical. And a long time ago, people decided that that's the philosophical position they're going to take and built a whole construct off of that. Now, if they took the position that the Earth was unique, at worst, they'd be geocentrists, where everything was orbiting the Earth, which is what people used to believe, right? That the Earth was the center of everything.
Yacht mos yacht saror man chicken.
No, wrong channel, buddy.
You must
The point is like, when you said with confidence that the Earth is a globe, we've asked a lot of people, how do you know the Earth's a globe? And they can never say how they know. They always point to how they think other people know. We've talked to lots of people, scientists, PhDs in physics, astrophysics, cosmology, you name it, we've talked to them. Lots of different people over the years. And if I talk to them, they'll say that the people that you think have the answers, they'll say the same things you do. They think there's just somebody else out there with the answers. We can never find the people with the actual answers. Like, okay, who's ever seen an orbit? They'll never find somebody that can actually say that they've actually observed an orbit. A lot of it's like it's almost like a mathematical construct. It's a concept that's been built up over centuries, and it's complex and complicated. And I know to you it probably doesn't make sense because you think the universe has planets and stars and galaxies and black holes and all this other stuff in it. But the evidence for that is very weak. And to us, at least to me, it's just another story about the stars, the same way they told stories 1,000 years ago about the stars, and they all thought that they were right. And 1,000 years before that, they told stories about the stars, and all those people thought they were right. And nowadays, we're telling stories about the planets and stars, and we think we're right. But in 1,000 years, they're going to think we're wrong and that we were a bunch of idiots.
Okay, so if the
Every
Earth
generation
was,
thinks they're right.
if the Earth is flat, then where is the end of the Earth?
There's no end.
And
The
where does
Earth
it
isn't in
begin?
space. And put this way, think of the Earth as like the floor of the universe. Everything is above it. There's only the Earth. There's no outside the Earth. Like, you can't go outside the Earth. It doesn't make sense. It's like asking, "Hey, can we go outside the universe?" That question doesn't make sense because anything outside the universe would also be part of the universe. So you can't actually go outside of it. So there's no outside the Earth. There's no outer space. There's no spaceships. There's no freaking people orbiting the Earth. All that stuff is just a TV show. And I know that's crazy, and you're thinking, this is fucking crazy. How could they fake all these TV shows? I mean, fuck, dude, they fake Santa. So lots of photos of Santa. They can't all be fake, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because someone can make the same argument for Santa Claus. There's thousands and millions of photographs of Santa. Santa's real because the photographs prove that Santa's real. Because there's so many of them, right? This globe Earth thing's in the same position. Because these pictures of the Earth, they show one thing, always. That the Earth is covered mostly in water, and that water curves into a ball. But when we go check in the real world, like the ocean, a lake, a pond, anywhere, the water doesn't curve, and the water's flat. So if you have more than 50% water on the surface, and that water doesn't curve, then the Earth has to be flat. It cannot be a ball.
Okay, so you're saying Earth is a limitless flat platform?
Not limitless. I mean, limitless, I don't even know what that is.
Like boundless?
I don't think it's inside of something
Since you
where
said
like
there's no end.
yeah, what I said was
Okay, so how do you explain the
doesn't
core
make
of the
sense.
Earth?
What I'm saying is Earth is not an object that you can hold in your hand. That's how you think of Earth, like it's a ball that if you were a giant you could hold in your hand. The Earth is not an extended object that you could hold in your hand. It's not an object at all.
Nobody really says the Earth is an object that you can hold in your hand.
Well, if you were a giant, right, I got the whole world in his hands, right? Yeah, they do say it. It's the whole song about it.
Well, I mean, even if you're a giant, like you would still be smaller than the Earth.
I mean, a
But,
giant, like bigger than
anyways,
Godzilla.
how would you explain the core of the Earth, and if the Earth is
What
flat?
core?
So you're saying there's no core, Theo?
What is the evidence that I have that there's a core other than a picture in a book? That's not of the core, which is just a drawing someone drew. Has anybody drilled
Nope.
to the core? What's the deepest hole ever drilled? Do you know? 7 miles. The core's supposed to be 3,959 miles away. So they got a long more way to drill to prove that a core exists. Told you the global idea is sophisticated. It's been built over years, hundreds of years of people just adding more and more things on it. So I'll tell you this. If I have a set of data, I can make that data fit to anything I want. I could say, well, I'm going to interpret my data with the Earth as a pyramid. And then I can make the data work in the framework of Earth as a pyramid. Or I can take this data and say Earth is a ball. And I can make that data within the framework of the Earth of the ball. And this actually happens all the time in science. I'll give you a specific example. There's a paper that's published about where they're measuring, they're called telluric currents, which is electricity in the ground. Now, if they assume that the Earth is the ball, they can make predictions about what the currents will be 300 kilometers away. But they can also make the same predictions if they assume that the Earth is flat. They can also make predictions of it being 300 miles away. So the framework, in that instance, it doesn't matter if the Earth is flat or a ball. You can make the data fit because you can change your assumptions about what's happening and make it fit. And they've been doing this for hundreds of years. And there's a lot of myths that go along with the globe Earth, such as eclipses. I always run down these. So eclipses, people think that they use a globe Earth to predict when eclipse happens, and that's how we know eclipses prove the globe. In fact, eclipses are first predicted by flat earthers in 2000 BC, and the first known exact eclipse prediction was done by Thales of Miletus, a Greek flat earther, in like 300 BC. So people think these things, there's a lot of mythos behind the globe which just aren't true. Eclipses are predicted with flat earth mathematics. Sunrises and sunset, flat earth mathematics. They don't use the globe to predict when those things happen. So there's just a lot of myths about all this stuff. About what a globe enables us to do. Okay, I'll give you another one. GPS. GPS uses a globe. No, it doesn't. It uses something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed coordinate system. I know this is probably like, holy shit. You can fact check me on everything I'm saying. You can type it into ChatGPT, type it into Google. I don't care what you type it into. What I'm saying is factually accurate.
No. I'm mainly silent because I'm also in the middle of work.
Oh, that's fine. I'm used to people just going silent for lots of reasons. But it's just, sometimes people don't believe us, or some people think we're mistaken, or maybe they think we're interpreting things wrong. No, this is all in mainstream. I mean, we're using mainstream information. The thing is, most people, just like I did for 50 years, Earth is a globe, and I never checked to see if what they said was actually true. People, at least in here, and on our main server, and in the politics server, and running the same channel, we checked. Because, okay, they said the Earth is a globe of 3,959 mile radius. Okay, there's these geometric consequences. Let's go check to see if this exists. We went out and checked. They don't exist. And we're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat. We're just sitting in your head telling you, hey, dude, we checked. The globe they says exists can't possibly exist because we measured it. And nobody else did. Like, one thing we used to ask people was, hey, who do you know from either now or in the past ever measured the curvature of the Earth? And the answer is always, I don't know, or nobody. Because nobody's ever done it except for flat earthers. There's no curvature to measure. And I'm not saying believe us. what I say is, what we all say is, go check yourself. You don't have to believe a thing we say. This isn't a contest between us and NASA, where believe us over NASA. Don't believe us or NASA. Don't believe anything. Just go out and check. I checked. Checked multiple times. They say ships go over the horizon. Okay, let's go to the beach. Watch ship go over the horizon. Okay, I got this app, marinetraffic.com. Where's the boat? Okay, it's 6 miles away. Let's watch it for a while. 1 hour goes by, it's farther away. 2 hours go by, it's further away. 3 hours go by, it's further away. Hey, man, it's 30 miles away. How come I can still see it? It should be 400 feet under the horizon. But it's not. The Globe Earth says it is. The Globe Earth says I can't see that boat, but there it is. So that's the situation, at least on our side, that we're in. We've gone out, we checked, we tell people, hey, we checked, and we get a bunch of shit for it for checking. But I thought science was supposed to be testable, repeatable, verifiable. But then we get a bunch of shit for testing, repeating, and verifying, and they're like, well, no, we don't want to revisit that flat Earth shit. How would you guys? We want to believe the Earth's globe. Believe what you want. I'm not into the beliefs. I'm into, we go out, science is supposed to be empirical. We go get the empirical evidence. And empirical evidence, the Earth is flat. It's pretty simple. It's not complicated. There's only one question that can answer the question. Does the surface of the Earth curve or not? If it curves, it's a ball. If it does not curve, it's not a ball. That's the only thing that can prove it one way or another. You can look at the sun, you can look at the moon, you can watch TV, you can do all sorts of other stuff. Most of the so-called evidence of a globe is ambiguous. It can be interpreted within a flat Earth as well. It's what we call not globe exclusive evidence. It could be interpreted as flat Earth evidence, or it could be interpreted as globe Earth evidence. Just depends on what you presuppose. But the only definitive way, like I said, curving or not curving, decides it. And from what we've measured, it's not curving. I mean, we got 40-kilometer laser tests, 475-kilometer long-distance observations, 10,000-mile frickin' radio transmissions. I mean, 800-mile, it's called LoRa chirped low power radio waves over the ocean. Even the freaking NATO had a microwave system across Europe that communicated over 800 miles, which should be, there's something like, in 800 miles, there's about 40 miles of Earth curve that should be in the way between the radar stations. So that means there should be a 40-mile hump of ball between the two radar stations, or the microwave stations. And there's not. It's just like, it's all over the place. I mean, they did 10,000-mile radio transmissions in 1918 during World War I. So there's no repeater towers. There's no satellites. There's nothing. How did they broadcast the United Kingdom to Australia in 1918 and talk to them over the radio? It's almost like North Pole, South Pole communication on a globe. It'd be like being in northern Canada and talking to, Amundsen Station at the South Pole. Well, that's not impossible on a globe. But we know all the stories too. We know all the globe stories. Everyone here grew up on it. It's all been like, we all been brainwashed with it. We know it. We know it just as good as anybody else. So it's not, a lot of people, they're prejudiced and think that, oh, these flat earthers, they don't understand the globe idea, or they don't understand the heliocentric model. That's why they don't believe it. They just don't understand it. And if I just tell them about it and they understand it, then they'll obviously realize the Earth's the globe. No, we do understand it.
That's why we're flat earthers.
Exactly. We do understand it very well. And we're like, hold on, this globe idea don't frickin' hold water. Of course it don't hold water. It's just spinning fucking balls. Spinning balls don't hold water. I mean, if you want something flat, what do you use? What tool do you use? Use a fucking level. How's a level work? With spirits inside it. That's a liquid. Yeah, I mean, just wrap it up. People think the flat earth is a belief, but it's actually the globe earth that's the belief. We observe a flat earth every day. You go on a plane, go on a mountain, go anywhere you want to go, hot air balloon, altitude weather balloon, jump out at 128,000 feet like Felix Baumgartner. No matter where we go, normal people, the earth is flat. Now, there's a group of people that claim they're special and they went someplace none of us can go, and they saw the earth as a ball. Now, you can believe that, or you can trust your own lying eyes that the earth looks flat because it is flat. Because we always hear, well, a giant ball looks flat. Do you know what also looks flat? Something that's flat. The obvious. Things that are flat look flat.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
I used to pull apart my shit just because I was curious how it worked.
Yeah. Dude, what you said was awesome, man. That was good. But he wasn't really hearing you. I hate when they do that. When they ask questions and they only half listen. It's annoying.
Yeah, I know. Because
And
it's just too out there. Like they can't. For them, there's only certain in a setting within which we could discuss this. Right? There's no other setting that they can conceive of. I understand why it's really difficult to wrap your head around.
Well, I mean, we're going to always end up with the identity crisis. The identity, like, oh my God, I'm not going to be a flat earther. I can't be a flat earther. What do my friends think? What do my family think? So there's always that psychological wall where they're like, they can't really take what you're saying seriously and like internalize it because they're afraid. Because they come in here and like we sound normal. We make sense. Everything we're saying is rational, but the earth can't be flat. No way. Why would they lie? It opens up such a huge can of worms of questions, right? That they can't like, oh my God, if that's true, then what else is true? You know what I mean? Some people don't want to go down that road psychologically. I mean, I don't blame them.
Yeah.
You can ruin your own life. Shit, man. I was just about to get a job at NASA. Josh got me in there. I became flat earther, damn it. Were you in here when Talon X was in here spurging out?
Yes.
Oh my God, he was going mental, man. I was on my phone, so I couldn't really post stuff because I was like getting ready to go to the gym. But, God damn, he lost his mind. I thought he was going to be all right too, because the last time he was in here, at least when I was in here and he was in here, he seemed like he's like, this is like one of the better.
It was like chill, right?
Yeah, he was like, this is one of the
Yeah.
better channels on the server. You guys let people talk. Well, guess that honeymoon's over.
Yeah, it's all back to normal now. Yeah. Business as usual.
Motherfucking Neil. Neil, what you doing, boy? Shout out, Neil.
Hi.
What's up, man? How you been?
I'm chilling. 2026,
Yeah,
easing into it.
I haven't even talked to you this year. What the hell?
I know, right? It's almost like I'm growing up. No, I'm joking.
Grow up so fast.
I'm just chilling, bro. How you been?
Oh, yeah, I've been all right. I'm chilling too. We all chilling.
Yeah, man.
And now that Mark's not here, talking about spurging out, I had a bit of spurg out, and he was. I couldn't help it, man. He was like, I just lost my shit with him.
Who's this now?
Because this guy, he was just like a little kid going, but
Who,
why?
Talon?
And then you answer that, and they're like, but why? And then again, why? Like, that's what he was being like. It was like, oh, I want to.
Are you talking about Talon?
No,
Who
this
you-
guy called Mark. What was he? Philosophy, something goes by
Oh,
Mark.
so he's doing the sea lion troll where you just keep asking question after question after question?
Pretty much, yeah. And it didn't matter what you said, and it was all leading back to like, because you pretty much say, look, we're not making a size or dimension claim. We're just saying that the surface quality flat and geometrically has to have curve if it's a sphere, right? The surface of water is flat. Yeah, but you don't know the size, right? How far does it go? Where's it? Like, it's just like, what? I said, why would we even know that? Because you're claiming to know. And I was like, Jedi was like, no, we're not. We're not claiming to know those things, just this one particular thing, Like, he just wouldn't let it go, bro. Like, I just lost it with him.
Who was that? Mark?
Yes, Mark, yeah.
Oh, he's a pain. Normally you get the question, what's your epistemology of the flat earth?
Here's my epistemology. What you see is what you get. It's like a web browser. The web browser editors, they call it what you see, what you get editors. That's what I'm talking about. Whatever you type in the editor, that's the way it looks on the web page. I was trying to get that guy, T-Dub, I was trying to get him to argue against what you see is what you get. I wanted him to argue that like believing his own eyes was okay. I'm always trying to get to do that because I think it's hilarious when they have to take that absurd position. You can't believe your own eyes, you dumb flat earther. You have to evaluate all reality with a slide rule and a calculator.
Right, but wasn't he just trying to determine what the Earth is by looking at what the things in the sky look like?
Exactly. It's selective empiricism. Someone did that. I don't know if you were in here like the other night. What if you went up to space and saw the Earth as a ball? And so I told him, I'm like, well, that means if I came down here, I'd be able to measure the Earth curve. So, but that in and of itself, you see a flat Earth every day, and you don't believe it. But I'm supposed to go fly in a rocket and see the Earth as a ball, and then I believe it's a ball, but you see the flat Earth every day, and you don't think it's flat? That sounds like a double standard. He freaked out after that. Because,
The other question-
they think that's their ace card.
I
Their
love
ace.
it. That's funny.
The other question that's been breaking them lately, India, is when you say to them, outside of your mobile phone, computer, and media or television, where have you seen the curve? And they seem to go into robot malfunction mode.
Any astral projection answers? I was astral projecting. I took a bunch of that guy was trying to make Earths a go because of ayahuasca. Yeah, I asked that. I don't know if you were just in here, Matrix. I just asked that kid, like, does anybody know the boundaries of reality? He's like, yeah, some people take DMT, and there was a study about DMT, and they could see stuff. And they were just high.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a freaking, you know, I took hallucinogenics, and I thought they were deep at the time. But now I know I was just high. Okay? I was just fucking high. It wasn't deep. I was fucked up. That's all it was. It's not complicated. People try to read all sorts of shit into their trips. No, you're just high.
Sorry, son, you're off your head.
Yeah. You just freaking. You know, we even do it when we were a kid, right? We'd spin around in the circle to get dizzy.
Now, there's actually a comedian that stood up and said that when they ban all drugs, they are going to go out into their backyard, around until they fall over.
Oh, we used to just hyperventilate. Yeah, I guess it gives you a good buzz. Spin out, see shit.
We used to do. I mean, they freaking would expel you if they caught you in us in school doing this. But you bend over and hyperventilate for 30 seconds and stand up, and then someone put you up. You stand up with your back up against the wall, and someone pushes on your neck to cut off the blood supply. Dude, you go like instantly into a fucking dream, man.
Yeah, you're inducing a short-term coma.
Yeah. Yeah, but I just always found it weird. Like when you go to sleep, right? You have to like sleep for a couple hours to get into a dream state, but it's like you go instantly into a dream state. It's freaking really, really odd. We used to call it we call it China syndrome or something like that. I don't know where that name came from, but China syndrome was a movie about a 3 Mile Island, their plant meltdown. If you guys remember.
Came from China.
Was that Michael Douglas?
I think it was Jane Fonda, right? In could have been, Michael Douglas. Yeah, you might be right.
I'm not sure. I'm just I remember something about that. Yeah.
Oh, you got it, Michael Douglas. And I was right, Jane Fonda. And who's the other guy?
Oh shit, there you
Jack Lemmon. Yeah, Jack Lemmon was the.
Jack Lemmon? He was in a serious role?
Yeah. He was actually pretty good in that. Dude, but the cast of that movie, that's the pinnacle of libtard. Dude, I'm thinking about this movie, right, and how people were back then. How liberals were and like what they stood for. And though they were like a bunch of hippie peaceniks, you know, during the Cold War, and that brought them a lot of animosity. It is admirable to fight for peace. But they're all sellouts now. All of them. You ask them, should we send more weapons to Ukraine? They'll be like, hell yeah. Right? So they're all full of shit.
Right. Yeah, they should be stay out of it. It's not your fault.
Yeah,
leave it alone.
yeah,
people are dying.
I mean, I remember the peace movement was about peace worldwide, right? No wars anywhere. That was the idea. Now it's to be like just peace with over there. And if you don't, it's like peace or we'll kick your ass. You know what I mean? That's where we're at.
Yeah.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, Flat Earth Tribe.
Tribe.
I
That
don't
sounds
know.
racist.
No. It's like a place where I belong. It's like a
Place where
tribe.
you belong. Yeah. We could be tribe, club. Like holding
Yeah,
hands
the
and
Cool Kids
kumbaya by a
Club.
campfire.
Well, yeah, holding hands is fun and it's good for your body, and you get oxytocin with human contact. So
Oh my God, you do astral projection?
I've tried before with limited results. Hold on one moment. What? Hold on, I'm not muted yet.
Oh, this is gonna be fun. Gonna be nice.
Okay, why did you ask about astral projection?
Oh, because I asked the guy a little while ago, 10 minutes ago.
Okay, I've
If
had
anybody
very
knew,
limited.
no, well, no, hold on, let me finish. I asked him if anybody knew what the boundaries of reality are, and then he went into some people did some ayahuasca studies
Oh
or
Lord.
something.
Yeah, I've done dimethyltryptamine and LSD and mushrooms, and dimethyltryptamine is definitely the most profound. But back to astral projection. Do you believe in stuff like that, or?
That you can do it? Yeah, certainly.
I mean, I've had a
I don't
few
think you
weird
should,
experiences.
but I think you can.
No. Well, it's hard
Like
to do
summoning
it
a
for an
demon,
extended
right?
period of time because if you get up in your emotions or you get shocked by your experience, you'll snap right back to your body. One of the weirdest experiences I had was I was meditating by the water and I calmed my body and I started to see myself literally walking and wading through the water, but I got so shocked by what I was seeing that I snapped back to reality. And then another time I was laying in my bed trying to do it and my head came out of my body, nothing else, but I could see 360 in the room. And then another night I got out of my bed out of my body and went up to the window and looked through it. But then I guess I fell asleep because I have no other memories, so I don't know. But yeah. But I
Woke up
love
one
stuff
night and
like
I felt
that.
like I was floating above the bed, and then it felt like I actually sank back down into it, and I just laid there freaked out.
Yeah, have you ever tried
Boys and
falling
girls is
through the
why you
floor?
shouldn't do drugs.
Well, no, I wasn't doing this when I was on drugs. You can't do stuff like that when you're on drugs. You don't do stuff like that. Like you can't achieve things like that without being sober anyway.
When you did these events, did you find afterwards the next day that you were absolutely cooked and you'd run out of energy?
No, I didn't feel any different.
Interesting. But other people say that when they've done that, next day that they are spent like as if just flat batteries type worn out.
Well, the experience was so short and I snapped back into my body so fast that I don't think I expended any energy at all.
There you go.
Yeah. Things are never as it seems, I suppose.
No, I think they're exactly as they seem. People
Yeah.
are just I think the things like the metaphysical parts of reality, I think they're pretty obvious and people ignore them and try to pretend they don't exist because you can't put them in a jar or put them in a test tube or, weigh them on a scale. So, but everybody sees it every day. They experience it their entire lives. I think it's pretty obvious. Everybody's had, I'm not going to get into like the weird coincidences that people have. And I mean, you literally, you have to actively ignore it to not see it as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. Yeah, astral projection isn't.
But that's a part of being alive. You know what I mean? That's just one part because we also are physical, and it's that
Yeah.
the rub, right? The friction between those two things, which give life its its zest or whatever. I don't know how else to call it. Shit would be fucking boring if it was all physical, and it would be just as boring if we were just disembodied spirits.
Yeah, I like the idea of not being limited to my body. Like, I like to think that for sure that we're limited by our senses to an extent. Like that's what causes our sufferings too. And then because we're so attached to what's going on in this body, the physical reality, and we have such a ego and all of these things that make us think things are impossible too. And then
Well, I mean, you
can't
shouldn't
think
neglect your body because there's a lot to be said with
well, no, you shouldn't neglect
honing and
it.
training your body to do some particular thing just like extremely well. I mean,
Yeah.
like a sport, painting, art, all that stuff takes a supreme connection with your body. And like, I don't think I'm kind of like more holistic about the whole thing. I'm not like, well, it's this and not that. A lot of people are like, it's mystical or it's all physical, and no, it's all of it. And you can sit there and the thing is to harness all of it together. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah, that makes sense.
mind, body, and soul, right?
Exactly. Like I feel like people don't focus on all three all the time. They're just like body, 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 or soul, 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 and not mixing it all together. So you would say that you believe in like the metaphysical. It's just a part of reality, that we've just given it the label of metaphysical as if it's some separate thing from the experience, but it's not, right?
Yeah, I mean, not everything can exist. It's easy to prove that not everything can exist in an empirical way that you could stick in a test tube. Like human
Yeah.
rights. Everybody believes in human rights. Where do they exist? Can I weigh them? Can I weigh them? So we have these concepts and ideas, and they certainly exist. The laws of logic exist. Certainly, the law of identity, the law of non-contradiction, the law of excluded middle. These logic exists. Where does that exist? Where does mathematics exist? I mean, these are like, these questions have been asked for 1,000 years. But they exist. But the people that are materialist atheists are like, all there is material matter, and that's it, and the laws of physics and energy, and that's all there is. There's nothing else. I don't think they actually believe that. I think they're just like rejecting. They're just afraid of things they can't understand or explain in that way, right? In the mechanistic, physical physics way. This happened because of this. Here's the equations and blah, blah, blah. I mean, what's the equation for serendipity? What's the equation for coincidence? What's the equation for all these human events that we have names for that happen to human beings all the time? There's no equations for them. There's no formulas. There's no laws of physics. There's none of those things, but they certainly happen.
Would you say that could be part of like the consciousness, maybe?
I'm sure an atheist would say, "Well, that didn't really happen that way. You just thought it."
Yeah.
I don't know. They try to come up with all sorts of things. You're
Well,
just
most
giving
people are
meaning to
dumb.
something that actually has no meaning. Yeah,
Yeah.
they'll say things like that. Like, okay, go with that. I mean, you can believe what you want, dude. Go with it's something that, doesn't have any meaning. I mean, if atheists really believed what they say they believe, there'd be no atheists because they'd, eat a shotgun, for lack of a better word. Why carry on if you're an atheist? There's no point.
Exactly. They're so cold and like nothing means nothing. Or damn it, I said that wrong. Like
Nothing. Yeah, but and can never mean anything, right? And like their
Yeah.
atoms, they think their atoms and molecules are gonna freaking, when the sun blows up in 4.5 billion years, all traces of them are gonna be gone, right? So it'll be like they never existed. So whatever sequence of events that we experience, they're just the mechanistic processes. Even me right now talking about this, according to an atheist, these are just the preordained deterministic chemical reactions determined at the Big Bang.
Yeah,
They
that's
don't
what I
like
would say
that
too.
because
Oh,
then
I
it
agree
makes
with you there. I've never heard of it said that way, but I totally agree with you. Like we're just a result of like the expanding universe, and like it's not some well. But then some people will also argue, well, it's a miracle too. You know, like
yeah.
that
Just give me one
we
free
even
mirror.
exist. Yeah.
I mean, and
What
that's
would
what
you
we
say?
battle in here.
Might not
I mean,
even. Huh?
that's what we battle in here. Basically the materialist atheists. I mean, of course, some people are Christian or Muslim or whatever and battle us, but it's really but they've adopted the materialist worldview where like there is no spiritual world, there is no metaphysical world, that everything is just like I said, like the mechanistic laws of physics, and that everything must like fit within
A framework of
this is it's like
explainability. Explainability.
so when someone says, do you have any evidence for God? Well, you ask them, well, what do you accept as evidence? And they'll instantly say, well, I need a photograph, or I need God to come over here and like write something down, or I mean, they need empirical evidence. That's what they actually want. They want something they can stick in a jar or a test tube, or they want to be able to videotape God or have God write something down, and they want to witness it, or you know what I mean? That's the only thing they're going to accept as evidence. So now that you know that they only going to accept this empirical, this little box of evidence, these are the only things they're going to accept. You just excluded pretty much everything else, even though those things exist. Like I just said, like the laws of logic, they certainly exist, right? But you can't even prove that the laws of logic exist. The only reason we know the laws of logic exist is because to argue against them, you have to use logic. To argue the laws of logic don't exist, you have to use logic to make the argument in the first place. So it's like a performative. You're proving it by doing it, But I mean, that's not in a test tube. It's not in, Yeah, it's a messed up position for atheists to be in, but they'll just not on it to death.
Why do they feel so empowered to try to get out in the world and want to debate just for the sake of debate? Like that's what annoys me really. It's like if you really believe this, why are you fighting for it so hard when it's nothing to fight,
Yeah, why are you fighting for anything?
Yeah.
Like I
So they
said, you
believe
should
in
just
atheism.
you should be finding a cliff to jump off of. Just doesn't even matter. Why suffer?
Yeah, because they're always going to be bitching and complaining anyway. Excuse my language.
Yeah, you got that right.
How many genocides are connected to atheism now?
Yeah, but what if somebody argued to you how many people died because of religion,
It's not that many. That's a blown up number. Compared to secular reasons, just think about all the abortions.
Yeah.
Just that alone is more people than died in any war. What is it? 70? I think it's the number for abortions is something like 75 billion.
Oh God, don't tell me that. That's kind of scary.
I have to look up the number. It's large.
That's a shame. It's messed up.
Well, think about it this way too. Like in the Bible, it tells you, don't take the Lord's name in vain. Don't do something in God's name that's actually evil. So a lot of times they'll say, "Oh, look at these wars that were started." Yeah, people taking the Lord's name in vain. They do this horrible thing in the name of somebody who would disagree. People say, "Oh, what does that mean?" Oh, it means just don't say, like, "Oh my God" or whatever. No, that's not what that's about. The about is people doing things wrong, but think they're doing it right because they're doing it in the name of.
Oh, I get it.
So it's not on Christianity when somebody says they're doing something because of Christianity. That's on them. They're just dropping excuses for why they're doing something wicked.
Oh, good thing.
The current annual number is 73 million, but there's no way to say for certain how many.
Well,
I'm talking about worldwide.
We'll do another arbitrary number of years and then see what that comes out to, because that's still a hella high number. Let's say go back to when abortion started becoming more accessible for people, and start from like a year when,
Well, in the U.S., it's 63 million since 1973.
So that's how many years?
Yeah, just in the U.S., but that's just the U.S. Abortion was legal in the Soviet Union for a long time, and it's speculated that was hundreds of millions of people.
Wow.
Yeah, man.
And when did birth control become a thing?
Condoms were invented during the Civil War.
Well, yeah, good point.
They weren't great. They're better than burning your dick.
I think there was an early version the French invented out of sheep intestines.
Oh god! Oh, they still got them as lamb skins.
I reckon
Yeah, for people who are allergic to latex, right?
And for people who want to actually feel what they're doing.
Ooh, I didn't know that was a thing.
Yeah, it transfers body heat, so it feels more realistic.
What's it called again? Because
I think that's where the term Frenchie come from, right? Frenchies.
It doesn't. Yeah, probably. They don't. They only prevent pregnancy. They don't prevent venereal disease.
Okay.
Or no, is that the other way around? I can't remember. I haven't used that shit in a long time.
I don't know where you thought of all that stuff, but you're pretty smart, dude.
Yeah, they don't work against STIs. So, yeah. Well, I mean, we got to keep our, we got to stay sharp in here, man. Like, because we are Go Earthers. Like, it's been years, and they're always trying to come up with something new to trip us up. But we're ready for them because we're way ahead of them.
Right. Chewing on this pizza real quick. Hold up.
Chow down.
A lot of us are just like life experienced and just have read and watched a lot of TV and stuff too. You just pick up odd bits of trivia here and there, right? It's like you'd never think you'd want to talk about it again, but then it comes up in the future, right?
Yeah.
See, the fundamental premise of Flat Earth is so simple. We were just talking about it. What you see is what you get. It looks flat because it is flat. If you think that's wrong and you think that it looks flat because it's a ball, okay. First of all, that's crazy. Second of all, prove it. But we're Flat Earth is really in the superior position, just because we have what's called qualia of experience. We can go out and we can observe the Earth as being flat. They can't go out and observe the Earth as a ball. The only way they can observe the Earth as a ball is if they go to their couch or their computer desk and watch a screen. It's true. It's true. And Matrix was talking about that just a minute. He said they've been putting it to them, and it's tripping them up. It's tripping the going or a TV or their phone. Where have they ever seen the Earth as a ball? And it just lays them out.
A lot of them don't even care about the Earth being flat or a globe. What they really care about is somehow something else in their worldview. This sort of like cosmic atheist nihilism. That is what they're really defending. They just need the Earth to be a ball for that. Because without that, they have a hard time maintaining this sort of cosmic nihilistic worldview that I suck, that Bill Nye I suck speech. That's how they view
for their
themselves.
religion.
Oh yeah, even better. That this religious worldview that it's just everything's just chaos, just utter inconsequential chaos. And I'm like, well, sure, if that's true, why are you in here every day arguing with flat earthers? If it doesn't matter, if it's just utter chaos, and you don't care, and everything's just completely random, why are you here at all then? Why do you care so much? And you see that they don't really care. They care in. They're upset that somebody disagrees with them. That's what they're
care in.
Yeah.
They care. Jesus.
It's so true. Yeah. Yeah, that's got to go on a t-shirt, man.
Oh shoot. I was gonna post the.
But Crit, what you said, I've always thought about, like, when I think about, like, most of the people that really triggered Globers that really hate us, that like, but they really don't know their own model, and right, the ones that are obviously they're atheists, right? I think but the thing I think they're fighting against is the outer space thing. I think outer space to them is analogous to going to heaven, in that they've invested a lot into this atheism on the promise that there is a atheist heaven in space, right? Go up there with Elon Musk where everything's going to be perfect and jolly, right? We're going to go to Mars. We're going to go to another planet. That's like it's analogous to going to heaven.
Yeah, like everything gets solved. Like all the whole world's problems just vanish as soon as you get to outer space.
Exactly.
Hey, maybe that's true. Maybe they'd say, like, in some sort of Star Trek idea that once you leave Earth, you leave government and religion behind. But what they don't understand is, like, it's more likely going to be like Warhammer 40K, where you get some fundamental, bizarre religious, cult of humanity. The God Emperor and whatnot. Like that's really what's going to happen. When they think like aliens show up, all of a sudden humanity's going to be like, oh, look there's aliens. That must be there's no God. What's really going to happen is all the religious leaders are going to be like, let's convert some aliens.
I think that, like, when you've rejected any deity, God, and the promise of the afterlife has to happen here, has to happen like in physical reality, your reward. Or why go on? And their reward is going to go to space. It's going to be so beautiful. I mean, you ever seen like the ISS stream on YouTube? In the comments?
Oh, yeah, the comments. I think a lot of those are bots.
Amazing. Oh, it's just, I wish I could see. You know what I mean? Just the fawning. It's. Oh my god, I'm gagging in my mouth just thinking about it. It's disgusting.
I think a lot of that's bots though, because it's like the same comment over and over again. It's like, are these really not like honest reactions, or is this like just some sort of like looped like bot that just repeats different comments?
I know. I mean, it's the internet. There'll be trolls when I go, like, look at that. I'd never go there.
Yeah, it'd be some sort of comment that would be. Yeah, it's like, especially too, because when it's like a black screen, sometimes you see like a completely black screen, and it'll be like, someday I'm going to be there and see that. Dude, they're showing like the camera's like facing into the void or something. Like your 24-hour live stream is showing a completely black screen. What are you talking about? Yeah, they got this like, I used to joke around too, this romantic idea that they're going to meet, a lot of them are just like sort of upper middle class white guys, but the sort of failure to launch. They don't really have any prospects for like a wife and children. They work some, like menial middle management position, mostly from nepotism. But they fancy themselves as some kind of like an amazing thinker. Like they should be like running NASA or something like that. Like in their mind, they think this. So their next step is they're gonna find green alien chick. That's what they're really thinking. That idea of like a Earth Girls Must Be Easy movie. And they're gonna be like the most like this alien chick is just gonna show all these other Earth girls just how stupid they were for not fawning over this like amazing specimen of humanity. So you tell them, "Oh, dude, there's no space, there's no orbit, there's no aliens," and then they freak out because that's the last thing that's keeping them from what you said earlier. What eating a shotgun. Like that dude, I can't remember his name. It's like one of those streamers, and he would just get on this like video game. I just saw clips of it on these weird rants about how cool space is. And people are like, just shut up and play your game, dude. Like stream your game. Like let me laugh at monkey make noise while playing video game with purple hair or whatever. Because like in his mind, he's thinking he's the last starfighter. If you remember the movie. Like all these video games are just training simulators. I used to make fun of Eggshells because Eggshells will come in here and stream like Kerbal Space Program. Yeah, I tell them that there's a secret level that if you crack that, NASA calls you up and brings you there. Like a black helicopter just lands in your front and yell on and say, "We need you."
Did they buy it or what?
No, he kept saying like that's silly. Like, why do you keep saying that? And I'm like, well, do you know? Do you know for sure? Like, what if they did that? What if the whole shtick was? Because you just say that this program was developed by NASA engineers, this Kerbal Space Program, and they use it for training and stuff like that. I'm like, yeah. What if they're looking for that next that janitor movie, Good Will Hunting? He's a janitor who would just solve math problems on the chalkboard each night. They're looking for that really autistically retarded kid who can play video games but lacks any social skills to like navigate a college environment or how to even apply for student aid, how to register for classes. He can wipe the floor with that towel and like clean the floor, but like try to have him do like just interact with normal humanity. He can't. So what they did was how do we find and recruit these people? Let's put secret levels in video games.
Yeah, that kind of reminds me of Mercury Rising as well.
Oh yeah, that's another good example.
I was just thinking about that, man.
Yeah.
They did it in the public school system, though, man. It was called the AIM Gateway Program. You guys ever hear of it?
No, there's another one that NASA has too, but it's not called AIM. It's called I can't remember, like a 4F4 or something like that, or
4F. I thought that was like an agricultural.
Oh no, let me find it with Google real quick.
Gateway Program. AIM. It was for gifted.
Oh, N3. It's called N3. A 5-year program that ended just recently. It was a focus on getting people who are neurodivergent scholarships that would be that would filter them into NASA.
And why would they do that?
Well, I mean, that's what they think, that somehow that they're cracked the code. Like, how did all these amazing rocket scientists from the 50s and 60s do it? Well, they must have been all autistic or something.
I thought it was a bunch of black women.
Oh, that were given. Yeah, that their work was stolen. That documentary on Netflix, like this group of black women.
Didn't they make
Yeah.
like a regular movie about it?
Yeah, I
A
think
bunch
so.
of black women did actually did all the calculations or something.
Yeah. Yeah, and then like the bathroom was like only like white males or something, so she had to, like walk like 3 miles to go use the bathroom. Where it was like, because that was during the era of Jim Crow.
Yeah. Anyone that believes that story that someone walked 3 miles to go to the bathroom, that's bull. No one would do that.
Right, not when there's a tree or some bushes over there.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm a lady. I mean, this is back then, dude. Not even everybody had indoor plumbing. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean this is a deep South. Like all this NASA shit happened in the deep South, dirty South, and they're talking about like, oh, look at these amazing people. What the fuck are you talking about, right? Like,
Yeah, there's a lot of space stuff in the South. You got the Huntsville place, you got the Cape Canaveral, you got Houston, Texas.
it's like if there's some way of getting rid of that sort of ego-driven crap, that crap where they think like somehow we are part of the space program. They'll tell you we went to the moon or we done all these things. If you could get them out of that mindset.
Well, I already asked them when they say that. I go, who is we? Like, you're not one of those guys. They don't even know you. They probably wouldn't even talk to you.
Yes, well, like, it's funny too. Like they have a network. Like, call them up. Be like when they stopped refilling the rocket yesterday. Well, yeah, or 2 days ago, whatever. And they're like, oh yeah, Gunslinger was in here. I'm like, give him a call. You'll look over the data, look over the stuff, and figure it out. Give him a call. Tell him you know how. You really want Artemis 2 to happen. Tell them how to fix their fueling system.
Ladies Man is back. Welcome back, Ladies Man.
Hello there.
Did we ever answer your question?
What question?
Oh, the question. Some people tried to answer, and then other people derailed into their own little thing that could have easily been done in a private voice call. And then I tried to restate your question. You said I restated it wrong. I asked you again what it was, and then we went into another private voice call that we all had to listen to. Do you remember what the question was?
No, not at all. It might have been something like, what is the flat Earth map? Or, I don't know.
Might have been that. Yeah, because that dude said that there was one, and he loved it so much that he has it hanging on his wall. Yeah. I thought you asked something about the government and why they would do it. Yeah. So the reason why people, about the flat Earth map, I guess I'll answer that one since that's the one that came to your mind. Okay, so the thing of it is, Ladies Man, you and I and everyone else, unless you had some very special parents, grew up being told that even though we experience the Earth is flat and stationary, and we've never had any first-hand experience of a globe, that actually there is a globe, and that we're just dumb, and we don't know what we're talking about. So, if we went outside as a child, like I did, laid on the ground, watched the clouds moving, felt like the Earth was stationary, as it appears, and never observed a globe anywhere or never detected any kind of motion of the Earth beneath us, that it was just because of our, insufficient knowledge, but these wonderful spacemen in the sky have determined that it is actually a globe, moving, spinning, doing all these things that you never see. So what that taught you was that you couldn't do what people have done since they first were born onto this plane, which is learn about your environment and the earth from your own firsthand experience, and then perhaps from some trusted adults that were near you who were either related to you or lived in your immediate community and therefore actually did have your best interests at heart and did not want to trick you into thinking the earth was something different than it actually is. So, therefore, you got that brain, that globe idea implanted into your brain at a young age, and it wasn't just that the idea was there; it was that the idea supplanted and took the place of your actual lived experience. So then, as you grew up, you thought, "Oh, I can't actually learn from doing or observing or even reasoning, because my reason would lead me to think this was flat and stationary realm, because that's all I've ever experienced." So you were taught that you were unreasonable to trust these observations and that you can only trust authority. So then once people start getting into flat earth, it's normal that since they are programmed into these very rigid brain structures, that they would still think, even though they've been shown, whatever it is that convinced them that the globe model was wrong, whether it be the 8 inches per mile of imaginary curvature that's never observed, and or the maximum distance of the horizon that is continually superseded by observations of the horizon being way farther than it should be if we lived on a sphere of 59 miles. Once you're intellectually convinced of that, due to thinking that you, one, needed to know everything and needed to have this kind of God's eye view of what the earth was, you might then, as a new flat earther, be tempted to jump onto, here's a new thing that explains everything that you can look at, aka the flat earth map that explains all things, that's defined, that you can now have a new model. So we here at the 24/7 Flat Earth server are different than other flat earthers. So since you came in here telling us, ladies, man, that you were observing our behavior and attitudes, you might be interested to know that our behavior and attitudes are different than other flat earthers, because we do not want to produce a replacement model for people. In fact, we have found that it is a 24/7, 365 days a year job just to debunk the failed fantasy globe. So that's what we do. And so, the map thing, it's like, yeah, we like maps. Like, ladies, man, maps are best. The smaller area that the map represents, therefore a larger scale, meaning, like I could draw a map, of my house or something. And then I could make 1 inch be a much larger area than I could if I was trying to draw a map of my whole town, and so on and so forth. And then, so every time you go up, you're going to have a less accurate map. That's why topo maps, topographical maps are very helpful maps if you're actually trying to navigate in the world. So having a map of the entire area of the world is not only unrealistic and impossible, it's also unnecessary. So that's why we're not into it. Does that make sense to you? Ladies, man, 217.
Yeah, that made some sense. I mean, Yeah.
Okay, what part didn't make sense? It only made some sense. That means it didn't make total sense. So what part didn't make sense?
No, I was just saying that some parts of that, it kind of felt you were going on a rant, like when you were saying, like, when you're talking about some people grow up in different households or their parents teach them different things. I was kind of confused. I was like, this isn't really what I was asking, but then you tied it in to the map.
Oh, okay. So you thought I was going off topic, but then you realized at the end that it did have to do with the map.
Yeah.
Good news.
Yeah.
People think about maps completely wrong. They have no idea what they are, other than the most rudimentary understanding. There is no accurate map. They don't exist. They've never existed. They never will exist. Even cartographers say this. It isn't us. You have to choose what's called an origin of coordinates. Where you place that, right? So now imagine like a Cartesian map, right? You have the x-axis and the y-axis. Where you choose to place that origin of coordinates determines what the map, quote-unquote, looks like or how it's used. Right? Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Okay. So this choice is completely freaking arbitrary. Now, if I choose Cartesian coordinates and go, hey, I want this map to now be in polar coordinates, the way the map appears and is used and what it can do and what its limitations are, it's determined by the transformation and how you transform it from one coordinate system to the other and what you're using it. But when we go and say, hey, now we're going to apply this this conceptual mathematical framework, and now we're going to apply it to the real world, right? Which is another mapping. How do you do that? So, for instance, north, south, east, west. East on a globe is a circle. West on a globe is a circle. East, west in like a Mercator map is not a circle. Could be a circle because it's a cylinder, but on the map it's like a Mercator map properly used is rolled up into a cylinder, like a tube. Right? So people get fixated on maps and they choose an arbitrary coordinate system, right? And they go with it. And it's good for whatever use they made it for, and they chose that coordinate system. So, for instance, we choose, if you use the compass as your coordinate system, it isn't going to match any other coordinate system. It's not going to match the celestial sphere. It's not going to match the sunrise, sunset. And if you choose the sunrise, sunset as your origin of coordinates, then it's not going to match the other two. Because there's actually 3 sets of north, south, east, west. But a lot of people don't know that. So, like, the demand for a map it's just silly on its face. What they're really saying, what they really want to, and they just don't know how to say it or they don't have the balls to say it, is, what's the Earth look like from space? Because that's what they really want. They want you to show them a picture of the Earth from space. So they go, hey, what's the flat Earth map? Oh, what do you mean by that? Well, what does the Earth look like? Oh, look like from where? From space, obviously. Or the distances are wrong. How do you know they're wrong? Well, because the globe says the distances are this. Well, how do you know those ones are right? What do you think? We can't measure distance? No, they don't. You can't measure the distance between New York and Australia. You can calculate some distance, but you can't measure it. So maps aren't what they seem. The way people conceive of them in their mind are completely different.
All right, that's interesting.
I mean, I got a clip on my YouTube channel, a clip of people. So they did something very interesting. There's a lot of old maps. And so, for instance, in Russia, there's a map where they mapped accurately every town, city, village, everything like their boundary. But the thing is, they made each one the same size in the book so that it took up the full page. Well, the scales are all out of whack, right? So, because Moscow isn't the same size as some little podunk city, but in their book, they can't just rip out the pages and just stick them all together and make a map out of them. Don't work like that. So anyway, she's giving a presentation on her project where she does this. It's like a Harvard anthropologist or something. So she even says that there's no such thing as an accurate map. They just don't exist. And this is what she does for a living.
I don't think we would ever get access to an accurate map anyway. I think if this lie is as big as we are told, that would be incredibly some above top secret kind of thing as well.
Well, I mean, think about the UK, right? Their survey system is called the United Kingdom Ordnance Survey. Ordnance is freaking weaponry, military hardware. So ordnance, right? So they use this, and the Ordnance Survey started because they wanted a map of Scotland, so that they had to invade Scotland. They knew where everything was. They would know where all the mountains were, where all the valleys were, all the high points to put their artillery on top of, right? So maps are really, their use is military purposes and crowd control, basically, killing people. And they're very valuable if you want to do that.
Right. See, we invented bloody everything here, even the art of war. How to map the landscape so you can fight somebody.
Yeah, actually, I think I had one last question. What I've heard from some flat earthers is that Antarctica, the ice, is what holds in the water. Is this true?
Holds in the water from what?
I don't know.
We think it's gonna. So silly. Okay.
That's what they said.
What you're saying. Holds in the water for what? You think it's gonna pour off the edge of the disc into space?
I don't know. That's how I'm asking.
Okay. You never heard that from any flat earther, dude.
I have.
Okay, then they're trolling you.
Okay, that's a good enough answer as it is.
Okay, first of all, no flat earther thinks the Earth is a disc in space. Okay?
Well, I didn't say that. I just said...
Well, I'm just saying is that no flat earther thinks that, and that's why the water would need to be held in, is because for some reason, they think it would, you'd have to think that the water would pour off the edge of the Earth into space. Well, that couldn't happen either, because when water hits a vacuum, it evaporates. So that wouldn't happen. It's just nonsense, dude. It's like fucking... It's just sail off the edge of the Earth bullshit, dude. Nobody believes that shit.
How about the is there a dome above us? The firmament, as I've heard it's called.
It doesn't have to be a dome. Some sort of containment. We don't know this composition.
You don't know?
How would we know?
I don't know. I'm just saying. I mean, if I had a guess, I'd say some sort of glass that we have no idea of.
In this place, we're empiricists. We only make claims about things that there's actual evidence for. There's evidence for containment. There's no evidence for a dome or any other goddamn shape. So we don't make claims that there's domes or frickin' ice walls or fucking... The ice wall is actually a fucking Goldberg thing. It's not even us.
Yeah, I mean, I know that.
But you said you thought flat earthers what I know about flat earth, they believe what they experience. You know that's the foundation of science, right? The foundation of science and the scientific method is empiricism. It's empirical observation, not rationality. So whatever your hypothesis is, whatever your theory is, whatever your idea is, it has to be testable in the natural world or it's not science. So we had a guy come in earlier. He said, I heard flat earthers don't believe in gravity. Oh, gravity, what's that? Oh, things fall, like you guys don't believe that things fall to the ground. No, brother. So I told him, we know things fall to the ground. Everybody knows that. We don't believe that mass attracts mass is the reason for that. So, well, then what else would it be? I don't know. It doesn't matter. There's no experiment that's ever been done that proves the reason things fall is mass attracting mass. To make a scientific claim about the phenomenon of falling objects, right? Your natural phenomenon, hey, I saw something fall. To make a scientific claim about that, you need to do the experiment. You don't just get to make it up in your head. If you make it up in your head, it's not science. It's not science until you do the experiment. So if someone's claiming ice wall, dome, edge of the earth, all that shit, we here don't buy that shit until they provide the evidence that it's true. We are more than happy to say, I don't fucking know. Which is the state of affairs for most people most of the time. People like to pretend they know things because someone that they think knows something told them something. But they don't know if that person knows. They just believe they know because they like to believe it. Because they don't want to say what's true. As in, I don't know. People don't like to say those words.
All right. I think that's what
I mean, that's the fact. You don't know the Earth is a globe, and nobody else does either, right? I could pull any scientist that you could come up with and think in your head, hey, this person would know. We've talked to those people. They don't know. They don't know anything. Very small segment of people even claim they know the Earth is a globe. Like the Apollo astronauts. Other than that, everybody else is a bunch of believers. They believe what the Apollo astronauts said. Because nobody, other than them, claiming to have seen the Earth in its totality as a ball.
How about the maybe upcoming Artemis astronauts?
Okay. Well, yeah, I'll believe it when I see it. Where are they getting those 15 rockets?
What 15 rockets?
They need 15 rockets to go to the moon.
That's for Starship, and that's because that's like a single stage rocket. And then the thing that stages has enough.
No, that's for the fuel, brother. The fuel.
Yes, that's for the fuel.
They have to fly fuel up, so
Yeah,
they can
do.
fuel it up enough for the flight of the moon.
Yeah, they do. That's correct.
Yeah, so they had to do that for the Apollo too. Why didn't they do that?
Because Apollo staged the rocket.
Well, were the stages the size of the Empire State Building?
Saturn V was massive. Giant.
Well, von Braun said it would need 3 rockets the size of larger than the Empire State Building to go to the moon.
He said that in like the 50s or 40s. Like,
so what? Why does that matter?
Because technology changed over time. The government funded
what changed?
The technology of rockets. They figured out more. They figured out staging.
They figured. See, this is what I'm talking about. You just believe something. Hey, they just
you
said
asked me. What was I meant to say? Like,
they just figured it out.
Hey, Elon said it again. The same thing as he said in the 50s.
I don't know how they figured it out,
brother.
I'm just saying the reason.
What did they figure out?
How to stage. Or not really how to stage. They kind of do.
How did they get more thrust, dude? How did they get more thrust and more fuel and more efficiency?
A rocket scientist.
Where they could shrink the rocket basically down from the size of 3 Empire State Buildings down to 1/10 of one.
Oh, you're asking the wrong guy. How would I know?
There is no right guy. It's a bullshit story, dude. There is no right guy.
Hey, then why are you asking me?
You asked about Artemis.
Yeah, I was
That's
saying
another bullshit story.
No, because you said the Apollo astronauts were the only ones that quote unquote knew, and I was like, isn't there more people upcoming that might see it?
Might,
quote unquote, might, because you might.
Okay, so what are we going to be up to? Freaking 30 people?
I mean, how many people are on the Apollo missions?
27 in totality.
How many of those
think.
went to the moon and back? Well, like orbited and back.
27 in totality went far enough away from the Earth that they should have seen it as a ball.
This upcoming will be 4.
Okay, so we'll be up to 32. So 32 people versus 9 billion. So are the 9 billion people supposed to hook their wagon to the claims of 32 people and live their lives by that?
Why not?
Why not?
I said probably not.
Yeah, that's probably better. You said why not? Like, are you high as hell, bro? It's New Year's Eve. You drunk?
No, I didn't say that.
Okay. See, there's the fundamental problem. There's a large, the totality of the population of the Earth basically has to believe, like an elite group of priests, the claims of people that basically people in the military. So, ladies and gentlemen, did you see one of the categories? The NASA category, that NASA is now a spy agency?
Oh.
You were that? The NASA is now a spy agency?
Oh.
So Trump signed an executive order?
I thought that was meant to be the new branch of the military. What was the new branch? Space Force? I thought that's what they were meant to do, spy and shit.
No, he signed an executive order. I don't know, earlier in the year.
Trump
this year.
Is a guy. He's a person.
Yeah, I know that, but he signed an executive order that said the primary purpose of NASA is intelligence, counterintelligence, investigation, and national security issues. That's their primary function.
All right.
Okay.
Doesn't have anything to do with me.
Well, no, what I'm saying is now the masks are coming off. If they're saying our primary mission is counterintelligence, you can't believe anything they say.
All right. Who do I believe? I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm saying who am I?
But now there's no. But I'm just saying that there's no pretext that they could even possibly be telling the truth. Like that, even the pretext that they're telling the truth, that's gone. Now you have to assume that everything they say is a lie, and they can't tell you if it's a lie. They have to tell you, okay, are you lying or telling the truth? That's classified.
Yeah, who can you believe? You can believe your own observations. You could go out and do your own long distance observations if you wanted to. So that's what you could believe, ladies, man. Is that something you'd ever be interested in?
Sure. I got a telescope. Maybe I can do something with that. Do some of my own observations.
Do you live near any lakes?
I live.
Don't have to be that big, 3 to 10 miles or something.
I live near the ocean, next to it, walking distance.
The ocean is an excellent spot for this because you can do observations up and down the shoreline. You could go out to a point and then find some kind of reference point down the shoreline a few miles, and then do the math. It's simple enough. Just look up a curvature calculator. You can test this all for yourself.
Right.
What area do you live? No one's going to dox you. I'm not asking your address. I'll just look it up on Google Maps real quick and see what's around there.
Yeah, can we get your social security number, birthday, and your mother's maiden name?
1905 was when I was born.
So 2005.
No, 1905.
Gotcha. So what area are you in?
California. Oh, like specifically within California?
Okay, hey, fair enough. Fair enough. California, dude, that's awesome. I used to live by Los Angeles. You could go down by the Long Beach Pier, down towards like Huntington Beach and those areas, and look towards the Long Beach Pier and see the different ships coming in, see the Queen Mary, see the cranes. Awesome place for these kind of observations.
Yeah. Just look out into the Pacific Ocean.
Well, I mean, I'll real quickly what I did. I can't remember the name of the pier now, and it was about 20 miles away from the port of Long Beach, down towards Huntington Beach, and I was able to go out on the pier. They have telescopes on the pier that you can rent. You put a quarter in or whatever. You can use them for 5 minutes, or you can bring your own. And then just look towards the Queen Mary sitting at the port. Look at the cranes. You can literally see the Queen Mary bobbing around well, not bobbing, but you can see the whole line of where it's sitting in the water. And the horizon, you shouldn't be able to see 1 inch of that ship, but you can actually see it sitting in the water.
Yeah, I've seen it. I mean,
and all those cranes. Yeah, that's a good one. Go down the pier, like I think the Balboa Pier, the Huntington Pier. There's those piers are there every few miles going up and down the coastline. Those are great places for this.
Yeah,
and the math isn't super complicated. I mean, you look up Earth curvature calculator, or you can even put it into AI and be like, "Hey, this is my viewer height. This is my distance to target. How much should this target be hidden by Earth curve?" Just something simple like that.
All right.
That's a good place to start and fun.
Yeah. Yeah. I was planning on just looking at the sky, but yeah.
Well, if you wanted to find out if there was 66 feet of curving drop over a 10-mile wide distance, how would you do that by looking at the sky?
Well, I don't know. My plan is just to look at like stars and like maybe see if I could like see the ISS, because I like track it and like see time when it's above me to like take a shot of it through the telescopes.
I mean, that sounds.
See if I.
That sounds fun and all. Sorry, go ahead. Didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I was just gonna say like to see if I see anything, to see if there is something there.
That sounds fun and all. There's no reason why you can't have objects in the sky doing circuits above a flat Earth. Okay. But you still will never get a ground measurement. You'll never be able to figure out if a 6-mile wide lake has 24 feet of curving drop across it by looking up at the sky. You need to measure the ground. You want to know if the Earth is curved or not, you got to look down.
All right.
That's just being real about it. You can't look up to figure out what's below your feet and get specificity with, like that frozen lake video you watched.
Yeah.
I mean, what's your thoughts on that?
I thought it was very interesting.
And it's, you pretty much you can do that. You can replicate all that yourself across lakes.
I mean, I don't have a frozen lake, but I can sure try. Maybe.
There's some good videos I'll link of people doing this at the Salton Sea. Like doing mirror flashes across like 17-mile sections of the Salton Sea where they're getting right on the shoreline on a hot day, flashing a mirror, and people 17 miles across the water. That place is flat anyway. It's like if you're on the shoreline, then you're right at the water. And these guys are like 2 feet above the water, and there should be like 180 feet of curve or something blocking that mirror flash from the observer looking across at the other location.
Yeah. I got. All right. I have another question. I don't know is this topic over, or you want to stay on it, or?
No, keep them coming.
All right. This one I don't know if you count as off topic or not, but I understand why you guys hate like people like Professor Dave because he's kind of an asshole. But how about like what's another one? I know there's more that are like nicer, like Dave McKeegan. Like, do you Do you know of him? And if so, like, do you hate him?
I have no reason to hate him. I've never met the guy. I think he's putting out bad information, but I don't hate the guy. And to be honest, when I first got into this topic, those were the people I first went to. I went towards the Professor Dave types. I was like, man, I need, I wanted to see the best that they had to offer. You know what I mean? That's how you would debunk this for yourself. Be like, who would I look forward to this? It would be Professor Dave, maybe Neil deGrasse Tyson, whoever, those high up guys. I want to see what they have to offer, and they really don't. All they really have to say is, well, just look up at the sky. And what about eclipses? They don't ever talk about the ground, and that's what this whole thing is about: is the ground curving away from you or not? The entire debate is about the shape of the ground, and they never talk about it. Like the final experiment, for example, not an experiment, but whatever. That should have been an observation showing curvature. You know what I mean? Why wouldn't they have measured some curve instead of looking up at the sun? I think the reason we know is because there's no curvature to be found or measured anywhere. Otherwise, that would have been the final experiment.
Maybe I'll try to do an experiment to see if I can see any. Maybe with the telescope that I have, but it's like 10 years old. But all right, that's about all time I have for today. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, come back soon, man.
But you guys really think that the Earth is flat?
Yes, because it observes and measures that way. That's the way we see it, and that's the way we use it and measure it. So nobody's demonstrated ever that the surface of water is curving at a continuous rate, which would mean it's curving around to become a ball. When we measure it, it's just showing no deviation from horizontal. Didn't like that one. It's like, nah, it's too much for me. Water.
If you would go back to planes, like, would it be like an accurate experiment to do if we had like a plane that flies a circle around like the Arctic Circle? And then
what would that prove?
You take like flight data and look at the speed that it traveled and stuff and the time that it took to do that. And then you do the same thing around the Antarctic Circle and would take the time and the speed that it took and stuff like that, just that you have an equivalent speed or something like that, and then wouldn't that prove something if the plane went
with two
around
planes going in a circle change the fact that the surface is not curved?
No, the time that it takes them to circumvent that circle. Like,
you're presuming that Antarctica in this case is
I'm not
somehow, yes, you are. Like,
no.
Yes, because we don't have a map that has Antarctica as an outer circle, so there could be Antarctica as an island, and then you would get a similar amount of time circling it.
But it wouldn't be going around an island, it would be going around the Antarctic Circle.
Yeah,
which is like
an
a
island.
line of longitude.
A circle around a spot.
But it's not about the island, it's about the circle that you take. Not that you're circling an island, it's just that in the Arctic, it just happens that there is the Arctic in the center of that circle. Special lines of longitude.
Yeah, the point is, if you're going in a circle, and if that circle is equally big, all you figured out is that circle is equally big. You didn't figure out if that circle conformed to your sphere, and if that southern part, or the magnetic south, is actually the bottom of a globe, and you're going around the bottom of a globe. You could just be going around the circle of an island.
But you're doing it along lines of longitude. So if the Earth would be flat, we'd know that Antarctica is basically at the outside of it, and then at least it's south of the equator. So it would immediately take way longer for a plane to go around that line of longitude.
You know, that's again presuming a map. Like, you're presuming the map there.
Yeah, but I mean, if you think that the Earth is flat, it would make geometrical sense.
It's not about us thinking that the Earth is flat. No, stop. It's not about us thinking that the Earth is flat. That's how it measures. So if it measures flat, it's not a globe. And so it doesn't matter if you fly in circles that are equally big in two locations. That doesn't mean the Earth suddenly becomes curved and the measurement's curved. It doesn't change.
It doesn't have to be. I mean, in your model, it doesn't have to be curved, but you could try to.
Yeah, but you're assuming that Antarctica is going to be on the outside of. Are you talking about an AE map?
Yeah, that's kind of the model that was presented to me.
Yeah, no, we don't describe to that model. That's a globe projection.
Okay, but still, if you do you still think that?
Okay, but still, no. You got to understand.
We don't have to talk about
we're not making the claim that you're trying to falsify here. Our claim is the surface isn't curved, and you talking about going in circles in some places doesn't change the fact that the surface isn't curved. You get that?
Yeah, I guess.
I didn't get it.
It's just because because you don't really have like a model that is like explainable to visualize.
Yeah, we don't claim a model because we haven't gone out and measured the whole world and created a model. What we have done is gone out and measured the surface of water, and the water isn't curving according to the globe. And so either the globe is so much bigger that we live on a tiny flat spot on it, or the Earth is flat. There's two options for you.
Hey. How do you explain that there's day and night?
The sun moves.
It has to be a sphere.
No, it doesn't.
No. The sun moves. Just like you observe, the sun moves.
The sun is much larger than the Earth.
No, it's not.
Is it?
Planet.
Is it? How do you know that?
You don't know that?
Affairs. In order for you to make an assumption like that, you need to measure the Earth and then the sun. You can't measure either. Have you ever measured either for yourself, Fairs?
No, I didn't.
Fairs? You haven't. Okay. So it's an assumption that you're talking on, and it's not a fact, right? Unless you have evidence that the sun is 93 million miles away and a couple 100,000 miles in diameter.
We see the sun as a circle, right? And the moon.
I mean, I don't know what you're getting at here. Sure. I mean, it looks round. Sure.
Why not the Earth's sphere as they are?
Because the Earth is not in the sky. You don't see the Earth in the sky. You see circles of light.
So the
Earth is not a circle of light. To us, it's the ground you live on.
I understand you, but
I mean, I also see clouds in the sky, but I don't think that the Earth is a cloud shape.
Yeah, I see birds in the sky. I don't think Earth is a bird shape either. This is incoherent nonsense.
Yeah, this is true. Fairs, have you got any experiments for measuring the shape of the Earth? Or the sun? I mean, I don't know why we're talking about it, but I mean, it's the Flat Earth Discord. Let's talk about the Earth. How can you measure the Earth?
No,
if you're claiming for it to be a sphere, how are you measuring sphericity, curvature?
Well, you could do long distance measurements and see if there's a drop over distance. Because if it's a globe, you've got a claimed radius, so that radius should be in place.
Spoiler alert, there's no curvature.
Yeah, basically.
If can't measure either, then you can't say the sun or moon is bigger or smaller. If the Earth is flat, why do those in the southern hemisphere see the crux? What is crux? And the northern
I think
hemisphere
he's talking
see
about
flowers.
the Southern Cross.
The Southern Cross is crux, and where the stars rotate around a central star. It's different in the southern hemisphere than the northern hemisphere. Why is that if the Earth is flat?
Yeah, you see different parts of the sky. The sky is something we don't know how operates. However, the Earth is measured flat, so it doesn't really matter how the sky operates. It's a non sequitur to the Earth.
No, it's not a non sequitur. It's a non sequitur for you to dismiss it. The issue is when you go to the southern hemisphere, the stars rotate around a central star, and the northern
That's
hemisphere.
what it appears like. However, the Earth is measured flat, so it doesn't matter that the sky appears to rotate however you like. That's just appearances. That is not the measurement of the Earth. And so when the Earth isn't measured curved, it's not curved. It's very simple, buddy.
Interrupting doesn't prove anything. It just means you don't like the answer, so you overtalk.
Yeah, your incoherent denial of your non sequitur doesn't change the fact that it's a non sequitur.
Can you explain
those two things are not related?
Explain it from the flat Earth model. Why the difference? Go ahead.
I don't need to explain it. I don't need to explain
Flat Earth
everything. I don't need to explain
Flat Earth is not a model.
Yeah.
If it's flat, that phenomena would not be real. If it's
that's just your belief. That's called
Bare
your appeal to incredulity.
So
you don't believe it could work unless it's a sphere. Stop over-talking me.
Provide an answer.
I don't need to provide an answer because I don't have a replacement cosmology for you. The sky works the way the sky works. The ground lacks the curvature required for your explanation of how the sky works to work. So your explanation has been falsified at its base.
Explain, then your model is insufficient.
Yeah,
so why don't you try and answer the issue?
Buddy, we already falsified your model. So we're not claiming a replacement model. We're showing you where your model is falsified. It's very simple. You don't need to be dumb about this.
Let's see, your next question should be, how did you do this? Not, I demand an explanation. Yeah, flat Earth is not a model.
If there's a dome and you have a moon suspended in the upper central area of the dome, then people...
Bro, why don't you ask us our position instead of assuming it?
Then I'm just trying to lay it out so you guys can then address it.
No, you're just assuming our position instead of asking us for our position. That's called a straw man fallacy.
If you're on the opposite sides of the disk, why do you see the same side of the moon?
What disk?
Flat Earth model. Why would you?
Yeah, we don't have a flat Earth disk for you. So why are you creating the straw man? What's wrong?
Are you a flat earther? Are you a flat earther?
Hey, listen, bro. I'm gonna tell you one last time and get it through your thick head. Flat Earth is not a model.
It's not a reality?
It's not a cosmological model, bro.
Anything that exists can be modified.
Model is not reality. You're making a classic error.
Okay. Yeah, you guys.
Models are not reality. Reality is reality. Models are wrong. Models are approximations of reality and not correct.
Is the Earth flat or not flat?
It's measured flat.
Is it not? Is it flat or not flat? I didn't say if it was measured. I asked you, is it flat or is it not flat?
It's measured that way, yes.
It's also measured as being spherical.
Where? Show us, dumbass.
Hey, look. Why do you speak so derogatorily? Why are you doing that?
Because you're a dumbass who cannot listen to a word that's being said, and you have to interrupt and talk over. And then when things have been explained to you explicitly, you straw man and don't actually account for anything that anybody else has said. So you're proving you're a bad faith actor who doesn't actually want to take part in this conversation.
Well, he's made the claim. You made the claim that it's metaphorical, so can you show that? Out there.
You made the claim that a model is not a representation of reality. Demonstrate that. You went first.
That's very
Go
easy.
ahead and do it.
No models are representations of reality. This is a common aphorism within science that models are wrong because they are not accurate representations of reality. That's a reification fallacy.
Does the flat idea, the idea that the Earth is flat, or the idea that the Earth is a sphere, which one better represents reality?
The Earth is measured flat. The sphere is falsified. So, of course, the flat Earth represents better reality than the globe because the globe is proven false. It's so simple.
Okay, so then explain
I'll tell you what, one sec.
Explain Polaris and Crux.
One sec, bro. No, we're not explaining anything in the sky. Listen, bro.
Okay, if you
so
can't,
what we're not doing
means your system's falsified.
Listen. Just
you can't
relax and listen to what I'm about to say. Listen to what I'm about to say. Give me a chance. So what we're not doing is coming up with an idea and then going out into reality to see if there's anything that matches that bias. We're allowing reality. We're allowing reality itself to tell us what it is through observation and measurement.
Yeah.
Directly.
You're not falsifying anything by looking into the sky and saying this doesn't match with your imagination of how the Earth works. Because that's not what we're claiming. We're just showing you falsifications of how your beliefs don't work.
Okay. Crux and Polaris falsify the flat Earth model.
They don't. They falsify your straw man. That's called a straw man fallacy because you are not capable of addressing what we're actually saying.
You said the Earth is measured as being flat. That means you then presume that the Earth is flat. If the Earth is flat, then explain Polaris and Crux.
I don't need to explain it because the measurements prove themselves.
So you can't explain it.
I didn't claim to explain it. I don't claim to have a replacement cosmology,
You're defeated. Your argument's defeated.
No, it's not defeated because you're not actually addressing my argument. You're running away to the sky and claiming, you need to prove everything. That's a Sisyphean task. You're asking me to prove everything when your beliefs have been fundamentally falsified. That is just incoherent as a red herring from you not having any evidence of your beliefs.
You won't even believe the facts.
What facts? You don't have any.
There'd be no need to believe facts. They contradict each other. Those two words, belief and fact.
You just have beliefs. We have measurements, which are facts. That's the difference. You believe your beliefs are facts, but you have nothing to back them up.
So, if anybody has any questions or, would like to discuss the name on the door, it's very good cough, I guess. So no, it is. Yeah, I guess. I mean, hey ho, it's okay.
I got one.
You got one?
Can you post the video again where you measure the Earth flat?
Sure. I mean, we can post many different experiments and tests that we've done to prove that the Earth is flat. Could we get a GIF of the? I mean, we can use lasers. We can use physical landmarks to depict distance.
There was like one laser test that apparently took like refraction and stuff into account. That's the one that I wanted.
Okay, if anyone knows what he's talking about, drop it in the chat.
I mean, so one of the flat Earth, it was like a month ago or something, where someone posted a video in the chat, but I forgot to grab it.
Oh, okay.
About that.
Well,
Well, here's Dr. John D. He's a PhD in spectral photometry. And so he understands refraction. He went out and tested it in many different days. He offered anybody to come out and join him. And he tested it specifically during the times when refraction should have been the least and when the refraction should have been upwards. And so during those times, you should not be able to see beyond the geometric horizon. That should be impossible. And so he was a globe believer, PhD at that, and he wanted to debunk us. So that's why he put those constraints. He went to try to find the conditions required to debunk us. But when he did so, turns out we're correct, and the Globers are just retarded. They never actually check these things. They just assume them because they want to believe the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I was just asking for the video. Thank you.
Right. So, have you given that video a quick watch? What's DP?
45 minutes long.
Yeah, I know. I just watched the first.
I'm doing a 2x speed.
Yeah. Okay. Well, did you watch the first part, the previous peer-to-peer observation? Did you see the different factors that he took into account? So, in some instances, it was a little bit too foggy.
I don't watch it again. I skipped a little bit forward.
Okay. Would you like to talk about the previous or the observation where it's 23rd of February 2019?
And if you want to learn more about this, I can send you my optical framework where I, instead of going in circular reasoning, assuming the Earth is a globe, and then looking and seeing that you see too far, assuming refraction covers the gap to make it a globe, circular reasoning, you go in a full circle. I start with basically taking all of the optical constraints and constraining it down into an optical framework, and then seeing what's left. If there's any geometry left after you constrain all of the optics involved, you're looking at perspective collapse, where when you look out, you see the ground appear to ramp up. Even you're on the globe, you're supposed to be falling down. You're still seeing it ramp up. Even when you're looking down a flat hallway.
How I can?
Yeah, sorry. Even when you're looking down a flat hallway, you know it's flat.
Please, I have a question.
Yeah. You can ask the question.
Can I ask you about flat Earth?
Yes.
Why is flat Earth?
It's because it's measured flat, and
because it has to be.
All of the supposed evidence for the globe Earth is actually either fallacies or misconceptions. It doesn't have any validity to it, and so the globe is just a belief system, not actually what you experience. You live in the world, you experience the world as flat and stationary. That's how you operate in it. That's how we build everything in it. That's how everything works. But then you believe it's a globe beyond that. That's a belief system, like a religion.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
So back to what I was talking about, perspective collapse. And so when you look down a flat engineered hallway, the ceiling and the floor are equal distance away from each other. It's flat. But when you look down the hallway, the floor appears to rise up, the ceiling appears to collapse down, the walls collapse together into this vanishing point. This is the vanishing point of your vision caused by the diffraction limit of your eye. And so this is how optics work. We have a limit to our vision based on this diffraction limit, how big the aperture of your eye is. And so that's the limit of our vision, the horizon. However, that gets modified slightly by refraction. And the Globers want to believe that refraction allows you to see forever beyond the globe, but that doesn't actually work. That if that were happening, we would have effects. We would be able to quantify how much refraction is happening because of that, and we would see separation of wavelengths as a consequence. We don't see that. We see the inverse. When we see further, the less refraction. When we see less, there's more refraction. That means refraction is causing ray loss, which means bottom of objects, those rays from the bottom of the objects are actually curving slightly down.
Hello guys, how are you?
Once those rays hit the surface, you lose the bottom of the object and it's unrecoverable. Compared to if you look with your eyes, you can see 3 miles away. That's because the diffraction limit of your eye, you calculate it based on that, see how far you see based on that. But if you use a bigger aperture camera, long distance camera, you can actually see boats that should have disappeared behind Earth curvature far beyond what your eyes can see. So things that disappear to your eyes can be visible in the high-powered optics. And that's because of the diffraction limit. But when those rays get lost at the bottom, you still can't recover those rays, even with better optics. And when you see conditions where there's very low refraction, we can see very, very far, like in the case with the black swan image. We can see that we can no longer distinctly distinguish the horizon because we're hitting the extinction limit of light in air. And so the horizon starts fading into this band, and you kind of need to turn up the contrast to see where the horizon is. I'll show you an image.
I know the black swan. The thing is, though, like, doesn't refraction work both ways? So it can refract downwards or upwards?
Yes, and that's what I'm telling you. When it refracts downwards, you lose the bottom of objects. Or we have the refractive effects called stooping and towering. Stooping is when an object gets compressed down and it becomes smaller. And so once it becomes too small for your eyes to discern, it becomes practically invisible. It gets compressed down into the horizon line. And so towering is the opposite effect, when light refracts upwards and you get the image stretched upwards, and you get a band of like distortion. That's towering.
It's like a superior and inferior mirage, right?
No, those are different things. Those are when there's actually a layer that allows basically the reflection of the ray, so that you can see an inverted image in the sky or in the ground where there should be no such image.
Yeah, that's an inferior mirage, isn't it?
Yeah, that's an inferior mirage when it's underneath. Yeah. When it's above, it's a superior mirage.
Yeah, if you can see things that should be hidden behind the horizon, it's a superior one.
No,
it's an inferior one. You can see basically like the sky
superior mirage is when you see an object in the air, like a ship, that's inverted, so it's upside down. It's a reflected image of the ship. That's a superior mirage. An inferior mirage is when you see the object reflected underneath the image. What you're trying to articulate is the claim of looming. They claim that objects can loom across the Earth curvature, and you can see projected images of things. However, in my optical framework, I address all of this. Looming is when the sky is being reflected, but the object is not, because of the curvature of the rays when they're hitting the temperature gradient. And so it looks like the object is flying, but what's actually happening is the surface is reflecting the sky, making the object appear to be flying, but the object is not. And so we can show this, just like with when I told you earlier, different wavelengths refract at different rates, and so if things are being refracted, we can look in different wavelengths and see this wavelength refracts less than this wavelength. So if we are seeing this because there's more refraction, the wavelength that has a more effect with refraction will show us more. The wavelength that has less effect with refraction will show us less. However, when we actually test this in reality, we find that wavelengths that supposedly have less refraction actually allow us to see further with the horizon. And so that's telling us that what's actually limiting how far we see is partially refraction, because things that refract less allow us to see further. Things that refract more are not allowing us to see further. So the globe is not being hidden by light allowing us to see around the globe, making it appear flat. It is actually flat, and light actually refracts, and that is causing the illusion that makes people assume the Earth is a globe when it isn't actually a globe.
I was doing some research into gyros again. Seems to be the topic of the year here. And so I subscribed to Google Gemini's Ultra, and I used its agentic research capability this morning. And I prompted it. I said, hey, can you find me cases where gyros were tested with and without Schuler tuning implementation, and a corresponding transport rate that's supposedly physically torquing the gyros to compensate for the curvature of the Earth. And then I went on to say something like, seeing this difference would allow us to measure the curvature of the Earth in both instances, with and without. And this thing just kind of went on this wild goose chase and kept pulling back claim after claim after claim without showing me data, without showing me actual evidence. And I further prompted it. I'm like, you're giving me claims. I want to evaluate the data. I want to see the measured angular rates. I want to see the measured errors. I want to see where this is measured. Like, why can't somebody show me a freaking video of the flywheel of a gyro remaining fixed as the housing turns when the object is rotating around the curvature of the Earth? So what I get, I can tell you what I do get. At best, I get a comparison of map coordinates. Well, you see, without Schuler tuning, we ended up over here using the globe coordinates, and we turn it on, we actually end up here using the globe coordinates. And because Earth is a globe, then then we can back calculate the rotation by this amount. And another instance, oh, there's so much noise, okay? We've got all these gyroscope errors. So like, to borrow what Alpha said the other day, like looking at alphabet soup, we pick out the words from the alphabet soup because that's how much Earth curvature rotation was expected according to WGS 84. That's what I get. I don't get actual physical measurements. I don't get controls for all these variables, for all the excess noise. There's none of that. And the R value that is used in Schuler tuning systems is derived from a reference ellipsoid. The old ones were from the Bessel. Before Apollo, when they were first experimenting with INS systems. The R value they got was from the Bessel ellipsoid. Isn't that crazy? New ones use WGS84 and then add all the undulations from the geoid into the software. So it goes back to what I've been saying, guys, is the INS has one job to do, and that is to put your airplane, your boat, whatever, to put that somewhere on a spherical coordinate reference system at all costs. And however they have to get to that, they'll get to that.
So you're saying that it references the Bezel model?
Yeah, the first inertial navigation systems using gyros. The story goes is that V2 rockets had a problem because of the curvature of the Earth and reaching their target accurately. And as soon as they started pre-programming the curvature of the Earth into their ballistic trajectories, they were able to reach their targets more accurately. That's the lore. That is the lore. I'm still trying to find the actual test data of this. Can't find it anywhere. And somewhere along the line, post World War II, before the Apollo missions, I forgot the guy's name. It's a famous engineer, invented a gyro-based inertial navigation system. And it was so full of errors that in order for him to calibrate it while it's being used, he actually incorporated a star tracker. So they basically took early computers and packed them into an airplane to control the gyro. And then they used a star tracker to track where the sun was in order to provide a known reference point. And they also packed in accelerometers, which are basically pendulous vanes, so that they'd have a down vector. But the thing was notoriously noisy. And over time, they started to get this thing programmed such that it could put the airplane onto a coordinate reference system using all the sensors. Eventually, these things got smaller. And the Apollo program, I think, was the first to use optical gyros for the moon mission. And then after that, all hell broke loose, and the whole aerospace defense field went into a frenzy. But going back a bit, one of the first projects by NASA was Project Spire, SPIRE, where they were testing these inertial navigation gyros, these systems. And it was like a top secret project back in the day. And this is the origin of the opacity in avionics. Because hey, if bad guys could get their hands on really good gyros, they might be able to produce accurate ballistics tables to improve their accuracy of long-range intercontinental ballistic missile launches, or even shorter medium range. What the hell? Throw it all in there. Or any kind of long-range or at-range weapons system they can improve the accuracy of. But fast forward to today, and I'm pulling up reports, pulling up papers from like the U.S. Naval Postgraduate School, where they're like, yeah, so we're actually using local tangent planes now to improve accuracy. we use global coordinates to kind of get A to B in a general location, but when we need precision, we actually need to switch to local tangent plane coordinates using DGPS. Totally serious. It's kind of funny how we've come full circle in so many ways.
I remember this was a long time ago. I don't know if it was a documentary or where I saw this. It could have been television. They were giving an award to some guy for inventing the mathematics on which a inertial guidance system relies. And they're basically crediting them with a guidance system for intercontinental ballistic missiles, to make a long story short. And he had invented the formulas in order to make that possible, and that they were super classified. So he was an old guy, obviously, and they were giving him some plaque or something, and what he did for, it could have been like the Presidential Medal of Honor or something like that. Because I guess it was like a hard problem to solve back in the day or something. I mean, with side rolls, freaking every problem's hard to solve. But Yoder, I don't know if you guys heard me talking about I don't know if you guys are listening last night to me and Dre's talking about sunsets.
Briefly, yeah, I couldn't tune in.
3,959 mile mirror ball, right? So
yeah,
the difference in the sunset, the difference in the size of the sun when the sun is touching the horizon would be about, I think it said 12%, but that was at 6 feet. If you're at 69 meters, which is about 220 feet, when you saw the sun touch the horizon, you wouldn't be able to see its reflection. There'd be no reflecting surface. So it's basically you'd have a path, you'd have an optical path to the sun, but the point that would have to be the angle that would reflect to your eye, that does not, that place, which is 30 miles away or whatever, that does not have an optical path to the sun.
Yeah, that's right. Because it's on the backside of the curve from the sun.
Yes, exactly. So this is actually a test that could, if I spoke Spanish, we do got someone that speaks Spanish. Hola, Avi. Because they give tours, and part of some of the people that do the tours down there, they do like drone shit. We just get down, we just like, hey, bro, find a 37-mile stretch. We need a water horizon. We need you to pick the drone up 69 meters at sunset and just film like the last 5 minutes of sunset till the sun is completely gone.
That's brilliant. That's the kind of proposal that Dr. Shiva needed to hear a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, no doubt.
Not this INS, complicated mousetrap. Or ILS rather. The ILS, great idea. Okay, yeah, you got narrow beam radars. You got narrow radar beams over like 80 miles. Cool, but something tangible and something explainable and understandable by the common man is what's needed here.
I think it's understandable, but I don't think it's like doable. I mean, you can do it, yeah, but I just think that it's too convoluted for like what the purpose. I guess my envision of what the purpose would be is something simple. Nothing like we need to go get an airplane, we need to get a freaking electronic distance measurement system, and you know what I mean? That's like fucking. It's too technology laden. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the ILS is, but the drone thing I think is great. Particularly if you can see
you don't even technically need a drone because there's mountains outside of the salt flats themselves.
Oh,
so you could just go to the far eastern side of the salt flats, climb some of the hills over there, and just look west and wait. It's 86 miles across that way. It's an 86 mile stretch. So from 800 feet, the horizon's 37 miles away on the globe. So that's an 87-mile stretch. You ain't gonna say, well, it's mountains in the way or any other thing.
Bonus if you could have an observer on the ground 37 miles away from the mountains with like a infrared camera and zoom in on the base of the mountain at the same time.
So I came with a different answer than ChatGPT or Gemini. I used the Gemini 3.0. It seems like I only did it for this, so I don't know if you got a chance to fiddle with it.
A bit.
People on the internet are hyping it. Well, people on YouTube are hyping it, but they're the channels that hype any freaking thing that comes around because they're trying to get clicks.
I'm not convinced it's that great right now.
So Indio, if 24/7 is going to be branded, wouldn't it be good to start like putting together like an interview crew like to actually start doing what I was saying, like envisioning getting a few people that are elected to go interview some folks and to have this discussion kind of more openly, like with I don't know, top officials of whoever that we choose. And then you got that, and then you got like the observation crew that goes out and does tests. Like, you know what I mean? I think if we start doing those kinds of things, it's a signal that the 24/7 is not just a brand, but it's a movement. It's like people are gonna want to join in and take part of it. So I don't know, man. I think that it can be a lot bigger than what we imagine it being, but we do have to come together and like start formalizing in some way.
Yeah.
Because I think we're better. We're better than what we've like, dude. I'm telling you, like Glowbusters and all that. Like, we're way past those guys.
Oh, they were left in the dust a long time ago. I mean, we're horrible self-promoters. That's our problem.
Yeah, that's what it is, dude.
We need a fucking marketing team.
Yeah. Yeah, because if you're opening up the server that way, that's just a signal of like, okay, now it's go time. We're gonna have to start getting out on social media. Like it's a different take.
Well,
we're doing it our way. Not like
as far as like the discoverable server thing. So I looked yesterday, and type in flat Earth, you get 3 servers. One is feminist flat Earth server. You don't have to take that seriously. Then there's something flat Earth Discord, maybe, and there's like 3,000 people. But there's one called the official flat Earth server. That's got like 13,000 people, which is like 2,000 more people than when we talked about it. Like those motherfuckers are not overtaking us, dude. Hell no. Because people are getting those I'm banned from that one of those servers.
What have you guys been thinking critically about today?
how to maximize gains at the gym.
Okay. Any confirmation of mass attracts mass at the gym?
I have no evidence of mass attracting mass at the gym. All the weights would be touching each other then.
Well, next time, rent a gravimeter, bring it to the gym, and put more mass underneath it. See what happens.
Where can I get a gravimeter at?
You can rent one at a construction rental, but that's the more sophisticated rental places for like oil industry and stuff like that.
Wait, and it measures gravity?
No, it measures acceleration.
Due to gravity?
I don't know, due to what? Due to the mass being placed underneath.
So if I was to increase my elevation above the surface, like if I take a reading or like if I place it on the ground and then I move it up, it should read more acceleration because there's more mass of gas underneath it, right?
Well, you'll have to find out.
Wait, no one's done it yet?
People have, but we don't look at what other people do.
Well, I'm just curious what the readings have been so far. I mean, I don't have a gravimeter to be able to say that they would or would not read more or less.
Let's think critically what the prediction of the statement mass attracts mass would be, right?
Okay.
So I like it that you said the mass of the gases, right? Well, let's say the gravimeter is resting on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
Would the mass of all the air above it attract it upwards?
Yeah, there should be some pull, yeah. If mass attracting mass is true, yeah.
Good critical thinking so far. So the resulting vector of acceleration that the gravimeter measures, that's the only thing it measures, would be the mass below attracting it downwards and the mass above attracting it upwards, right?
So
is it measuring mass?
In some sense, yeah. So then, it's actually, a gravimeter is just a fancy spring scales. I mean, some of them are electromagnetic and they suspend objects in electromagnetic fields, the super precise ones. But in the end, it's the equivalent of a spring scales. So,
hold on. Does it measure mass in free fall, like in zero gravity?
I don't think so. I didn't say gravity, so I'm not worried about gravity right now. Or free fall. Just saying that that's what it measures. So then, if the mass of the gas is above is pulling it up, and the mass of, let's say, the Earth is pulling it down, then when we elevate that gravimeter, there will be more stuff below than there was before.
Yeah. So it would read? So that's what you're saying, it would read, would there be more mass being pulled down?
Let's think critically. We also know that the change in the rate of acceleration that gravimeter measures is a function of two things. One, the mass. Two, the square of the distance from that mass. So now the question becomes, is the addition of the air, the mass of air below, does that have greater impact than the increase in the distance from the mass in the ground? If the mass, I would propose that if the mass in the ground is much greater, then the increase in distance will result in a decrease in acceleration, even though there's more air mass. It will just overpower that. That'd be my guess.
So even though there's more mass, there's less acceleration from mass attracting mass, is what you're saying.
Yes, because it's a function of mass and the square of a distance. So a big impact, right?
Wait, I thought you said mass attracts mass. So if there's more mass, why would there be less acceleration?
Right. So mass attracts mass is the correct statement would be mass attracts mass inversely proportional to the square of the distance between the masses.
I'd like to do this in free fall so that you can set up a controlled environment.
Yeah, you should totally do that.
Wait, I can do this.
See how easy it is to think critically?
First thing, if I did this with like an empty propane tank, I could place it underneath your gravimeter. I could pressurize
the tank with more gas, and it would create more acceleration in the gravimeter. Is what you're saying?
Absolutely. Yes, absolutely.
Like, can you show me where this has been done?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Okay. So this is all just based off of like
Critical
the
thinking.
presupposition that mass
Yeah.
attracting mass is true.
Well, that we know. Who is snoring, you guys?
Yeah, I'm gonna save him the embarrassment. I'm just gonna mute him. Hey, Midnight, if you actually are there, just type in the side chat, bro. I'll mute you. I think knocked out. Yeah, I mean, I would like to see this validated somewhere if possible. When I know you're just saying, like, if this is true, then this would happen. It's like if I was to say, if Superman was real and he was to fly in the opposite direction of the Earth's rotation, then he could hypothetically reverse the spin of the Earth in the opposite direction. He's supposing Superman in the first instance.
Well, that's just because you don't know what I know, but that's yes.
Yeah, but would Superman actually make time go backwards, or would he just make the Earth spin backwards but time progress?
Presupposing Superman's real, I would say that maybe if you could spin the Earth in the opposite direction, faster than the speed of light, maybe. Well, I wonder if Santa Claus could do the same thing, actually, considering the speed that he'd have to be moving to travel to each house on Earth in the span of one night. I could probably do it too.
Yo. Archangel, can you turn your camera off, please? It limits the room, dude. You know this. Thank you.
How does he do that every time? Weird, like he just wants to be seen. Oh, what's up, Pantheos? How you doing, bro?
I'm doing all right. How you doing?
Chilling, bro.
Yeah, I was on here like an hour ago. I don't know who it was. Someone sent me these videos of that Red Bull guy, the guy that jumped off 28,000 feet.
28,000?
Yeah.
I think it was 100.
Sorry?
I think it might have been over 100,000 feet.
100,000 feet.
Yeah,
was it 28,000?
No, that's lower than a commercial aircraft.
All right, now, hang on a minute. So you're assuming it's 100,000? That's like how many miles is that? Like that's like a lot, right? That's like 100 miles or something.
I'm not sure of the exact number. Let me get it for you.
What do you see like when you're 100,000 feet in the air? What do you see? Do you see like what do you see? Flat or curvature? What is it?
So I've never been there.
It was 128,000 feet.
Yeah, because I mean, I watched it. I did. That guy Felix, and then some other guy sent me Neil deGrasse Tyson video saying that it's flat, something like that. I mean, I didn't know what it was on about, but yeah, I watched it. I analyzed it, but it's a curvature, bruv. It's a curvature. I mean, I watched it, and I'm pretty sure there's a curvature there. I'm just saying, I mean, like I watched it 2 times. I saw curvature.
Which camera?
It was the GoPro. You know, do you remember that one? You know, the Red Bull one, and the man jumped out.
I know what you're talking about. I'm just talking about which camera view are you talking about? You're talking about the one with the GoPro, right? What about the one that's inside the capsule? The camera from inside the capsule shows a flat horizon, but the GoPro shows a curved horizon. So which one's true?
I mean, there's a couple of them, isn't there? Like, how many cameras were there? Like 2 or 3 of them? I mean,
at the moment, I'm just pointing out that we've got a stark difference with 2 cameras, one on the gondola, one outside the gondola, showing 2 different horizons, one flat, one curved. Now, if somebody sent you the video of Neil deGrasse Tyson, you turn around, I ain't got a clue what he was talking about. He was talking about being as high as the International Space Station and Felix Baumgartner and what you would perceive of the curvature of the Earth. He isn't high enough to perceive that amount of curvature that was seen in the GoPro camera. That's what he was on about.
Yeah, it was that. Yeah, but I mean, he never said it was flat, did he? I mean, there was a 20-second short YouTube video mentioning it was.
I'll go and get the video. He said that stuff is flat. To quote him directly.
All right, can you put it up? All right, okay. So I remember seeing that as well. It was a 20-second video of him saying that, but I think there's more content to it.
Sorry, so you do remember him saying that stuff is flat then?
Yeah, but I mean, but on lower altitudes, you see it as flat. But the higher you get, it curves. I'm pretty sure I said that.
He was talking about Felix Baumgartner's jump, specifically that instant, saying that he shouldn't been able to have seen the curvature from that altitude. He has to be higher, if not further, than the International Space Station, because he's only perceiving about 3% of the surface of the Earth. From that vantage point, that stuff is flat. So just to put everything into context for you, mate.
Yeah, all right. Okay, I know where you're getting at here, right?
Good.
Look, I mean, I listen to Neil deGrasse Tyson a lot, right? I listen to a lot. I mean, it's quite complicated, the stuff that he says. I'm not like a scientist or anything, but he said from a high altitude, you don't see the curvature with your naked eye. That's what he said, right?
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, our perception is limited, isn't it? Human perception with limited altitude, it doesn't mean a curvature detector.
With a wider angle of view. You brought it up, dude. It's the GoPro camera. You must understand that if you want a wider angle of view, you're going to curve horizontal lines. Which is what a GoPro does. You know this.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so like, look, the fisheye thing, right? Yeah.
Dude, this is why I put up the different cameras. The one inside the gondola shows a horizontal flat horizon, but the GoPro camera shows a curved horizon. So just in that instance, dude, which one's true? The flat one or the curved one?
The GoPro one. I mean, I'm going to have to go for the GoPro one.
Horizontal line, so you get a wider field of view.
Well, yeah, I mean, I did. Which one's the other one? The gondola, you said?
Like, dude, I'm trying to lay this down logically. Now you're coming to these conclusions. It's fucking, I don't know. You've got Neil deGrasse Tyson telling you that you shouldn't see, Felix Baumgartner wouldn't be able to perceive the curvature of the Earth. I've given you 2 camera angles from the same fucking thing that shows a horizontal line and a curved line. We understand that GoPro cameras curve horizontal lines, and you're still spluttering. What?
Yeah, but have you got a video of the other one? Not the GoPro one, but the other one. Have you got? Which one is it? Did you put it on the side chat?
I'll go and find it for you.
Okay. All right, no rush, Jedi. No rush. No, but I'm a truth seeker, bro. I mean, I'm looking for the truth, man.
Really? I've just pointed out a contradiction to you, and it should leave you in a conclusion. Well, you don't know then. Because you're already relying on other sources, and the other sources are contradicting themselves. Right, Truth Seeker?
If you can't see curvature from 24 miles up, dude. If you can't see curvature from 24 miles up, what makes anyone think that they see curvature at the beach or from an airplane and so on and so forth?
Yeah, I mean, you can't see it from the beach because our perception is limited, isn't it? Like, we obviously can't see it. our eyes are not that. I mean, we're not psychics, are we? I mean, we can't see that, can we? Yeah.
Not
Right. So
psychic.
what evidence do people have to believe in a globe in the first place if nobody's ever seen any evidence of curvature for like all of human history?
Do you believe that Neil Armstrong went to the moon?
Why are you asking a different question, dude? That's a different question.
Simple question. But, I mean, okay, but what I'm trying to say, the higher you go, I mean, the more obvious it is, isn't it?
How 24 miles is still not obvious enough, is it?
No, that's obvious. I mean, yeah, if you're going to go 8. I mean, I'm pretty sure Felix did see the curvature. I mean, like, he was high, you know, like he was really not as high as I am right now, but he was high.
Sorry, when you say he saw the curvature, what, with his own eyes, or the curvature that we see with the GoPro camera, or the horizon that we see with the other vantage point from the gondola inside the capsule? What do you mean with his own eyes?
I mean, yeah, I don't want to go circular, but I'm pretty sure with his own eyes he did see the curvature because he was 18,000 feet in the air, wasn't he?
Yeah, but Neil deGrasse Tyson would tell us that from that altitude, that stuff is flat. With our own perception.
Yeah, but you did mention that. I watched the video myself, I did, but I mean, was that the whole content? Have you got like a full video of it? Because I mean, pretty sure that was just cut off from somewhere. I mean,
No. He said, I quote, "You don't see the curvature of the Earth. That stuff is flat."
From a low altitude, yeah. Obviously, it looks flat.
That's what he's referencing, Felix Baumgartner. That's why he's talking about the curvature of the Earth. From that altitude, my God.
Are you sure he wasn't being sarcastic?
Yeah.
I mean, look, think about it, Jedi. I mean, like, it might have been sarcastic. I mean, like...
The science communicator who's trying to communicate science, just so everybody is clear, is going to use sarcasm. He's American. Don't get sarcasm.
Yeah, he wasn't sarcastic at all. Listen, when you actually work out the geometry of what the Earth should be if it's a globe, and how much curvature should be present and available to your eyes from all different heights, including 24 miles, you arrive at the same conclusion that there's not enough. If Earth is a globe, there shouldn't be enough curvature for your eyes to perceive, period.
Yeah. Oh, I agree up to a certain amount, but I mean, Neil deGrasse, he did also mention that, you know, satellites only work on a curved Earth and stuff like that. You know, like the globe, what the globe people say. You know, I've seen his I need to look into it, which one it is, but I'm pretty sure in some of his podcasts he did mention that the Earth is up.
We're not saying he's a flat earther.
We use him as a hostile.
Exactly. Yeah. He's not a flat earther. Yeah, he's not. Yeah, he definitely is not a flat earther. Yeah.
In this instance, we're using him as a hostile witness. He says, who's a science communicator, he believes the Earth is a ball. From the altitude of Felix Baumgartner, that stuff is flat. That's a globe earther, science communicator. A hostile witness in this point. Somebody on your side who tells you what to believe.
I need more evidence, my G. I need more evidence. I need to look into it more. I need more evidence. The math isn't working out, bruv. I'm trying my best, but I swear I'm trying my best. It's not working out.
What math?
Don't you believe in mathematics now?
No, I'm asking you what math isn't working out.
Because the higher you go, the more it curves.
You're saying it's not working out. Now you're telling me how it would work. What math isn't working out? It's what you said.
I'm just saying to you, my G. I'm just saying to you, right? The higher you go, your perception opens. It's like you go up and you see people like ants, don't you? The more high you go, the more small things become down. So then the Earth curves. It does, and you go into space.
Pantheos, I just posted in the chat the math. I worked it out on a spreadsheet.
What is that? Let me check it out. All right, what is it?
Yeah,
what is
so I'll show you the formula. So from 25 miles high, you are seeing 0.3% of the surface of the Earth. Would you expect to see curvature when you're only seeing 0.3% of a ball?
No, it's not possible.
Exactly.
No, it got to go higher.
That's how high, right, so that's how high weather balloons go, and that's how high Felix Baumgartner went.
Which one is it? Is it the weather balloon? 25,000, isn't it?
Yeah.
Real quick, you guys, are treating this guy seriously. It's Friday night.
What about the satellite? Look, you mentioned that
he's just saying random shit.
You mentioned the satellite as well on the chart, right? There's a satellite. So you believe in satellites as well? You believe that satellites can go that high then, right? Higher than the balloon?
Maybe they do.
Satellite there.
Well, yeah, I mean, I take their claim of what satellites do, and I plug in the math.
I thought you didn't believe in satellites. I thought you said it didn't go to space.
I'm testing their claims.
Yeah, but you put it in your chart, right?
Yeah, so I'm
when we go to the satellite, so all right, Master, when we go to the satellite, can we see the curvature then? What do you see in that then? 40,000. What do you see then? Oh no, 400,000. Sorry.
Well, it depends on the satellite at that height. I don't know if anybody's got any footage from that height, but if you are at that height, that's how much curvature of the Earth, if it's a globe, should be present to your available site.
Bingo. And I'm pretty sure people have gone that high.
Really? What, in the satellite? What the fuck? Who's gone that high, dude? You're talking about people who went to the moon?
I told you, bro. Neil Armstrong.
Neil Armstrong. Okay.
Yeah, in the 60s. Yeah.
How did they know how high the moon is?
Oh, the thing, light speed, takes about, 8 seconds it does, doesn't it, for Earth to go to the moon, doesn't it? The laser
No, it doesn't.
No.
Okay.
No, that's the
How
telling you guys,
long does
this
it
guy
take
is
for this?
drunk and he's just trolling.
I'm not Peter. I'm not drunk. Don't drink. I've been sober for about 5 years now.
Yeah, 5 minutes maybe.
Except for weekend?
Oh, no, man, I'm serious, bro. I'm sober, bro. I'm serious, man.
This is you not being drunk, then. Fuck.
Yeah, that doesn't help you. That doesn't help your case.
Yeah, do yourself a favor and stay sober then.
I mean, all jokes aside, right? I mean, look, I believe in the moon landing and stuff like that. I mean, I come on, man.
You're a patriotic American.
Patriotic American.
Go Trump, right?
Moon landing.
First of all, the moon has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. So why do you even bring that up?
Right, Peter, let me ask you a question then. How long does it take for the sun to hit the Earth?
Like crash into it?
Like prediction is 5 billion years, I think is the prediction.
It takes 5 billion years for sunlight to hit Earth.
Oh, sunlight.
No, you said the sun. Like the prediction is that the sun will expand. The global prediction is the sun will expand and engulf the Earth. I think I might be guessing, but around 5 billion years from now.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I think. Yeah. So you're a psychic. You can see the future. Yeah. All right. So yeah. All right. But I mean, like the sunlight. I mean, like how long does it take for the sunlight to hit Earth?
8 minutes. I'm educating you on your own model. 8 minutes.
Great. So if I get like a big laser and if I push it towards the moon, how long will it take for it to hit the moon?
1.3 seconds.
Oh, that's how long. That's how you find the distance to it, right, Peter?
Yes, I'm not in disagreement with that. You just said it's like 8 seconds or something. You don't even know your own model. So this here is an advanced flat Earth discussion server. So when you come here, you gotta at least know your own model. And still, you're not gonna prove the globe, but you need to know your own model at least. You're nice and sussed up, Gov. So you're just not in the position to have a serious conversation, especially with people like Jedi.
Okay, Mr. Smarty Pants, I apologise for getting a few seconds off. Not to be sarcastic with me. You're so smart, you know everything, don't you, Peter?
I mean, few seconds, you overestimated it by a factor of 8.
I gave an average approximate. I gave an approximately. I didn't know it off by heart, right?
All right.
I
Your
swear,
thinking
man.
was
People
in the
like
right
you, bro. I swear, bro.
They use
You think
time.
know everything, bro.
Again, this is an advanced server.
Oh, come
advanced
on, bro. What's
community.
wrong with you,
This is
man?
not like
So cringy, bro.
Earth Shape 101. Learn the basics. This is you got serious argument. Let's go. Otherwise, just sit there.
Such a nerd, bro. I swear, man.
Yes, I am a Shape of the Earth nerd. Yes.
It's so much fun. And Peter, it warms my heart that you get it finally. Welcome to Flat Earth.
I've always been here.
That's right.
Well, you found your community. Enjoy.
You've been here too, Pantheos. You've been here on Flat Earth the whole time.
I have. I'm even in the server myself. I listen to you guys a lot. But maybe I got a few seconds mixed up. I apologize for that, Peter. Please forgive me. I know you know everything. I know you're so smart. Yes, please forgive me. But
Do you listen to us a lot?
You're forgiven. You're forgiven.
You do realize that, don't you?
Do you listen to us a lot?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
every now and then. Yeah, I go.
Okay.
Yeah.
So why do we say the Earth is flat?
I mean, I don't know, Jedi. You come up with all sorts of stuff, man. I mean, one day you say this, and one day you say that. I mean, a bit all over the place. I'm not here to mix the soup. Don't get me wrong, right? But
Who's your favorite flat earther?
My favorite flat earther?
Yeah, do you have
all
a
of you
favorite?
guys. All of you guys. I love you all.
Okay, well, who's the most annoying flat earther? How about that?
Oh, the most annoying one? I'm gonna have to go for. Let's see. I think Peter. Yeah, I'm gonna have to go for Peter.
Oh,
yeah.
Peter, I'm sorry.
Yeah. He's the annoying one because he's Mr. Smarty Pants. He thinks he knows everything. Yeah.
Well, think about it. I'm annoying because I'm triggering his cognitive dissonance, so I take that as a compliment.
Oh, are you a psychologist now? Oh, you must be so smart. Can you please give me a therapy lesson? Come on, bruv. I haven't got money to go to a therapist. You're so smart.
The right amount. Can you string the right words in context to form a conductive sentence? You just seem to pick random words and cobble them together.
I can.
Give you a therapy. I'll give you a therapy session for free in 15 seconds, which is less than it took you to ask me to give you the therapy session. So here it comes.
But what?
Just can you shush it for 50? I promise to time box it to 15 seconds. So just put a stopwatch on, and I'll tell you when to click it. Click it now. Here it comes. Go outside, look around. The Earth is flat. You observe it as flat. Deal with it. Actually, it was less than 15 seconds.
Thank you for that. But what you're doing right now isn't evaluating evidence, it's confirmation bias. You've already decided the conclusion.
We evaluated all the evidence
interpreting
with people
everything to
way
fit it.
more knowledgeable than you on the topic. So we're just telling you what we already know, and take it or leave it. If you want to confront us on it, be precise, be to the point. Don't just say, ooh, maths doesn't add up. Dude asks you, what maths? Well, it shouldn't be that way. Okay, what maths? I don't know. Yeah, that's your argument.
I wouldn't say that's my argument, but your belief isn't being challenged. Your identity is, and that's why you're defending an interpretation instead of a quote.
Audience. That's how you sound. It sounds like this. Maths doesn't add up. Okay, show us. Well, it shouldn't be. I don't think it works that way. That's your argument. Bro, I
didn't even give a full argument.
You didn't. You just said, well, I thought about it, and something doesn't add up.
Hey, Peter, got a question for you. Does math attract math?
Yes, it does. Math actually generates more math. So in some sense, math attracts math.
Math attracts math.
You're Stark, my cup, bruv. I want to have a little chat with Stark. I was gone all quiet.
Seriously, no offense, bro, but you're a little bit of a waste of time, not because we're hating on you, but because you come in here with actually you don't even have the basics about your own model. What can we tell you? Like, you're gonna have these very high level responses, like, oh, it doesn't make sense. We're beyond that level. Okay, so no offense.
What are you? Are you God or something? What do you mean,
right?
Peter? What are you on
You're in
about?
the Premier. I'll explain it to you. You're in Premier League. You should be in that. What is that? There's Division 1, Division 2, Division 3. Then you guys have some kind of local, amateur clubs. That's the level you're in, and it's actually it's good, right? Those guys can play soccer or football, as you would say, but they cannot show up and face Arsenal, right? So that's the way it is. Don't worry about it. You're still a good player.
Yeah, but when you start to status shame, right? The thing is, Peter, when you start status shaming, it means that you've run out of content, and your belief is under cognitive threat. So your
Basing it on
ego.
your performance. This is I have assessed your performance, and unfortunately, you're not the only one. We get baby glurfs here every 5 minutes. They come in.
Yeah, but
and
I
they're
mean,
like,
what's your major anyway? I mean, what have you studied, Peter? Like, what's your major? Like, what are you anyway? Are you? And I know you're delusional, yeah, but I mean, what are you supposed to be exactly? Like, are you? What did you study? What's your major? Tell me that. I'm not going to bully you, I promise.
Okay, but why does that matter?
It does matter because the way that you're speaking is very horrible. It's not normal. That's why there's something wrong with you.
And my major, that's just me being an asshole. How does that my major...
Well, I know you're an asshole, yes. But the thing is, you don't know how to have a conversation. That's your problem. You don't know me. I don't know you. Like, what's your issue?
This is the internet, man. It's nobody knows anybody. This is all just random people. And here, at least,
it is. I agree with you, but calling me low level isn't a rebuttal. It's avoidance strategy. Because when reasoning fails, your ego reaches for hierarchy.
I've been
listening. So you are a low
Drop the evidence of the Earth into the side chat, and we'll discuss.
I mean, there are other Globers that come in here that perform much better than you and in a more engaging way and actually engage on more facts. And, we still don't believe
got no emotions, Peter. That's just it. You've got no emotions.
You're just bored.
Yeah, I mean, you're horrible. You're a horrible person.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Evidence of the Earth, please. Thanks. What is your claim?
Not at the moment. I'm just listening in at the moment.
Well, I'm listening to you cry, and I would like to get back on topic because you don't want to talk.
Yeah, let's get back on topic.
Because apparently, talking about people and their emotions is, proof that you don't have content. Please, you're here to help us make content. What is your evidence of the Earth?
My claim is simple, all right? I mean, I came an hour ago, mentioned it before Peter tried to put me down, right? Gravity, all right? Because, look, I just want to know more about it. I want to know your perspective as well. I come in peace. But people like Peter tried to put me down, right? It's a low life. Anyway, look, my claim is very simple, right? Gravity it's a theory, it is, yeah, but at least it's measured, it's repeatable, and in my opinion, it's our best current explanation that mass energy curve space-time, right? I mean, you don't have to like the explanation, but the predictions work.
All right, so does gravity cause things to be flat or sphere?
I mean, sphere. Yeah, sphere. Yeah, gravity. Yeah,
Hold on. Can I ask him? Are you sure?
Water's on the Earth. Hang on.
No. Don't
water
worry
is
about
on the Earth.
water.
I'm going to let him have his gravity. I don't care to argue about the gravity,
Hello,
right?
Puccini, my dear. How are
You
you?
have gravity.
But he's
You
wrong
have a
about his
sphere.
own model.
You have water on the sphere.
Hello.
Now the water's
Puccini, everyone.
causing, or the gravity's causing the water to actually conform to the shape of the sphere. Now, can you tell me how to measure the curvature of the Earth?
I mean, I personally don't know how to measure it myself. I've never measured it myself, but I mean, according to like my research and what I know, like when you look at like huge celestial objects like the moon or something, they're all spherical, even though no one's actually touched it, according to you. But you measure the Earth by measuring how the horizon, how it drops with distance. So the higher you go, that's what I was mentioning about that Red Bull guy, Felix, before, right? The higher you go, the more you see. I mean, I don't know the specific measurements. I mean, Peter did have a go at me.
I hear you came back after watching those videos, and I'm the one who brought up Felix. It's flat.
There we go. How you doing, bro? Nice to see you, man. Yeah.
Like Neil deGrasse Tyson said, it's flat, didn't he?
Yeah, I watched it, Professor.
Yes,
Look, I watched it.
Welcome to Flat Earth. You're the new Flat Earther. Remember, you said we give you the videos, you'll go watch them and be a Flat Earther.
Yes, I watched it, but I'm still skeptical. Triangle, look, I'm still skeptical. I am. Like, I mean, I did watch the video and all that, but I mean, I'm just saying, like, stars, right? For example, stars, right? They shift the position depending on the latitude or the longitude, whatever, and the season, right? It only works from curved Earth. It does, and
that only works from a flat surface. Yeah, you can only measure that from a flat surface. You actually can't take any angles from a curved surface. So whoever told you could needs their teaching license taken away.
Okay, this is just my education, I guess. I mean, maybe I'm not on like your level, like, or Peter's level, let's say, the very smart person, the Peter that knows everything. Maybe I'm not on his level, but I mean, I believe that your statement is actually false because you can measure angles on curved surfaces. That's a geometric, yeah.
Please describe the method that you would take in order to get an angle measurement to a light in the sky.
Well, I mean, I can't just get a ruler and do it. I mean, you measure the curvature.
Angle to a light in the sky. That you're right. You wouldn't do that.
Yeah, you use a stick, like not like a literal stick. Like use a thing. How do you pronounce it? Gnomon. A gnomon. Yeah.
All right. What do I do with the stick to get an angle measurement to the light in the sky?
All right, so you measure the sun's angle, all right, at the same time of the day. Sorry?
Okay. I thought we was talking about stars. Okay, so I have a stick. I have the sun in the sky. What do I do now?
All right, great. So now you got the stick, and so I'm gonna go step by step, right? 2 sticks, all right, at the same length. The sticks are gonna be the same length, all right. So you level the ground surface, the north and the south. Like
I thought you said I didn't need a flat Earth. Why am I having to level the ground now?
You have to level the ground, you do, because it needs to be like the same length. Like the 2 sticks need to be like the same length, all right? So
it sounds like
you tape.
What Mr. Angle was talking about, how you need a flat Earth, and you're like, no, you don't need a flat Earth. You just need to level it.
Well, I mean, yes, you need to level. Yes, you need to level it out. You need to ground it. Like put 2. Like just imagine, right? 2. Have you got 2 sticks?
I don't have 2
sticks. We go step by step. Okay, just imagine it. Like just close your eyes, right? Close your eyes and listen, right? Right. So you get 2 sticks, broom handles, and they need to be the same length, and you ground the surface at each location. You get a tape measure, right? For stick height and for the shadow length, and then you need to have a friend like somewhere else in like a city, like either north or south, like maybe like 300, 400 miles apart or something, and then you Yeah, you put the stick on the flat ground. You use a plumb line. You know what a plumb
There you
line is,
go.
right?
There you go. You're accusing everybody of using a flat Earth again. You cannot use a plumb line on a ball, and you can't make an angle to something in the sky from the surface of a ball. That's why you got to keep flattening everything out.
Hold on, why can we not use a plumb line on a hypothetical ball?
Because you don't have it. Where's the plumb line going to point to, Peter, the smart guy?
Well, in the globe model, to the center of the globe.
No, yeah, but you don't have any center.
All right, he's got a plumb line. He's made a plumb line fall to the ground. Now what? What's next?
Yeah, okay, but this plumb line, it works on any surface, all right? So flat, curved, it works on any surface, right? It doesn't care if the ground is flat or curved. It aligns with, what does it align with? Tell me. Gravity, all right? Yeah.
Okay, perfect vertical. Cool. Now we have vertical. What's next?
Okay, so now, you got, okay, so you got the sticks. So now we got a measure from the thing, the sun, right? So what we're gonna do at two different locations, your friend, let's say, is in the north and you're in the south, and you use the stick and you measure the shadow angle relative to vertical. Now, how do you do that? I'm not a scientist, okay? Like, this is not my major in this, but I'm sure you have the coordinates for this, because I mean, I don't know it off by heart. I'm not gonna lie. But I'm sure Peter will know, because Peter's really smart. Maybe we can get some advice from Peter, maybe. Peter, could you tell us, please, the exact maths on this? Because, you know, you're so smart.
Yes, I could. And I will. So first of all, you don't need a friend. You could just measure these two locations yourself 1 year after another, right? Same day of the solar year. Second of all, yes, you put the stick in the ground. I will explain the Eratosthenes argument, right? You put the stick in the ground, you measure the angle of the shadow, and then you draw, on a sphere, you draw the relationship between the arc. So the distance between the two cities is the arc length, right, over the sphere. You have the difference in the angles, and from this you calculate the radius. Like there's a cosine.
And nobody ever did that. Nobody ever did that.
Sure. So the point is that
Peter, I'll just get rid of you. I'll just get rid of you when you say sure to me, because nobody's ever done that. You can't go out and do it.
Nobody has ever done that. Nobody has ever done that. But that's the argument. That's the Eratosthenes argument. Now, dude, just to show you what I meant earlier. Somebody asked you, does gravity form things into spheres? And you said yes. Can you tell me why in your own cosmology asteroids are not spherical?
Oh, well, asteroids are spherical. I mean, it depends on the shape. Like, some asteroids are spherical, some are like weird shapes and stuff like that. But they're not spherical because they don't have enough thing for it. Or is it mass? You know, they don't have enough mass for the gravity to overpower. Yeah.
Okay. Hold on.
Yeah,
just
because,
step by step. I promise. These are pointed questions. Give me pointed answers. Don't give me your entire manifesto. I know you have a manifesto. Just don't provide it.
I'm so sorry. I know you're so smart.
Okay,
I'm very sorry. Yes, please carry on, Peter. Yes.
So what do you think is the reason? So I think you're right. There's not enough mass, but like, what's the issue there? Why do we need more mass to form a sphere?
Well, I mean, that's a really good question. Because look, we need more mass because gravity is proportional to mass. Without the mass, gravity is too weak to do anything. You know.
But why is it too weak? I'm going to give you a hint. Is there something in its way?
Well, I mean, look, low mass is weak gravity, isn't it? So high mass is strong gravity. No mass is what? No gravity, right?
I understand, but low mass would still generate acceleration in your model and form a sphere. So there has to be, this is a strong hint now, there has to be some other force in the way of gravity in that situation of an asteroid. Yes?
Well, It's but but it's not God, obviously. You know, I mean, even massless particles like light, like photon, they change direction in the field. You know, like that's not the same thing as gravity.
The answer. The electromagnetic interactions between the particles forming the asteroid are strong enough to overcome the gravitational attraction. If the asteroid, I'm explaining your own model to you, if the asteroid is much bigger, then the gravity will overcome those internal structures of the asteroid. So the correct end form a sphere. That's your own model. So now, there's actually an equation that tells you how much mass of a rocky object would be required for that to happen. Now, so the correct answer to the question you were asked is sometimes gravity forms spheres and sometimes it doesn't. And it depends on the internal rigidity of the object and its mass. So if I told you that the Earth was flat, but still told you that mass attracts mass, as your own model says, I could then say the internal structure of the Earth can prevent it from forming a sphere. So that's thinking critically right here.
Okay, yes, all right, but I mean, I don't know what side you're on because you're giving my model and then you're turning it into like your own world. I think you're doing some psychological manipulation here, right? But I won't fall for that.
First of all, I'm using this opportunity to teach you your own model because, like many baby glerfs that come here, you don't even know it. Secondly, I'm trying to show you where the disagreements are and where they are not. As a flat earther, I'm telling you that the issue of mass attracts mass is not directly related to the shape of the Earth. It's not an automatic win if you said, oh, look, mass attracts mass, boom, we live on a sphere. No. There are more factors here that you would have to rule out and explain to arrive at that conclusion. And so far, nobody has.
Well, yeah, look, Peter, I know what you're doing,
I would prefer we stick to the topic of curvature so that we can identify whether the Earth is a sphere or not.
Absolutely. Let's just do that. Let's not talk about gravity unless we want to talk about gravity.
All right, exactly. Okay, so since you don't believe in gravity, we can just hop to another topic then because you did a really bad way of.
I believe in gravity. It has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth.
There's a difference between saying it's one of the inputs into the shape of the Earth and saying it has nothing to do with the shape of the Earth. It's just some of the forces that cause a mass to accelerate. So it's the sum of the forces, and it's one of the inputs.
In some sense, everything has to do with everything, right? Protons, electrons have to do with the shape of the Earth because the Earth is made of protons and electrons, like everything else. So, in some sense, everything has to do with everything. Yes, you're correct.
I think that's a disambiguation as well. I'm not saying everything has to do with everything. I'm saying that that's probably, you only need 2 or 3 input forces to derive the amount of mass you need for things to become, asymptotically approach the shape of a sphere, right? So we're not a perfect sphere. We're an oblate spheroid with higher harmonic, mass changes around the surface. That's why you get the geoid model.
Who's the goofball talking? Is that Josh? Josh, you don't know anything about math. You don't know anything about mass attracts mass. Please, don't give us a lesson.
I'm just letting you know.
All right, curvature of the Earth. Where is that measurement?
So why is it that everybody knows how gravity works, but nobody can tell us how gravity works?
We understand the effects of gravity. We don't understand the causal function. That's where you get into Higgs boson and why does mass have mass, right? We understand that there's certain materials, there's elements that are made up of different, amounts of protons, neutrons, electrons. And then if you have, a certain amount of those atoms, moles of an element or a compound, you multiply that by, a constant, which is, little g, and you can figure out what the acceleration of all of the other mass around it would be towards that, control volume of mass. And because of that, we can figure out that, because we understand, these different elements and these different volumes and different densities, we can figure out, we can normalize everything by those amounts and drive towards a little g constant. We don't know why it's that, but we know how to apply it to that. So it is a bit of a pragmatic fallacy. I agree.
One more time, avoiding the curvature of the Earth. Please, someone make another one.
That's the point of why Globers come in here. We ask them, hey, you got the curve of the Earth? Gravity. Gravity makes things into balls. I say, no, gravity makes things flat. That's why your horizon is flat.
Is the Earth flat?
Yeah, no,
it's been
that's
a long time. I have been visit this VC. Is the Earth still flat?
I was going to say, Yoder, I disagree with that because you can look at the other planets and you can derive their composition and understand their angular resolution combined with their composition.
No, you can't.
What? You just okay. So celestial spectroscopy is just out the window.
Yes, it's out the window. You can't look through air and decide that whatever's on the other side of all that air is something else.
I disagree with that assertion, but I'm glad you acknowledge the fact that you're throwing that out the window.
Yeah, still not Earth curve measurements. Talking about everything but the thing that would actually prove.
So you wanted to talk about what planets are made of when you shine a flashlight at them.
Well, you're not shining a flashlight. It's a spectrum analyzer, because when elements reflect light, or when things decay, or basically any spectral emissions, there's unique fingerprints that are one-to-one representations of the chemical compounds that it's composed of. We do it in the lab, right? It's accurate in the lab.
In a lab is different. You don't have a bunch of air you're looking through.
Oh no, you can do it across the room in a lab, right? You do the experiment in high school chemistry where you lit some stuff on fire.
You can do it farther than 250 miles. Then do it 260 miles and tell me what you get.
Oh, you can do it over any distance if you have a sensitive enough sensor and you understand the atmospheric conditions that you have to zero out for. It's kind of like noise canceling headphones.
Okay. Now, you've done some spectroscopy on an object on the Earth that's 206 miles away. At what height were these two objects when they observed each other?
Oh, you can do radar ranging on any of the planets to understand how far away they are.
Yeah, I'm talking about this thing that was done here on Earth. All right, you've looked at an object using spectroscopy on the Earth that's 200 miles away. What height were these objects? The looker and the thing that's being looked at.
This is all hypothetical. I think you misconstrued that we were discussing an actual experiment at some point along this conversation.
Yeah, and I'm trying to identify whether it can be done on the Earth, and if it's done on the Earth at 200 miles, what is the amount of curve that's between those two objects, and was curve observed, period? Because if you're at 6 foot observer height and you see 200 fucking miles away, what the fuck's going on? It's definitely not a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. If you're at 3,000 feet, 200 miles is not functional. What the fuck's going on?
Yeah, assuming there's no medium around us, correct?
So we have to assume there's no medium, so we have to do it in a vacuum chamber. Who's got a 250-mile vacuum chamber I can borrow?
Or you could just, go to a high enough vacuum or high enough altitude where there is a vacuum naturally.
No such thing.
Disagree with that assertion as well.
It's not an assertion. You made the claim. Go ahead and prove it.
No, you just made a claim that there's no such thing.
Yeah, there's not.
Okay, then I'm telling you I'm disagreeing
you're all
with
over
that assertion.
the place. You're all over the place, Glover. Stick to a point.
No. Just trying to keep things civil and understand when you're saying you're making a claim that there is no such thing. I would love evidence of that.
Yeah, prove a negative.
I point you towards the standard atmosphere from 1976 that proves that the pressure density of the atmosphere using weather balloons asymptotically approaches zero.
So does Absolute zero approaches zero. When do you hit it? At what point do you hit absolute zero?
It's not possible.
He said asymptotic, to be honest, he said asymptotically approaches zero, which means it never becomes zero, right? You know what an asymptotic
This is true.
function looks like.
There's no such thing as a perfect vacuum.
You guys are breaking up. That's why I can't hear everything. I'm driving.
Okay, he said asymptotically approaches zero, which there's an echo, which means it's never zero, but very close to it.
How do you know it's not zero? How do you know it's close to zero?
Well, I'll point you towards, once again, the external pressure sensor REL system that's on the outside of the ISS and has publicly published pressure sensor data.
They must have just put that out there recently, huh?
No, it's been published for a while. It's in my profile if you want to go read the paper.
No. Yeah, it sounds like they put that up there recently.
No, REL's been up there. I think it's since mid 2010s, early 2010s. I'll have to double check. But the primary author on the paper, if you're interested in reaching out to them, as well as the engineering unit, which you can go, test and verify that this thing works like they're claiming it works. I think it's at the University of Arizona in Phoenix.
I'm just going to go buy one and put it in my vacuum chamber and see if it works.
I'm just trying to provide you evidence.
I agree with you. I'm going to get your evidence, go buy one, put it in my vacuum chamber and see if it reads what my vacuum chamber reads.
Okay. But there's no such thing as a pure vacuum, and because of that, combining high altitude weather balloon data, you don't even have to believe in space to identify that the pressure gradient of our atmosphere as you go up in altitude.
Good afternoon, good morning,
so there is
good
a
evening,
specific altitude where once again Newton's second law, sigma F is equal to ma. There is an altitude where the pressure is low enough that the force of gravity, even if you don't believe in gravity, right? You can see that there's a downward acceleration at 9.1 meters per second square. There's an altitude where those two cancel out and you have equilibrium.
Do you guys do?
What is this conversation about even? I'm so lost.
Yeah, not the curve of the Earth. That's for sure.
No, just gas not needing a container.
Jesus, you're going to unpack this now.
So just to let everybody know, if this is your first time in this room,
topics and tangents.
We talk a lot about math and science.
Click, click, click.
It's not a very common everyday conversation. So this room can be very challenging.
I believe
for
the
some.
way we got there was someone was
But
asking
if you'd like a challenge,
if we could do long distance terrestrial observations
discuss
without the medium, and
math
they asked where we could get a vacuum chamber that is long enough to do these types of measurements. And I posited that there is a very large vacuum, just 100 kilometers up. So
yeah, but they were very specific. They said terrestrial. They meant a person standing on the ground, observing another point on the surface of the Earth over impressive distances. Can we do that without the medium? The answer, Josh, is no, we cannot.
First math question.
Saying just no, we
do
cannot
you know what
would be a much better thing, moving the conversation forward, than nerding out on fucking density gradients.
I appreciate that. I do identify as a nerd.
Well, I also identify you as a nerd, so we have that in common.
Yoder just doesn't like Cavendish, it seems, in the comment section.
Why would you talk about Cavendish in 2025 when discussing mass attracts mass?
Holy shit, dude!
If you have gravimeters, if you have superconducting gravimeters, that put Cavendish to shame.
Oh no, I agree. It's just the beginning. There's been a ton of technological advancements that you're able to get 5-10 more significant figures on small g. But it's just it's the watershed paper, so it's the one I usually refer to.
Wow. Yeah, we've never heard that before.
Oh, I understand that.
It's like today, thanks to you, we've heard about Cavendish and Eratosthenes, I believe, or was it the other guy? Sorry.
No. Yeah.
Right. Okay. So those are foundational. For moments for our VC here. What else are you going to tell us?
I don't know. I just like to listen to the conversation and sort of provide my perspective
How about curvature?
as needed.
Could you tell us something about the curvature, maybe?
From a terrestrial point of view, I don't believe it's observable.
Oh, okay. Well, when I was
or at least
problem. So, from a terrestrial point of view, you don't think to see the curvature of the Earth? I really want to be clear, right? You're meaning from left to right, not away from you. Right? The reason why the sun disappears and the reason why we can't see that boat is because of the curvature of the Earth. That will be your claim. I just want to be clear which type of curvature you're talking about.
Well, from a terrestrial point of view, I don't think that anybody in this conversation understands the properties of the medium well enough to definitively say what's causing these effects. Which is where we run into the interesting dynamic surrounding reliance solely on your five senses and direct observation of phenomena, as opposed to
what effects are you talking about, Josh? What effects are you talking about?
Oh, the effects of the medium. Looming, miraging, just light traveling through a medium.
How come on your globe Earth everything is flat?
I'm not saying everything is flat. I'm just saying that we don't understand the effects of the medium well enough to definitively have a conversation where we can convince the other party of anything.
We don't understand the medium that we shoot light through well enough to target things at distance. Like
whether or not to understand where the optical location is the same as the actual location.
What the thing that we blow up with a targeting system, the most accurate targeting systems are lasers. You're saying we don't understand how light passes through the medium when we use it all the time to, these days, protect our borders and countries and early warning systems and blow that shit up. Right? Directed energy weapons.
Do you know where the early warning systems are?
Do you understand what I'm talking about? You're saying that we don't understand the medium, but we use it all of the time. It's just a stupid claim, dude.
I disagree with that, but that's fine.
We don't understand the medium, Jedi, so we're not allowed to have airplanes anymore. Call the FAA.
Yeah, not allowed to use lasers anymore to target things at distance or to find range. Can't do that anymore.
You get the visual feedback. I'm just saying you don't understand it. You don't understand it enough to claim that the actual position is the same as the optical position, right? So with the laser, you get the feedback of the targeting.
At the speed of light targeting system.
Oh yeah, at the speed of light. Correct.
At the speed of light, blowing it up with a laser weapon. It's a targeting system, and it's also light.
Do you understand how a PID controller works? It's every single time step for the weapon system that you're guiding using a laser is using the visual feedback.
Stop talking.
I'm saying it every single time. I'm saying it is accurate, but it's due to it's a differential control system. So it's at every second, the sensor on the weapon is looking for the laser light, the feedback, and that it controls and points towards that place. And every single time step, it still does that at whatever time step the control system is tuned to. And as you get closer and closer to that object, the error due to the effects of the medium approaches zero. So it is accurate, but from that initial distance, the delta between where the laser actually is reflecting from and where it visually looks like it's reflecting from could have a decent amount of error.
Sounds like we understand the medium perfectly well.
Well, no, we just have a good control system that's able to eat through that error over time.
Target things.
I guess it sounds like we.
All right. I have a question. What about like when boats go over the horizon and like their bottoms disappear first?
You know if that's curvature or not? That's a question to you.
Yeah. No, I know that's true. I've stood at the pier by my house and watched
How did you
boats disappear.
And the next question, how did you determine that was curvature?
Well, how far away was it too? Where you stood on the pier? How far away
I
was
stood at
it?
the end of the pier.
The boats always go over at the same place, right?
Say again?
The boats always go over the curve at the same spot when you're on the pier, right?
Yeah.
How far away is that spot from where
I
you're
don't
standing?
know. I don't know how many miles. It's.
Oh, so we can't even argue the point. You don't know what you're talking about yet.
I mean, I'd have to search up how far the human eye can
No.
you.
The point was, how did you determine that it was going over the curve? And so Radwin's question was of distance. So the distance, if you understood what distance it was disappearing at, it would have been consistent with the geometric shape of the Earth being.
You said it happens at the same spot every time, and I want to know what. So you should have taken all those times that you've gone there, the hundreds and thousands of times that you've gone and done this. You should have marked where they go over on a map, and then bring that in as proof.
Well, right. I only joined because I was trying to give a good debate on why they disappear and stuff.
Well, they
don't. Yeah. So that's the thing, though.
First of all, your main problem is they don't. They do. They appear to do that sometimes, because of inferior mirages and shit. But it's not a consistent observation. That's why when Professor Triangle asked you, does it happen at the same time? We know that it does, or at the same place. We already know that does not happen. Period.
And the fact that we know that it doesn't happen, and you're trying to figure out if it does or does not, and that's the most important part you should think about, because you were confident enough to say that the ship's going over the curve, but now upon this revelation, you can't tell us how any data that you can.
So you think the sun and like the moon and stuff?
Ryder, hold on. I know you want to hold on, brother. You want to move on to the next point. You understand that at this point, you said that you were confident enough to tell us that you know the ship is going over the horizon, as in the curve of the Earth.
I see it with my eyes.
I know, but you weren't able to determine how it actually is the curve.
Well, because I don't know the specifics of it.
Okay, so then that means you don't know if it's going over the curve. That's the most important part about this.
What you've done is you've made an observation. Let's assume you actually made it, but I doubt it. I think you're full of shit. Okay, but that being that, yeah, you are. Okay. When you said you saw it at the same place every time, I knew you're lying. Okay, I believed you right up until that point. So anyway, the point is that you make an observation, the ship disappears bottom up, and you say to yourself, that can only happen on a curved surface. So it must be happening on a curved surface. You're wrong. That's the thing.
Why do you think
your evaluation is wrong, because we can demonstrate it happening on flat surfaces. The exact same visual observation, where it appears to disappear bottom up and sink into the horizon, as if it's going over a curve. But we know the surface is flat. That we're doing these experiments on.
So what do you think? Where do you think it goes?
Where do I think it goes? Away.
What does it matter? I thought you were supposed to prove the fact that it's going over the curve. That's determining whether or not you know that it's a globe. This is important. You're asking him questions, brother.
Let me. Can I share my screen if I pull up a video or no?
I mean, you can just put the video link. I mean, what are you going to show? Like,
well, I'm going to pull up a video on YouTube of a boat and show you that it happens.
No.
We have pictures of when it doesn't happen.
Yeah, and then we're going to post videos of it not happening.
Doesn't happen. So now what do? Two of us have it not happening. You are only one person that has it happening. We're the majority, so it doesn't actually happen.
All right.
Yeah.
You're still going to fall in the same category of you not being able to present if it's going over curve or not. Even if you present the video, it doesn't matter. We're going to ask you specifics. What is the distance away from the observer to the ship? You're going to have to know some things about it, right? You can't just put a video in there and say, Bob's your uncle. We're going to ask you questions about it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, okay, yeah, I understand.
Okay.
I understand what you're trying to
All
say.
right, so we're going to want to know if what you're presenting is going to be evidence of the Earth being a globe. Like, how can you determine that? So if you can't determine that, then why are you going to present it? If you can, then go ahead. But if you can't, then don't. We want the affirmation that you can tell us that you know the Earth is a globe.
All right, so next
That's
time
all.
you want me to build up the background info before I go and tell you, is what
Well,
you're
that would help. That would help, because if you're going to tell us about how you know that the claim that you're presenting of something that is what you think is true, we're going to ask you relevant information about it, and you should be able to tell us. Otherwise,
All right,
it's just
well,
you
I know it's true because I see
hoping.
it in my brain, or in my
Observer
eyes,
height.
but-
Like observer height, distance to the horizon, if you can get that, distance to the object, that type shit.
Yeah, all that's important.
So real quick, I'll just say something here. I did some research while you guys were talking, and
Oh, I'm sure ChatGPT is not research, dude.
no, buddy, I didn't chat GPT. Don't worry about that, okay? But it's
I'm just gonna
you
delete
stop
stuff
seeing the
if you
boat,
post ChatGPT. I'm just gonna delete your stuff, dude.
buddy. I didn't post any chat GPT. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Said if.
What are you talking about?
Finish your statement, dude. Finish your statement.
I'm saying, if you're standing on shore, you will watch a boat disappear bottom up from 3 to 3.5 miles.
Oh, you looked it up.
Yeah, you looked it up.
What's the
and
fucking
guess
big
what?
deal, buddy? What's the big deal?
Look, bro. By the ocean, I've never seen that. Why not?
All right.
I feel like that's not true because there's
I got a photograph. I'll post in a chat of a ship 30. I'll post a chat of a ship 30 miles away on the horizon, 30-mile away horizon from 15 feet above sea level.
Yeah, I can see an island 30 miles away from my house.
Welcome to flat Earth.
No, that's
Well, 'cause
but
you
when
shouldn't.
it goes beyond that, that's when it starts to disappear.
You shouldn't
So
be seeing any island from 30 miles away.
He lives on a 1.5 million radius mile Earth.
You know what the drop is in 30 miles? How much?
No,
how much?
I don't
How
know
much
what you're
does that? How much of an object would be hidden at 30 miles away?
It depends how big it is. It's a big island, so I can see it from
like
far away.
how? But we can make a prediction on how much should be missing. How much would be missing at 30 miles? Just take a guess.
Like, you want a percentage or what?
No, like say we have a 1,000-foot building. How much of that building's missing at 30 miles away? How much of the building can we still see is sticking up from behind the curve of the Earth?
I'll probably see maybe 70% of it. Like, I won't see the bottom.
What
I'll
does
see
that
the
mean?
top
We
half.
don't want a percentage. We want
I'll see.
feet, dude.
I'll see probably 500 feet of it.
Okay, well that's pretty close. You would see it's 470. Yeah, about 500 feet.
And would you see the top half or no?
Yeah, you'd see the top half, right?
Because the bottom half disappeared because it started curving.
No, it's not because of curve. It's because you don't understand how light works. That's what it's because of. Because we can replicate this same observation where something being cut in half on a known flat surface. It's a surface we know is flat. We don't have to speculate. We can take the little object, like a little boat, and sail it away, a little RC boat, right, on a small, shorter distance, and watch the boat disappear, quote unquote, over the horizon. Well, there should be no Earth curve there because the distance is too short. That we can replicate this time and time again. You can replicate it too. So you're drawing a conclusion based upon a faulty premise that if your premise is this can only happen on a globe Earth, this can't happen on a flat Earth, so it must be a globe. That premise is wrong.
Okay, I have a question. How do you see the Earth like when you look at it from space?
Hold
Is it
on.
just a disc? If it's all
Look
flat?
at it from where?
Outer space. If you're
No, we
looking
don't
at it
think
from-
Earth is a disk. There is no outer space. That's all Fantasyland shit.
You don't.
Oh my god.
I love
Oh my
it.
God.
I love it. I love
oh
how
my
you
God, I
just
said
did that.
heresy. I said heretic. He said there's no outer space.
I
I'm going
love
to
how
space.
you
I'm
did
going to
that.
Mars,
No,
damn
you
it.
fucking stupid. There's no space either.
Okay, so where does the sun go? What about the moon?
What do you mean, where does it go? When you don't see it
Jumping
anymore?
around. Where does the listen, dude? This is what you sound like. Where'd the sun go? What about the moon? How come the stars are up in the sky? What about clouds? Why do they roll around? What's going on? My life it's just so confusing now.
No, I'm saying like the sun comes up and it goes around, and then the moon comes up and it goes around. Like
They take arcs, dude. It doesn't go around.
Okay, where does it
and
go?
you just kind
when I
of
look
debunked yourself because we see the sun move and the moon move, but you think you're spinning.
I'm saying where is
You
it?
think
Is
you're
the sun in
moving.
outer space? Where's the sun?
It moves away from where you are.
In the sky.
And then where
It's
does
in the
it go?
sky. It moves away from where you are to be over some other place.
So the world just never ends?
What do you mean world just never ends?
Because obviously it keeps on. If you're saying it keeps on going, so where does it keep on going to?
Well, if I'm in North America, it'll go to Asia.
Really? Flat Earth in 2025, guys?
Look, does sun take a circular path over the Earth?
Oh, I'm not trying to like chow.
No.
Wait,
I want
no,
him to
hold
answer-
on.
I want him to answer my question.
I am here to destroy you, flat earthers.
Okay, you're here to get muted, apparently.
Oh my god, these guys are baby.
Preston, you're gonna be muted next. We're sick of your frickin' peanut gallery comments and fix
up,
your
Elmo.
mic. Nobody can hear you.
Shut up, Homo, you're Indian.
Okay, so you want to be banned. You're a fantastic writer.
So, oh, go ahead.
Things like circumnavigation, right? Is that a circle?
Can you explain that? And I'm not that smart, but can you? Continue?
Circumnavigation's like circling around the Earth.
Okay.
Circumnavigation was like sailing around the Earth that proved it's a globe, right?
Okay.
Okay. Circumnavigation just means navigating in a circle. Can you navigate in a circle on a flat Earth, on a flat surface?
I don't think so.
Can you draw a circle on a flat surface?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So circumnavigation is just the name of going in a circle around a central point. And the central point we've chosen, at least in the north, is Polaris. So as long as you keep Polaris on your left, you'll go in a circle. The same way as if you like tied a rope around a pole and stretched it out and walked. You think you're walking straight, but you're just walking in a circle.
Okay.
It's really simple. And this is, hold on.
Okay.
This is what the sun is doing. Okay? It's just going in a circle. When it gets too far away from you, it gets dark where you are. Now, this isn't a great analogy, but think of it like you have a big, giant fucking warehouse and one
No,
light bulb.
I understand. I understand.
Think about you have one warehouse and a giant warehouse and a light bulb.
Sun is not a light bulb.
That light, shut up, Twanger. I'm gonna ban you if you don't shut up. Mute up.
Look at. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna find it. You're saying it goes like this. Look at the chat. I just sent a GIF so you can see if it loads. But
look, you can't. First of all, you can't represent the relationship. No, I don't. Okay, that's a representation. That's not what it does. You're not gonna be able to find out when it's fucking noon with that. Okay, it's a representation. Just like if I said represent day and night on a globe, you'd show a fucking giant fucking sun or a giant Earth and a little sun. Right, you would never be to scale. It would never frickin' show the tilt. It would never show anything like that. Right, it would just be a representation that just represents the idea. So yes, that represents the general idea, but that isn't like where the sun is. That can't be represented on a 2D map by anybody, even in the globe model. Can't be represented with a globe at all because the sun would be so far away. You would need a screen that's 40,000 pixels, and the Earth would be one fucking pixel. How are you going to represent day and night with that? Good luck. Anyway, the point is that the sun and the moon, just like a light bulb one single light bulb can't light up an entire warehouse, the sun can't light up the entire Earth because the air absorbs light. Okay? This is well known. It's called optical extinction. There's a limit to how far light can travel through fucking air. And this is proven very simply. Look at the sun at noon, and you'll be blinded. Look at the sun. Hold on. And then you can look at the sun when it's on the horizon, directly at the sun. It's 23,000 times less bright than at noon. Have you ever thought of why that is?
Because it goes around the Earth.
Why is the sun 23,000 times less bright at the horizon than at noon?
Because it's brighter above somewhere else. No?
Okay. Think about it. You're looking
Yeah,
straight
I
up at
thought
the
about it,
sun.
and it
You
went
went
around the
blind,
Earth
and now.
because it-
But before you went blind, the day before, you looked at the sun on the horizon and did not go blind. Why didn't you go blind the day before?
Is it not the same thing every day? I'm confused.
Because you're looking through more air.
You're looking through more air. That's the answer. Okay. When the sun gets further away from where you are, the light has to go through more air. The more air it has to go through, the darker it gets. That's why we have twilight, right? We have civil
Hey, wait, hold on. You're
twilight,
making
nautical
so many points, and I have
twilight.
so many
Just listen
questions,
for a
you're not letting
second.
me talk.
Well, hold on. Just let me finish this, and you can talk all you want. So this is what, and you got off the boats thing, which I didn't forget about.
I was trying to go back to it.
So we have twilight. We have 3 stages of twilight because the light fades away. There isn't a freaking Terminator line that the Earth spins and boom, it goes from day to fucking night. Right? The Earth was a globe, right? Would light up 50% of the globe. You'd spin right out of freaking daytime into nighttime. It should be nearly instantaneous. But anyway, back to ships over the horizon.
Okay,
I myself have filmed the boat going from 6 miles out to 30 miles. Never disappearing, never going over the horizon, never doing anything like that. I know where the boat is because I was tracking it with marinetraffic.com, which uses marine radar to tell you where boats are out at sea.
Okay, let me say something. The horizon thing. So, what do you think? The horizon is just where we can't see anymore, or what is the horizon to you?
It's where the it's not what it is to me. It's what it's defined as.
Okay, what
where the Earth
to you?
appears to meet the
Define it.
sky, the dividing line.
I'm brick right now.
Everything
What?
converges into the horizon, into the vanishing
and
point.
then with the point on where does the Earth end? Does it have an ending, or does it just keep on going?
No,
It goes around.
No.
So where
Nobody
does
here
the
thinks
Earth
the
end to
Earth
you?
has an end. We don't think the Earth is a disk in space. Outer space vacuum is impossible. Do you realize that?
I don't really know what that means.
Well, it's outer. You got the Earth, right? According to them, there's freaking atmosphere that you're breathing right now, right? It has 15 pounds of pressure per square, and it's assuming you're at sea level, right? You're breathing pressurized gas. Till your lungs are inflating. The pressurized gas, you create a vacuum in your lungs that sucks the gas in. Why isn't the gas on Earth fucking off into the vacuum of space?
Because the atmosphere, or no?
How can the atmosphere contain the atmosphere?
I'm not that specific. I don't know the specifics on it.
Well, this is the problem. This is why space can't exist, because it violates the second law of thermodynamics, which a high pressure system goes to a low pressure system, regardless of anything else. There's no way to stop it. So what happens every freaking time? Second law of thermodynamics has no known violations. So when you ask us, does the Earth have an edge? It's assuming that the Earth is inside some gigantic freaking void.
What do you mean?
Dude, stop going into panic mode and asking about fucking photosynthesis.
I didn't ask about
Photosynthesis.
No,
I didn't even hear that. You said photosynthesis?
Well, because I searched up on ChatGPT this. I just searched up how can the atmosphere contain oxygen, and it says it contains oxygen primarily because of photosynthesis.
So it starts at the ground then. Okay,
the atmosphere is the oxygen, dude. What are you talking about?
That's hilarious. It contains oxygen. It produces oxygen, so that's why it's contained in the atmosphere through photos. Oh my god, bro. That's what ChatGPT gave you?
Mixture of gases
I didn't
that are on the surface of the Earth, including the oxygen. How the oxygen is created is fucking irrelevant. Okay, the oxygen is a constituent part of the whole atmosphere thing. But there's no boundary between that pressurized gas that's at temperature, right? That's thermodynamically active with the vacuum, which is not. So gases try to reach thermodynamic equilibrium with their environment. So the gas trying to reach thermodynamic equilibrium would try to pressurize the vacuum of space. But that's impossible because you're breathing right now. So that can't be happening. You'd be dead. So you have a choice here. You have the second law of thermodynamics, which Einstein said was one of the legs of the three legs of the stool of physics, right? It's a pillar of physics with no known violations. Arthur Eddington, who supposedly confirmed Einstein's theory, said that if your theory goes against the second law of thermodynamics, you're doomed to the greatest humiliation. So their theory is that there's some sort of second law violation going on, such that there's a vacuum of outer space that you can go and hang out in, right? With space rocks and space gases. That there's gas balls in outer space forming spheres. This is their story. Or you can believe the second law of thermodynamics, which we can test in the lab over and over and over again. Or you can believe their fantasies. We don't think the Earth has an edge.
So you don't.
The horizon would not be the edge of the Earth. The horizon. Okay, think about it like this. Let's get back to the central questions. You want to know why the horizon is created, why you even see a horizon.
Yes.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do you think there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth?
No,
or that the horizon would be the edge of the Earth?
I think the horizon would be the edge of the Earth on a flat Earth.
Okay. Now, let's investigate that for a second. Now, say you're standing in the beach and the ocean stretched all the way to the edge of the Earth. You got a clear view. So let's say it's 16,000 miles away. So we're gonna pour some dye in the water 50 miles away. Would you be able to see the surface of the water 50 miles away? Even with a camera, telescope, use whatever you want. The surface of the water.
Yeah. Say again.
Yeah, would you be able to see the surface of the water 50 miles away? This red-dyed water.
Actually, yeah, probably.
Think of the angle. That's the hint. Think of the angle that you'd be viewing the surface at.
You probably
a very shallow angle, right? Your line of sight would be nearly parallel to the surface. How would you ever see it?
I don't think you would.
Yeah, that's right. That's way before the edge of the Earth, right? That's only 50 miles away. The horizon is created by the shallow angle that you're looking at the surface. And coincidentally, and this is an odd coincidence, is that where they say the globe horizon is, if you do the calculation, 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet, for a 6-foot observer, that puts the horizon at 3.24 miles away. Okay? If we calculate it based upon the angular resolution of the human eye, the minimum angle that you can see where the horizon should be, it's 3.25 miles away. It's fucking nearly the identical place. Ain't that a weird coincidence? When I say angular resolution, right, if you have 2 points of light, so we see in angles, we don't see like in millimeters or feet, right? That would be crazy. It would make construction super easy because we wouldn't need tape measures. But we need tape measures because we only see in angles. So when I say angular resolution, you have a separation angle, what you can make out. So if I took 2 light bulbs, think about it like this. If you have a car's got 2 headlights, right? But if the car's far enough away, those 2 headlights look like 1 headlight. Angle resolution is the angle between the 2 lights where you can differentiate those 2 headlights being separate lights. Okay? This is the same way when you're looking at a very shallow angle. The angle between where the water is and the end of the Earth, say, is so small there's no way you could resolve it. It would just appear as a line in your vision. right? This is what creates the horizon, the shallow angle that you're looking at the surface, because you're looking at a planar surface, right? And like you do this every day, so you should know this intuitively. When you go look at a screen, you don't look at it from the side, do you?
No.
You put your face at 90 degrees right from it, right? Because that's how you can see the whole thing. But if you rotated it and looked at it from the side, there would be some angle where you couldn't see the screen at all because you'd be looking parallel to the screen surface. When you're a little teeny dude on the surface of fucking in the ocean, you're looking at a very shallow angle across the surface. And when that angle becomes too far where you can't resolve water past it because the angle's too small, that's where the horizon starts. And where that appears to be is based upon meteorological conditions. It's not based upon geometry. That's why they call it the apparent line. Because, Ryder, that's why when you were asked, was the horizon in the same spot, that was a shit test. We know already that the horizon moves around from day to day, even hour to hour. You could go out today, and then the next day, the horizon would, one day it'd be 6 miles away. You go out the next day, it's 3 miles away. You go out the next day, it's 30 miles away. It changes based upon the meteorological conditions, how clear the air is, whether there's inferior mirages, how much dust or opacity in the air. There's all sorts of factors that determine where the horizon looks like it is.
So do you think that, like, why do you think I got the idea of it being a sphere? Like, you think the government just
Someone told you that in school?
But when I search it up, it's the same thing. What about NASA?
Because you learned when you were 7 years old and the teacher told you that it was too big to see the curve and too big to feel it move.
Ryder, would you have figured it out it was a sphere if nobody told you? On your own?
Probably not. No.
Yeah. And I've asked many people by now. I think I've asked 50 or 60. I've asked them the same question, and everybody says the same thing. No, they would have never figured it out on their own. So the idea was given to you. You accepted the idea.
Wait, why did you go to first?
Would you go to, if NASA offered you to go to space, would you go?
Would I go?
Okay. Yes, yeah.
I'm not going on. No, I'm not going on a rocket, bro. I'm not being a Roman candle.
Yeah, you'll be dead. Nobody goes in a rocket ever. No one's ever gone in a rocket, dude.
If NASA makes you go to sets up a wardrobe where you can go into fucking Narnia, and you go in the wardrobe, no, I won't. Okay.
Okay. What about
I just
when you look
told you and laid out why space can't exist, and you just like, but they said it exists, and they'll promise to give you a ride there. Yeah, right. Get in the trunk, man. It's safer there.
What about when you look out of a plane window and it's curved?
It's not.
It is.
No, it's not. Just stop, bro.
It is.
No. Look,
no, dude, you're correct. The plane window is curved. You're right.
Yeah, the plane window's curved. If you had a ball, Ryder, real simple. If you had a ball that was 6 feet tall, how high would a plane be off the surface of that ball?
How high is the plane flying? Like, there's
let's just say cruising speed, 45,000 feet. How high?
I don't know if you.
How high would the plane be off the surface of that ball? 6 feet tall ball.
How high is the plane?
40,000 feet.
Okay, so it'd probably be 39,900.
Like how many inches above the surface of the ball?
That's 8 miles. 8
Tell
miles.
me how high? Millimeters, inches, whatever units you want. How high would it be off the surface of the ball? So 10 miles above an 8,000 mile diameter ball is equivalent to how far above a 6-foot ball? I already know the answer to this.
I know the answer.
It's 1/100th of a millimeter. There's 1/100th of an inch. Sorry. You can't see curve from an airplane. All this, even
so do you think like NASA is a scam and stuff?
Dude,
like that's not real.
So, right, there's a famous video of Neil deGrasse Tyson talking about the Red Bull jump, which is a skydive from 128,000 feet, way higher than an airplane. Okay, you can go on his Twitter right now, Neil deGrasse Tyson. There's also a talk where he talks and says, you can't see the curvature of the Earth from 128,000 feet. Okay, even the ISS, where you think that is 255 miles, that's only 3% of the Earth that they would see. If they could see the entire circle of the horizon, but they're only going to see a sliver of that, right? Based on their field of view. Now, let's say they have a 90-degree field of view. Okay, they're going to see like one half of 1% of the surface of the Earth. You can't see curve in that small amount of section of a sphere. So when you say you can see curve from a plane, you're talking thousands of the Earth's surface. Thousands. And here's the funny thing. We have photographs from tops of mountains of 275 miles. A plane at 45,000 feet, the horizon distance from that plane, where you think the curve is out the plane window, is 263 miles. Well, we have photographs on Earth across vast distances, namely it's called the Gulf of Lyon in France, that are 275 miles, that are farther than that. Farther than what an airplane should see on the globe from 45,000 feet. You can see from 9,000 feet across the surface of the Earth. And you know what? When they take that photos, there's no curve in those photos. Though you should see a curve. If you can see it from the airplane with a horizon that far away, then you'd see the same curve from the 275-mile distance horizon.
Okay.
I don't know why you guys say you could see curve from a plane. Nobody agrees with you. Nobody. Unless you Googled that you can see curve. So you probably Googled it, and Google said you could see it from 30,000 feet. In my experience in this topic, that has changed 4 times.
Okay.
What Google said.
Okay. This
started 80,000, went to 60,000, went down to 45,000, and now it's 30,000.
Like the dude jumping out of the space with a parachute.
Red Bull jump, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the GoPro jump. It was a GoPro. It was sponsored by GoPro.
That was Red Bull.
Okay. Yeah, it was Red Bull.
It was Red Bull with co-sponsored by GoPro. That's when they released their little tiny cube.
No one gives a fuck about fucking who is sponsored by. We're talking
Yes, it does matter. That's the cameras they use, you idiot.
Yeah, GoPro it does a barrel distortion.
Wide angle lenses, curved horizontal lines. That curvature is fake. And people believe that it's real.
Okay, then where did he come from? If you're saying space is fake, where did he jump out of?
Upper space is fake. Like the story that they gave you about the
hot air balloon. He jumped out of a hot air balloon, dude, with GoPro cameras running.
He jumped out of it.
Upper space is not fake. It's what that shit you see. Outer space, the narrative, the story is fake. The billions of years Big Bang Boom monkey ball religion is fake. Everything in existence didn't come from a singularity.
Did you think that 128,000 feet is space?
I don't know how many feet it is.
Space is politically, space starts at 100 kilometers, which is 56 miles or something, or 96 miles. I can't remember what it is. 56 miles?
What is the shape of Earth to you?
It's 50 miles, I believe. Or 100 kilometers? It's 62 miles.
Doesn't have a shape because it's not inside of something. What's the shape of the universe, brother? Does that question make sense to you when I say what's the shape of the universe?
Yeah, I can see what you're saying.
What's it inside then?
I can see what you're saying.
Yeah, it's just like an infinite regression. See, you've been trained through repetition to think of when I say, "Hey, dude, what's the Earth like?" Hold on. This is very important. This is very important. That's why I'm bringing it up. You've been trained because you think about the Earth in a certain way. You think about it as if you're in some third-person shooter outside the Earth viewing it. And when you ask questions about it, that's how you're thinking about it, is if you're outside of everything. Where's the edge, man? Like what does it look like? Where is it in the cosmos? Like, where is this object? Right? You don't experience the Earth that way. Yeah, well, that whole idea.
Can I fall off of the edge?
Yeah, Ryder. That whole idea of possibility that you can be outside the Earth looking back at it with some God's eye view is horseshit. Your brain has been infected. That view is not possible by you or anybody else. Okay? There is no God's eye view. You are in a first-person shooter, brother. You're not in a third-person shooter. There is no top-down. There is only inside-out. You understand?
I explain that.
If I say, do you remember what the Earth looks like? What do you remember?
Say again?
if I say to you, do you remember what the Earth looks like? What do you remember?
I could describe all the different like parts of
From
it.
memory.
Huh.
Not from imagination,
oceans.
from memory.
Okay, mountains, oceans, deserts, lakes.
Was any of that a globe?
Cities.
Did you see a globe in any of that?
No, but I saw curvature when I was in the sky.
No, you didn't, dummy.
You saw curvature in the sky. Really?
I have a question.
I saw curvature at the beach.
Right.
I got a genuine question.
We're kind of in the middle of discussing flat Earth, and I'm sure your question's going to be answered by Left.
Let's hear what Bila has to say. Bila, say something.
Why do things like disappear from the bottom first?
We just covered this. Go on YouTube and rewind it. You just covered this in infinite fucking detail 5 minutes ago.
Oh wait, this on YouTube?
Yeah.
Oh, that's what's up.
So why do you think that happens?
What do I think?
I'll do it again. Fuck it. I can do it 100 times. Why do you think that happens? Why do you think ships? Does this happen every time? Sometimes? How often does this happen?
Never when I see ships. They never do that.
I've never seen it.
I want to capture that so I can say, look, magic ship's going over a curve, and then I'll measure that point, and then we'll know exactly how big the Earth is. But then the next day when I go, it'll be at a totally different place, and that means the Earth got bigger or smaller.
Yeah.
Last time I was at Revere Beach, I couldn't see past like maybe 6 miles. By the time I was there before, I could see 30 miles. So how is that possible? How come the horizon was 6 miles one day and 30 miles some other day?
When's the last time, Bilo, that you actually went to the beach and watched a ship go over the horizon? Not watched it on a video, but actually gone and watched it yourself.
Yesterday.
Where?
Newport Beach.
Newport, Rhode Island?
No, California.
California.
What was the water temperature?
I'd say it's probably like 70.
64.
What was the air temperature?
Like 70.
75.
I'm gonna fact check you, dude. Are you making shit up? What kind of boat was it?
I think it was like a Boeing.
A Boeing boat? Or an airplane?
Okay. He doesn't have the smartest.
Yeah, your buddy got caught lying. He tried to
mask fell off,
dude. You
dude.
did. So what'd you think? You'd get a buddy and try to like double down on your lie?
I didn't.
You've never seen this. That's the fucked up thing. Is that neither one of you two have seen this?
I've seen it.
No, you haven't.
You're
what
a
kind
liar.
of boat was it? What kind of boat was it,
conversation?
Ryder? What kind of boat was it, Ryder?
It was. I've seen it multiple times. I've seen it with.
What kind of boat was it, Ryder? Don't try to think of the answer.
I don't know the specific.
It was
name,
white.
but I've seen like cargo ships.
Was
I've
it
seen
a sailboat? Was it a cargo ship? Was it an oil tanker? Was it a freaking pleasure
I've seen
vessel?
cargo
Was
ships,
it a yacht?
cargo ships, and I've seen sailboats.
You've seen cargo ships and sailboats disappear over the horizon.
Yes.
We have.
Okay. How far away were they?
And bro, I don't know how many fucking miles, but I know.
So, Ryder, when I show you this happening on a flat surface, what are you going to say about that?
Ryder, you don't live in California. How would you see that?
You're on mute.
Mute, Bila.
No. Ryder, when I show you this happening on a flat surface, then what are you going to say? Because I'm going to post it in the chat in 5 seconds.
All right, I'll watch this. I'll see. Let's see,
Okay.
and you can see my live reaction.
And you want to know something crazy? The visibility index yesterday was 10 miles from Newport Beach.
Why is that crazy?
Crazy for them, not for.
Oh.
What was the water and air temperature?
Water temperature was 65, air temperature 72.
Jesus.
Ooh, that would have been a
You lying
decent.
sacks of shit, dude.
You would have got some good shots with that temperature.
If you saw that, you saw an inferior mirage.
Okay, Bilo was talking out of his ass. He did not see that yesterday.
Of course he didn't. And if he did, it was an inferior mirage.
He didn't see anything.
When you have a huge water air temperature differential
Are you gonna put it in the chat or?
Yeah. Hold on.
Oh, okay. You guys got a lot of YouTube subscribers, or?
What does that matter?
I'm just out of curiosity.
I don't know. I don't check, dude. It's not important to us.
1.5K. Nice. 26 are watching.
That's for one stream you're looking at.
26
Yeah, no, but I'm saying you have 1.5K subscribers.
That's just for that one guy streaming. We have multiple streams, dude.
You realize that subscriber count doesn't mean a goddamn thing, that there's people with 1 million subs and they do a live stream and get 800 people watching it.
Okay. Which
you know
one is
that's
it?
true.
Do I India? Yeah.
Yeah, hold on.
All right.
I posted, am I in the right server?
I'm about to click on it.
So, yeah. So, God damn it. So, hold on a second. No, you can watch it, but I got a screenshot. Why is this freaking... Discord's acting freaking flaky, man. Yeah, I got a screenshot from the video, man. It's freaking not rendering. That's freaking weird, man. I'll use this too. Why not? So the important thing about this is that this lake is 1,000 feet long and the horizon should be 2,600 feet away. So why? Two questions. Why is there a horizon at all? That's number one, because there should be no horizon. This lake being only 1,000 feet long, should be no horizon on it at all, which proves that the horizon can't possibly be the geometry of the Earth. Second of all, since we know that this is a short distance, and this distance has to be flat or the curvature is so minimal that it can't possibly hide anything. Why you only see half of the boat?
Where are you posting this?
I posted the video in politics. If you scroll up to 1102. Tried to post a screenshot, man, but I'm having problems freaking even.
I got it. I see it.
I got screenshots on the home server, man. It's like not even rendering. It's crazy. So here's another one. So this is National Geographic. Right? So National Geographic did this test in their video called Round Earth versus Flat Earth. So what they did is they took this flag, had a bunch of stripes on it, and they sailed it away from the camera. And as you can see, there's a stripe missing on this flag, a bottom stripe, it's gone. And they said, and National Geographic said, that this was the curvature of the Earth, making it so that that was hidden. The problem is the thing that's supposed to be hiding the bottom of that is behind the flag in the first place. So how can the thing behind the flag hide the flag, be also in front of the flag hiding the stripe?
Say that one more time.
How can the horizon be behind the flag and in front of the flag at the same time? So I'm gonna post another image so you can see the whole thing.
Could you post it without those lines in it? Oh yeah, perfect.
Yeah, so up in the top right, that's the original flag. They sailed it away, and you can easily find this if you go on YouTube, type in National Geographic Flat Earth versus Round Earth. This video will come up. And in that video, she point blank said She's like, why can't you see the bottom stripe? And the guy goes, because it's blocked by the curvature of the Earth. Even though this is what they're showing on the screen. This is a common thing that you'll see in this topic, is that you'll have a glober saying something, but when you actually look at what's being displayed on the screen, it doesn't match with the words that are coming out of their face. Okay, so this can't possibly be blocked by the curvature of the Earth, because that would be blocked by the horizon, which is obviously behind the flag. So, can you tell us if the only reason you can't see the bottom of something of the curve of the Earth is why don't we see that bottom stripe?
I don't understand your question.
Where did the bottom stripe go? Why don't we see it? Is what I'm asking you.
Because the Earth curved.
Okay, then how is the horizon behind the flag?
I think it's
the
just
thing that's
the
supposed to
angle
be
of the
blocking the bottom stripe is beyond the flag itself.
Maybe it's photoshopped.
It's a screenshot from a video. You can go watch the video, and it's National Geographic.
I'm about to watch it. I actually just pulled it up. So, do you know how many minutes into it is, or not?
Here's a zoom in. So obviously the horizon's behind the flag. Oh, I got a timestamp of it. I'll post that. Just give me a second.
I think I almost found it.
No, he just wanted to go right to it's Photoshop. You're lying, Indio.
It wouldn't be me lying.
Well, you're not allowed to post stuff if that shows that you don't live on a globe. Then you're lying.
Why is the horizon behind it? Refraction.
Hey, guess how big the Earth would be if something 1,000 feet away was being obstructed by the curve of the Earth when you're 5 feet tall? Guess how big the Earth would be? Anybody?
And then in the Nat Geo video, she just goes, "Why is it happening?" And he goes, "It's because of the curvature of the Earth."
Yeah, but that can't be true. What block for the? You said ships go over the horizon. You said it's the horizon is the edge of the Earth that's blocking things. Where the curve starts. How can the horizon be behind the flag and in front of the flag, back blocking the stripe at the same time?
Well, I also think you won't see the. I think that this doesn't give.
You can try to fucking put the lipstick on the pig all you want. It ain't that.
I don't know
You
what that
can't
means.
settle. Look, you can't talk your way out of this. We have empirical evidence. We have a photograph. I can fucking up the color
I'd like to
values.
see
I
this.
can
I'd like
negative
to.
the color
I'd like to
values.
see it do the exact same thing in the ocean in a very much more.
This is the
grander-
Salton Sea.
Is that not a lake?
It's
I
a
thought that's just
sea.
a big lake.
It's a big sea, dude.
Okay, but it's.
Do you think somehow on another place it'll be different?
I do think so.
Why?
Because it will be a lot more vast and grand than the Salton Sea.
A lot more vast. And this is 20 miles across.
Okay, we'll take it to the Pacific Ocean and see that.
And what does that change?
A lot of things. It's a lot more water and a
lot of things. It's different.
Yeah.
What is there a property of that water that's different than the property of this water?
What do you mean? Like, what do you mean?
I want to know how it's different. If I don't use this water and use some other water, how that's different.
Okay, well, let me tell you something. I don't see boats.
It's funny watching you guys cope.
Disappear.
That because your whole premise is wrong and it's demonstrably wrong, and now you're just in full fucking cult mode. So making some claim that somehow the Pacific Ocean water is different than the Salton Sea water, and you got to go to the Pacific Ocean.
I see him disappear in the ocean.
It's not a lake.
Okay, well, it's 20 miles.
Look, it's fine that you've seen it disappear. Your conclusion is based upon a false premise. That it can only happen on a curved surface is a false premise. This demonstrates it. That is the point. This bottom stripe is gone. It's disappeared. but it can't have disappeared over the curve of the Earth because, according to you and everybody else, the curve of the Earth is behind the flag too. So which is the curve of the Earth? Is the curve of the Earth the horizon, or is it the thing that blocks things?
If it happens, this exact same thing happens in the ocean, then I'll believe it. But this is in a lake; it's not an ocean.
That doesn't matter. You're just saying, it's not the water I like, doesn't cure anything, because ocean is just a word for some different water, and the difference is it's just a larger body of water.
Exactly,
it has all the same properties.
Different.
Yeah, it's no okay. What's the difference?
The size.
Okay, and how does that change something?
Because okay, I can agree with you when you're standing in like.
Okay, if I go to the ocean,
you're standing on something and it's flat, yes. But when you look at it and when you could see far away, then that's when it starts to curve. That's why you can see boats go over the horizon.
Okay, if I go to the ocean and look out 20 miles, where's the horizon supposed to start?
Depends.
From a 6-foot observer. From a 6-foot observer.
Depends.
How far away is the horizon?
The horizon's not Earth curve.
I don't know the specifics.
Is the okay? 1.22 miles times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So for a 6-foot observer, 3.25 miles away. Okay. Now, if I go to the Salton Sea, which is 20 miles across, and I'm 6 feet tall, and go, how far is the horizon away? Is it a different value or is it the same value?
I still don't understand what you're saying.
Is it a different value at the Salton Sea, the horizon distance? Is there a difference between the Salton Sea horizon distance and the Pacific Ocean horizon distance?
Yes, I think so.
And why would that be? Is it a different globe?
No, it's not a different globe, but I think also it has to do with sea level.
Hence the sea, right?
Okay. So sea level. What is the horizon distance calculated from?
Can you Google it?
I'll just tell you. It's calculated from the radius. Do you think even a 50-foot change in sea level is going to change the horizon distance significantly?
Well, when you compare it to that small boat that they had, like that boat was the size.
This is where you change the subject. Just answer the question.
No, because there's different factors that play in when the
but you can't say any of them. It's kind of weird.
Like if you put a tank, like if you put a not oil, what's the thing that carries the shipping container boat? Okay, if you put that in the Salton Sea, you wouldn't see. I bet you wouldn't see it disappear. But if you put it in the ocean, that's when you see it disappear.
How far away is the horizon?
What is it disappearing behind?
The horizon when it curves.
Okay, so you would need for it not to disappear in the Salton Sea and to disappear in the ocean. That means the horizon would be in different places. That we would have one body of water with one horizon distance and another body of water with another horizon distance. That's absurd, and you know it.
Well, I think that it also has to come into play with all the factors that are around it. Like the sea is just straight out, there's nothing but water, so you're able to see it a lot easier than when you're at the Salton Sea. There's mountains that surround it, so it's a lot harder to see.
What? What if you look across, what bay is that? Santa Barbara Bay, and there's mountains on the other side of the bay. What happens there?
Let me go to Santa Barbara. Hold up.
Santa Barbara Bay. I think that's the name of it.
Where is it?
California.
Yeah, obviously, but like...
We're University of California.
UC Santa Barbara?
UC Davis. Right? You can go up in the parking lot there and you can look across the water. And there's mountains behind anything. There's a little Air Force or naval radar station. There's a bunch of mountains behind this. And there's like 7 oil rigs. And there's a guy, he goes out there. He's got something like 400 videos. He goes out there 2 or 3 times a week. Puts his camera in the exact same spot. 2 times a week. Going on 3 years now. And does a horizontal pan across the horizon. And the horizon is always way too far. Way farther than what the globe predicts. Okay? The fact of the matter is the globe makes concrete predictions about where the horizon should be. If you're saying that the horizon is the thing blocking boats and that it's the geometric part of the earth that blocks them, okay, and not some optical effect, as soon as you say that, as soon as the horizon moves and appears in a different fucking place, you cannot make that claim anymore. Because that would imply that the earth is changing size. Now, I could take the Earth curve calculator and put in the radius 3,959 miles, 0.0001, which would be equivalent to 50 feet fucking rise of sea level. And then I'm going to look at the change of the horizon distance, and it's going to be millimeters. Sea level isn't going to change anything. You need, hundreds of miles of differences in the radius to change the horizon distance significantly. Like I said, you started with a false premise, okay? You were told, hey, dude, this and only this. The only way this can happen, and the reason you think this is because you have an orthographic third fucking, third person shooter worldview, that you're outside your body looking at things. So you think that you can draw a piece of paper, and that if you draw a line from you draw a piece of paper, some water, and a boat. And that on a flat earth, because you can draw a line from the little fucking stick figure to the boat, that's how it should look. And that the boat will always be visible. No matter how big the paper is, you can draw a freaking line, make a paper fucking 10 miles long, and you can draw a line from your little stick figure to the boat. So it should always be visible. But that's not how we see. We don't see like that. We see in what's called a projective view or perspective view. Railroad tracks, when drawn on a freaking sheet of paper in an orthographic view, are parallel. But you don't see parallel railroad tracks. You see railroad tracks converge to a point.
Okay, I don't think you're going to change my mind.
So this is how you have to evaluate what quote unquote should be seen. You just reach it. Listen, it's common. Me and Sheepdog have done this hundreds of times. We even have a video that's up where
I don't know who Sheepdog is.
He's in this chat, man.
Hey.
He was talking to you. Anyway, me and Sheepdog went over this lots of times with other people on X and other places. You have a false premise. Okay? We've proven that the premise is false experimentally. And not only have we proven it false experimentally, National Geographic proved it false experimentally.
Okay, but what if Nat Geographic is just a bunch of bogus?
Dude, you can do this test on your own.
Okay.
The video I showed you, do you understand that in the video I showed you there should be no horizon at all? Do you understand that? It shouldn't even exist. Look, if you do the globe math on that lake, the horizon should be 2,400 feet from the camera. The lake is 1,000 feet long. Do the math. How can there be a horizon on a body of water that can't reach where the horizon should be? Because it's too small. What is the horizon then? Can't be the curve of the earth. Has to be something else. The reason these tests are done is because we want to eliminate curvature as a variable and see if we get the same appearance, the same optical effect, whether it looks the same, right? So you scale it down, eliminate curvature as a variable and go, hey, dude, does it look the same or does it look at this the way you guys say it should? Meaning you see the little boat all the way across the lake, all the way to the other side, because that water's flat, and that's how you should see it. Because there's no curve on the water, so you see it all the way across. But that's not what's seen. What's seen is there's a horizon, there's a boat, the boat gets cut off halfway. on a lake that's way too small. This isn't the only demonstration of this. There's a Russian guy that demonstrated it in 20 meters with a light. There's other people that have demonstrated. Frickin' AI's got a demonstration of it.
And stars,
but you can do it yourself.
Like,
you don't even have to
you're
believe
not going
us.
to change my mind on this, and I'm not going to change yours. But what about stars? You were saying how they're an illusion. What does that mean?
And then it flows.
You're looking nonchalant, bro. I love this. Are you gay by any chance, bro?
No, bro, I'm not. I'm married, actually.
All right,
you guys always, you're globe earthers, right? You always turn the conversation into being
Your
gay
voice is hot,
for some
bro.
reason.
Your voice is hot.
So you guys are degenerates, right? That's probably why you're angry at Flat
Maybe,
Earth. Right?
maybe, I don't
it
know.
leads towards
Maybe.
a creator, and you're probably worried about what might happen to you in the afterlife if there's
You're
a creator.
100% religious, aren't you?
Because you know you're a degenerate.
100% religious, bro.
Huh?
You're definitely a religious person, right?
What's the evidence?
I'm not religious.
What's the evidence
Retard.
for your God? What's the evidence for the classical?
What God? I didn't say anything about
You just said we're all.
We are just assuming.
No, but you just said that we're afraid of a creator. So what? Why would we?
Degenerates
be afraid of a creator
are generally. Yeah, so
We
if
are
there's
not
a
afraid of
creator, I didn't say I
creator, bro.
believe in a creator, right? If there's a creator,
why
usually
would a
people
degenerate-
that.
What is
Okay,
the
why
what is
you
the
ask
logic?
it? So this is the problem with you guys. You ask a question, and then as soon as I start answering the question, you start
Hey,
talking.
we never said that we believe in a curved earth. You assumed it, don't you?
No,
we never
You
said
didn't
that
say
we
you
believed
believed in a
But
god.
why-
you guys,
why-
are you guys
why
like
would- why would
87
degenerates-
IQ or something like that?
Why
'Cause
would
you guys-
Why would degenerates be afraid of a creator?
I'm
Why?
bored of this conversation. Should we get back to the flat Earth? Because I think everyone's on the side.
Of a classical theist. Why would of a classical theist creator? What's the?
Does
what-
anyone
why-
have
what
any
is the
empirical
necessary-
evidence? Hey, Lewis. When we go out and test the surface of the Earth, right? There's no
Okay, so
curvature.
So I'm going to take that. I'm going to take the that other part as a concession. Then, since you don't want to, back up.
We don't want to
your claim.
engage.
You don't
in
want to. You don't
that
want to back up
theological
your claim. I'm
discussion.
gonna.
That's right. We want to get back to the surface of the Earth. Thank you.
All right.
Fine. I'll take it as a concession. Then.
You can do whatever you want, mate. Off your chop.
I didn't make any claims.
All right, so
you made the claim that degenerates are
No,
most likely
dude, will you
afraid.
please just give it a
Are most
rest?
likely afraid of.
I'm gonna have to find the mute another motherfucker button, DJ. Sorry.
You made the
Yeah,
claim
so-
that degenerates are most likely
look,
afraid
this
of
is
a
what. Look,
creator.
hold on. I'll sum it up quickly. Okay, what we've noticed over the years is that the more degenerate people are, right, the more the concept of religion or a creator, right, triggers them. They'll get extremely angry when it's.
Why is
when it's
the
brought
why
up.
is the hey, why are atheists the least represented population in prison?
I don't care.
All right, then I'm going to take it as a concession.
Okay.
Because
all right. Does anyone have any
well,
evidence that the Earth's a globe?
let's get back to the empirical
Alright,
evidences
cool.
you were.
Yeah, let's get back to empirical evidence. So you claim boats go over the horizon. What distance would a boat appear to start going over the horizon if you were standing at the beach?
I don't exactly know
give me
that.
ultra specific measurements, or else it's wrong.
Like, wait a minute. Give me empirical evidence for Earth being flat.
Yeah, I am. I'm just laying some foundations, right? Okay, because if you don't know the basics of the globe, right, like how much curvature there would be over distance, then it's probably like not going to go down well when I start going over the math, right? Because if you don't know basic math, then
Did you watch the videos I sent you yesterday? Or a few hours ago?
No, I didn't.
does anyone here know the radius value of the globe besides all of the flat earthers?
6,400 kilometers, bro.
650, 400? No.
6,400. 6,400 kilometers.
Okay, that's approximately correct. Okay, so
it's
based
because
on that, how far away would the horizon be? And what is a
I have
horizon?
to calculate, bro.
Okay, calculate it because we're going to put it to the test right now.
What are you asking for? Can you say it again?
Okay, how far away? Okay, if we set up a camera 1 meter high above the surface of the water, how far away would the horizon be?
How far away would the horizon be?
Yeah.
I don't know, bro. I have to go. Can you tell me if you know?
Yeah, it's 3.4 kilometers.
All right.
Okay, do you know what the horizon is?
Yeah, I do know what the horizon is.
You do? Can you define it for me?
No, I can't. I can't define it.
Well, if you know what it is, how come you can't define it?
I know, but I'm just.
Well, just
bad
tell
at
me, and you don't
expressing
have to give the official definition. Just tell me what you think the horizon is, because that's what we're
I
going
don't
to
know.
test.
What do you think the horizon is?
No, I asked you the question.
I don't want to answer. I can refute to answer questions.
Okay,
Is it the thing that boats go over?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. And you can't see the boat because it's gone over the curvature of the Earth, which is represented by the horizon. Right?
Yeah.
Cool.
And that horizon would be at 3.4 kilometers, approximately, if you had a 1 meter observation height. Do you agree? Or do you need to go and check?
Can you repeat, bro?
Okay, if you have a 1 meter observation height, meaning the camera is 1 meter above the water, okay, and we're going to make an observation out into the ocean or a lake. Okay, the horizon on a globe should be at 3.4 kilometers away. There's a diagram in the side chat.
All right. Yeah.
Okay. Right, it must be there, right? That's a physical horizon, the same thing that would block boats.
Yeah,
okay.
All right.
Okay, so in this observation, we're checking for that horizon. Okay, so I'm posting a clip from a video. Okay, he has the camera set up at 1 meter height, and he's looking out into the ocean to check if that horizon's there.
Fake. I don't believe it. I want direct observational.
It's a high definition video.
Yeah, but it can be AI, bro. I don't believe you.
It was done in 2017.
Even in 2017, bro, you may be from the.
All right, so for the continuation of this argument, you're going to have to take it, my friends. You're going to have to take it in good faith, because if you're going to say it's photoshopped or it's AI, we're just going to have to stop. You have to take this in good faith, and then when you understand this, you can potentially go and recreate this yourself. But at the moment, could you please just take it in good faith? Thanks.
Yeah, you could think of it like this. You could think of it like this, right? If it's real, right? You can say if it's real, then it doesn't match up with the globe, or it does match up with the globe. If it's real, okay. If it turns out that it is real, right, then that's a problem for the globe. Okay, you can't verify it, but you could go and verify it if you really wanted to.
All right. I can recreate this experiment.
Yeah, anyone can go and recreate this experiment. Okay, this has been done thousands of times. Now, look, we have 6 windmills out in the ocean, ranging from 8 miles to 11.2 miles. Right, 11.2 miles is 18 kilometers, by the way. Okay, so that's the windmill on the far right. Okay, that's 11.2 miles or 18 kilometers away. Now, the horizon, can you remember what distance the horizon should be?
3.14 kilometers.
Close enough. Just over 3 kilometers away. Okay.
All right.
Now we can see the horizons far beyond the 11.2 mile windmill. Sorry, 18 kilometer windmill.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it is.
Okay, but the horizon on a globe would have to be at 3.4 kilometers.
How are we so sure that the bottom part of the windmill is the topmost part above the ocean surface? It may be that because a much larger part of it is hidden.
Okay.
Because of horizon.
Hidden behind what? Hidden behind what? The horizon?
Ocean waves, ocean water.
Okay, but that's not the curvature of the Earth, is it? That's ocean waves.
You can see that there's no waves, right?
There are waves, but there is curvature too, right?
No, there's no waves at all. You know what a wave is, right?
Sorry, I do apologise.
There are no waves.
Curvature. Okay. Where's the curvature? You said there's curvature too.
I didn't say that there is curvature. I said it's because of curvature.
Oh, it's because of curvature. What's because of curvature?
You see the bulge in the ocean water where you can see anything beyond that.
Yeah, but that limit should be in front of the wind turbines. Do you remember the calculation?
I just realized that Horizon is well behind the windmill. So yeah, this is true.
Please
this is true.
don't. I haven't interrupted you.
The windmill 11
I don't like it when this happens.
some miles away. It's true.
I have no idea what you're saying.
If this video is true,
because I was talking first.
Okay.
Excuse me.
Got it.
Thank you.
If on the globe, Earth is flat.
Sorry.
I agree. Okay. If this video
are you going to listen to what I said?
Did you say if this video is true, Earth is flat?
Yeah.
Okay, well the video is true. Okay, the video, I'm going to post the full video for you.
I don't believe
you
it.
You don't have to, right? So I'm going to post the full video. You haven't seen the full video.
Will you believe if I upload a picture taken by NASA from some satellite showing that Earth is a sphere or it's a globe? Will you believe it?
No, I would just test reality because I can't because I can't go and test. I can't go up.
I'll definitely contact you the day I'll manage to open
listen
some
to me.
space
Let me reply to
agency,
you,
bro. I'll definitely contact you first.
There's a difference between repeatable experiments, right, and things that just purely require blind faith.
You can repeat satellites. You can.
No, you can't repeat satellites.
You can repeat, like you can send multiple satellites.
No, you're not allowed to send satellites up yourself. No one's ever done that.
Okay, so that's there's a difference between what a
wait a minute. Don't you think that an agency?
Between what a regular civilian like me or you can do, and what the government,
regular civilian like you and me, a regular civilian like you and me.
Hey, you're even interrupting your Glober friend that's trying to save you, right? So you can go on mute for a bit, okay, Lewis? Yeah, there's a difference, okay? One requires faith, and you can't repeat it, and the other one, anyone can go and do themselves. Okay, so this is empirical evidence. This is repeatable, testable by anyone. It doesn't require any type of faith at all. You can go and do this yourself. Okay, and this would debunk the NASA image.
What is the test that you want to do, or the test?
Hey boys, are you switching?
Just showing you the test.
Switch early? Okay.
Hold on.
Okay.
Yeah, so I just showed the test. We can see zero curvature over 11.2 miles, right? Literally zero curvature.
Where is
Worthing? Worthing in the United Kingdom on a flat day where there's no waves, very clear conditions.
No, where's the video?
It's in the side chat.
Oh. Let's see. Oh, he's muted. Is there a link or?
Yeah. But the full video is very comprehensive. It goes for an hour and a half. Okay, this is done by a PhD in optics as well. Very smart guy, knows what he's doing. Yeah, there's the full video there.
The black swan and observation and its implications for globe model.
Right. That's one of many observations. But this is a good one because it's very comprehensive in the detail in the video. Basically, the bottom of the windmills should be hidden behind the horizon by 52 feet. Horizon should be at 2.3 miles.
Okay.
There's also a boat in the distance at 14 miles away that should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, but there's no curvature when we go out and do these observations. It's consistently zero curvature.
Hold on, I'm watching the video. Give me a second.
All right.
Oh, they just rudely left.
He's going to watch the video.
Oh, okay. All right, cool.
Anybody else feel defeated by that Glober?
Not me.
Sorry, I was too busy licking my wounds to reply quickly.
I mean, like, what do you mean by that?
It's a
Who
green
said an
screen.
illusion?
I said, what about stars?
I didn't use the word illusion, dude.
One of your homies did.
Yeah, one of your friends did. Someone in here said illusion. So
One of my friends? How do you know we're
No.
friends?
I don't know. All you flat earthers.
We said you can't go to space. We said
I'm
the
friends with
idea
all
of
flat
space.
earthers, dude. Are you crazy? You lost your
Space.
marbles?
Yes.
Space.
No, seriously, you crazy? You lost your marbles? Are you friends with all Globers?
What's up?
Who are you talking to?
You!
What'd I say? That's crazy.
You said, I'm friends with somebody. One of your friends said that.
I'm talking about you.
Did I say
individually,
that?
Your friend.
Or my
Preston,
friend
turn
said
up
that.
your mic or something, bro. I can barely hear you.
You gotta turn me up, dude. My mic's fucked up.
Oh, okay.
I'm sorry, man. My mic's a little bit broken.
Okay. So, Ryder, this isn't about change. I don't care if you change your mind or not. I
Okay,
showed
maybe
you the
it's not your
empirical
friend.
evidence.
Maybe
You have
it's
no
not one of your
reputation
friends,
for
but
any
it's
of it.
one
You have
your
no
fellow
counter
flat
evidence.
earthers that are dumb as
Okay.
rocks that said stars are an
Okay.
illusion.
Flat earthers. No one claims stars an illusion. You can see stars.
Someone said that in the video. As soon as I started talking, someone goes, "Stars are an illusion."
Who? Preston said it?
Nope.
No, I would never say that. Nope. I promise you, I would never say that.
Who said that, Ryder?
Was it a
Give me
Fortnite?
like 5
You
minutes.
know there's trolls coming in and out of here saying random.
I can go back in the stream.
You're not in this
I just have
combo.
to go back one to I joined and started talking. Do you have a timestamp on when I joined and started talking? Because I can go back in the stream and look at it.
No, you can do it yourself. I'm not doing the work for you, dude. It's your claim. Why would I go find the evidence for your claim for you?
Well, I was just seeing if you knew.
Yeah, but why would I go find the evidence for your claim for you?
That's
Wait,
not the evidence.
NDO.
Is when I joined.
NDO.
What, G? No, I guess not.
Oh, I'm
Ryder.
just gonna ask a question.
Hold on, G. I want to cover this thing he said. You think he's going to get by? I'm not going to change your mind, and you're not going to change my mind. You've shown me nothing. I showed you empirical evidence. Science is based upon empiricism, not theory. You were asked multiple times, how did you substantiate what you're seeing is caused by the curvature of the Earth? And you don't have anything substantial, any measurements or anything like that to validate whether it is the curvature of the Earth. You just have an opinion about how it should look. Okay, it's subjective. You say, hey, man, it should look like this on a curved Earth, and it should look like this on a flat Earth. But wait, why did you just interrupt me, dude? You think, Preston, I'm going to ban you, okay? That's your only fucking warning. Your heckling shit is getting annoying.
I laughed because you made me laugh. Chill out, dude. Jeez,
Well,
man. Don't
mute
be so
up,
aggressive.
bro.
I sorry. I thought
Mute
I
up.
was on mute.
Mute up,
I'm sorry.
dude. Mute up, or I'll
you don't
mute
have to
you.
be so aggressive. I'm
Three.
Yo, be aggressive.
If a big booty Latino throws some yams in a circle, don't that mean we ought to circle?
Yeah, but you're almost funny. So y'all trying to fucking run interference, this shit ain't gonna work. We're way too hip on that shit. So Ryder. Yeah, hip. So Ryder, you said what I was saying was your evaluation is based upon you think it should look like this or look like that. I demonstrated empirically that evaluation is factually wrong. It's not my opinion that it's wrong. It's Ryder. It's factually wrong because I demonstrated it. It's factually wrong.
Nope, your videos are AI.
You can say
why not
whatever you
go out
want.
and test it for yourself?
So it's really funny how they were made before AI could make videos like that. That's really weird. How did that happen?
How did what happen?
These videos were made like almost half a decade ago.
Well, the government doesn't tell you certain things.
Oh, so they're government AI videos to convince Ryder the Earth is flat.
Exactly. I live in a simulation. Nothing's real.
That's not possible.
That is possible.
Okay, so you don't understand Gödel's incompleteness theorem, how that's not possible.
Man,
You can't live in a computer simulation, Ryder, because of Gödel's incompleteness theorem. It's impossible.
Could you explain what that is?
Okay, Gödel's incompleteness theorem says that any mathematical system cannot both be consistent and complete. So, because a computer simulation involves mathematics, that means that system itself will have contradictions. There are no contradictions in nature.
The police will control you.
There's no contradictions in nature, so it can't be a mathematical system driving it.
Preston's not 14 and doesn't live in his parents' basement.
Yeah, so just go on fucking mute because you stopped listening. See, you're like, it amazes me how cope you guys just go into this fucking crazy cope and off the rails.
You know, I did want to ask him a question now.
Go ahead, I'll mute him.
Okay. Hey, Ryder.
Oh, fucking, we're fighting over it.
Hey, Ryder.
Who's talking? Can you just say your name? I just
Sheepdog.
A-N-G?
Sheepdog down at the bottom, dude.
Oh, sheepdog.
Yeah.
What up?
So you said something about the stars. You're gonna say what about the stars, right?
Oh, I was saying what, like, if space doesn't exist, where does it end, and where do stars, like, because someone said that stars are an illusion, so.
Well, I don't think anybody said stars are an illusion, but let me ask you this, okay?
I know someone.
What do you know about the stars?
What do you, I don't know. I don't really know much besides I can see them.
I'm right there with you, brother. That's about as much as I know about them.
Welcome to Flat Earth, bro.
Yeah.
So we don't claim stars don't exist. We say that what the modern cosmology says they are, their composition, how far away they are, what they're made of, where they're going, their age, all those things is nonsense.
How do you think Earth started?
I don't fucking know, bro. I wasn't here.
Okay.
We don't we're not about speculation. That's the globe side. We don't speculate. We just go with what we can prove. That's why I presented you empirical evidence. We don't go with like what we think or what we believe or how we feel. We go, hey, what can we demonstrate practically by experiment or observation? Something that's repeatable, something that anybody can do, something you don't have to just trust somebody, right? I know it's an amazing thing to believe that you can trust your own eyes and trust yourself, right? I know it's a novel idea. We're saying you can too. We're not trying to convince you the Earth is flat, dude.
Hey, Ryder.
I don't trust myself. You think I'm going to trust you?
Well, I mean, I mean, fuck, bro.
Ryder, I just put a video at 29 minutes past the hour in the chat. It's got a astrophysicist named Michio Kaku. He talks about how they make up space, right? All their little stories that they use and everything. It's 15 seconds. Give it a watch real quick. Tell me what you think.
All right.
We've all seen it at least 100 times.
Stop talking so I can watch it.
Well, he mentioned it's a simulation. I mean, what's the shape of the world in a simulation or video game?
I was
flat.
Hold on, Travis. He can't watch it if we're talking over him.
Yeah, I was trolling about that simulation.
Dude, just deafen yourself for 15 seconds.
Science, we always say that you make observational theory, you make more observations, and it's a very, very tedious process.
All right, listen. If you got a clip,
I don't really understand.
Listen, no, Ryder, chill out for a second. If you got a clip, just play it on the bot so everyone can hear.
I don't think we have the bot in here.
What? Are you kidding me? Hold on.
Wrong server.
Let me check.
What is it? I'm confused.
What's there?
You're saying they just make shit up in astrophysics. It's all theory. None of it can be verified. That's what he's saying. I'm paraphrasing. Okay. Think about this. Stars are giant fusion reactor plasmas millions of miles away.
Is that what they actually are, or you're just saying random words?
No, I'm saying what they say.
That's what they say.
Okay.
Okay. Can they ever actually verify that?
No, not until they visit one.
Okay. Finally, a fucking honest answer. Right. So until, no matter what story someone tells about the stars, anybody on Earth says, stars are this, stars are that, stars are this other thing. Same with planets, blah, blah, blah.
Well, I think like astrology
it's speculation
and all that, like, to do with your sign
and can't even be... My point was it's speculation and can't even be verified within their own paradigm. The fastest object they say ever went to space ever been in space is Voyager. Voyager would take 150,000 years to reach the closest star. Okay? They're never going to be able to verify any of that crap within their own paradigm. So they can just make up anything because none of it is verifiable.
So you don't like that factor of like that what if? Like what if it's another universe? What if it's another Earth? What if it's
Yeah, I mean, it's fun to speculate, but that's not what we're here for. We do a speculation Sunday, and which you're welcome to come and speculate away, because some people like to speculate and shit.
Will you guys be open to the ideas, or will it just be like no?
Which ideas?
Know that. I'm just saying, like, are we shut it down with your flat?
It's speculation Sunday, dude.
Okay, well, I'm wondering.
You can speculate about whatever you want. You can frickin' speculate about Nazi moon bases. We don't care.
And the issue is if the modern like pseudoscience, the astronomers and stuff like that, just speculated and said we think you might be seeing in the past, and this star that you see might actually not exist anymore because it underwent supernova or whatever. If they just speculated their things, we'd have no issue. But they make truth claims and they have zero evidence.
Yeah, not only do they make truth claims, they know the causes of things, which is crazy. That's even more crazy. So they're doing what's called use the term science loosely in this context, observational science. But they claim they're doing, in some ways, experimental science. Right? They go, well, we did an experiment. We looked at a freaking black hole. It's not an experiment. Experiments are done in labs. Experiments have independent variables. That's what experiments figure out cause and effect relationships. The only thing they can ever do is get correlations between one observation and some other observation. But that's not what they say when they frickin' talk on TV and when they give talks and lectures in front of people. They claim that X causes Y,
so
and
unless
Y
someone
causes
can
Z,
prove
and all these other things.
Earth is round, then you won't believe it.
What? No, I'm never going to believe the Earth is round. Either someone's going to prove it or they're not.
Okay, but if someone proves it to you, already that it's already proved.
How can they prove it? Let's deal with that. How can they prove it?
Take you to space.
No, that wouldn't prove it.
Why?
How would
why
that
not?
prove it?
Because you could see it at a greater angle.
Because looking at things is still subjective experience.
So you don't. If you look at it and
the Earth looks flat, you're on Earth, and you don't believe that, dude. But you want me to go to space where you bro, you're on Earth. It looks flat, and you don't believe that. Why?
Because when I look out, it's curved.
No, it isn't.
Okay, I'll take next time I'm at the beach, I'll take a photo and I'll bring it to Speculation Sunday just for you.
Okay, yeah, bring the photo, and you're still going to have the same problem of having a faulty premise.
Okay.
You can take all the photos of half of boats all you want. Your premise that can only happen on a globe is demonstrably wrong. What aren't you understanding?
A lot of things.
That your reasoning is flawed. So you have evidence, and then you have the reasoning behind the evidence. Your reasoning about the conclusions you're drawing from the evidence are incorrect, which is why you're interrupting me, because I'm pointing out that they're incorrect.
Yeah, okay, but we're just going to agree to disagree because you're not going to change my mind.
This isn't an agree thing. This is a basic logic.
It's an agree thing. It's agree.
Hey, Indio.
Logic is objectively true. This isn't a matter of opinion.
Indio, don't the astronauts say that they can't tell the difference between simulation and the real thing?
Well, only with their moon launches. So there are things that are subjective and there are things that are objective. I'm talking about objective things. It's objectively true that on a flat surface, you can get the same visual of a boat being cut off bottom first. That's objectively true. Doesn't matter what you think about it. Doesn't matter if you like it. So if that's objectively true, the claim this can only happen on a curved surface, this visual, is factually incorrect. This isn't subjective. It isn't about opinion. It isn't about agreement.
Okay, so you'll believe me if I bring a video of a boat going over the curvature of the Earth. You'll believe me.
Did you not hear what he just said?
Did you not hear what I just said?
He uses big words, and I don't understand those big words.
Okay, you don't understand the big words.
I don't.
Which word
How do you know what's going on?
He's just
Hold on.
waiting for you to stop talking so he can
Okay, Ryder.
say what he wants to say.
So
He's not
how
responding.
do you know it's going over the curve of the Earth and it's not just happening on a flat surface like I said and showed you?
Say again?
How do you know it's going over the curve of the Earth and it's not just happening on a flat surface like I showed you?
Because I see it with my eyes.
You're seeing the same thing with your eyes. You're seeing the same visual. How do you know one's caused by curve and it's just not happening on a flat surface like I showed you? How did you differentiate?
I don't really understand what you're saying.
Yeah, you
Bro.
do.
No, I don't.
Yeah,
How
you
did
do,
you bridge
Tyler.
the gap?
You're being
from
a snake now,
obstruction?
that I will not tolerate. Stop being a
don't.
fucking weasel.
I'm not being a weasel.
How did you know that how do you know it was the curve of the Earth causing that observation and wasn't just an observation on a flat surface like I showed you?
Dog, I don't understand this.
You
I
must
don't
be
understand this
retarded.
question.
Yeah,
I
you
don't
do
think I'm
understand.
You
retarded,
have
actually.
bottom up obstruction. How are you jumping
What is
from bottom
bottom
up
up?
obstruction
What is bottom
to curve?
up obstruction? What is that?
Meaning you see half a boat and the boat is cut in half by the horizon and you don't
Okay.
see the bottom of it.
How do
Just like I showed
does that
you in that
happen?
video. Can that only happen on a flat Earth? Can that only happen on a globe?
Yeah.
Okay. Then what about the videos I showed you with it happening on a flat surface? What about those?
Those are AI.
Your table's a globe.
Yeah, you're so desperate. You thought you had a winner, Ryder.
He had one honest answer.
Really, you really did, dude. You
I
came
think-
in with
I
a
think-
loser. Don't you think we ever heard
I
this
think my
before?
monitor might be
You think
curved,
we'd
or-
still exist here doing flat Earth after 10 years? You know, they've been saying ships over the horizon for 2,000 years, dude. How would we still
This is
exist?
Yo,
It's
Indio, like
not
he had that
true.
one
It's
honest answer with the stars.
Rybar, it's already been demonstrably shown that it's not true.
Yeah, it is true though.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
the
the
one
videos
honest
I
answer
showed
with the
their
stars, I thought
so
we were,
now I'm
like,
going to
getting
post
somewhere.
photographs that I took of a ship 30 miles away when the horizon should be 6 miles away, and that ship should be 420 feet under the horizon. Now I'm going to show that. Then what are you going to say about that? Why isn't that ship under the horizon?
Well, like you said, different.
Why
different
isn't that
conditions
ship
in
under the
air,
horizon? What?
Different visibility.
Oh, so it's not the geometric curve of the Earth blocking the boat.
No,
It's a
it
visual
is, but,
effect.
like,
It
how
is,
far
but
you
it's
can see
not.
depends
So
on how
what
far
is it?
it
Is it
will-
visual or is it geometric? Which one is it?
I think it's both.
It's both.
I
How can
know
you
it's
tell
both.
which one it is?
Because on a foggy day you can't see like a mile, but on a
No, I'm
clear
not
day, you
talking
can.
about opacity of the air. I'm talking about where the horizon is. So say a ship sails away and one day it's cut off by a horizon 3 miles away and goes over the horizon. And then the next day, the horizon's 6 miles away and it's cut off. And then the next day at 30 miles away, the whole ship is visible. And it's sitting on the horizon.
Okay, this conversation is going to go nowhere with my answer.
Yeah, that's right, dude.
You can
cooked. Take your L, be a man. Why are you guys such
you can unmute
bitches when
Van.
you can't take your L, bro?
I'm not a bitch.
Take
but
your fucking L, dude.
I'm not a bitch, but you know.
You know, you are.
I
Take
don't
your
know
L,
if
be a
it's
man.
normal.
Take your L, be a man. Stop just saying, oh, it was AI before AI fucking existed somehow. He bounced. So G had a question. So what was your burning question, G?
Oh, I was just saying, I was in a Fortnite game and I was in like a boat, and when I got to the edge,
Yeah, it was almost important.
Boring. Got to the edge, you died.
So, Preston, you're up next. Do you have something intelligent to say this time?
And Buck says he doesn't.
I'm thinking. I know I do, but give me a second to think on that, and I'll get back to you.
All right, go ahead, bash those two brain cells together.
I'm trying, bro, but they're not fusing together as they usually do.
You thought you had
Man,
two brain cells, but one died
They're
of
pressed
loneliness.
in, but they're not fusing.
Man, Preston, you got
No,
a good
they're not
sense
working.
of humor, actually.
You think so?
Did the other brain cell die of loneliness, Preston?
Nah, my mom dropped me on my head, so I've been pretty fucked up ever since then.
Carry on.
His head got pressed in.
Should we try trap money?
I was molested as a baby, so I've been pretty fucked up ever since then.
I've been talking a lot. Anybody else want to mess around with these guys? I know this is fucking punching down big time.
India, wait, India, do you have a headache?
Why would I have a headache?
Because you talk a lot. If I talk that much, I'd have a migraine.
Well, it doesn't take me a lot of effort to think clearly.
Good for you, man.
That's crazy. You get a headache from talking.
Not talking, but talking as much as
Yeah,
he is.
thinking clearly. A lot of people
Like to you, we're stupid people because we believe in something. So I'll be like, oh, stupid people are giving me a headache.
You're stupid because you don't know why you believe it.
I know why I believe it.
Preston, I'll help you out with the question.
Why
you're brainwashed?
Maybe to you guys, I'm
Preston, just
brainwashed.
hold
but I
on,
believe
brother.
it.
Hold on. I was going to ask you a question, man.
What's up, big dog?
So, I'm going to preface it with a few things based on the previous convo. So the guy before was saying, the Earth is curved. That's what causes
Ryder?
things to disappear, right? Yeah. So the thing that's causing something to disappear is blocking it. So that would mean it has to be in front of it, correct?
I don't think so. If I maybe sound stupid right now, but that's what I'm thinking.
Now I know why fucking talking makes your brain hurt.
Correct.
Well, no, I just don't understand his question. Being a dick doesn't.
Brother, all right, let me help you out. If something you can't see because it's being blocked by something that's obstructing it, that obstructive object has to be in front of the thing.
No, it has to
from
be
your
behind
point
it
of view.
because- No, it has to be behind it because you can't see it once the.
No,
motor's
the
in front of it.
blocking object. Listen closer.
The blocking object has to be
Oh, okay, then
between you and the thing.
Yes.
Right. So that's very simple. You understand that.
Yes.
Ryder's problem was he was shown direct evidence of something disappearing when the object he's claimed that's causing it to disappear is behind it.
Mm-hmm.
Right? So that doesn't make any sense. So Ryder was being disingenuous. He wasn't accepting reality.
Maybe you're right. I wasn't here for that part. I was using the bathroom, I guess. But there we go.
Oh, what up, guys? Stan here.
Hold up, but AI, you're prefacing this to hit Preston with what?
Well,
or is that
let's get back to Preston. I said he knows why he believes the Earth is a globe. Can you inform us why?
I mean,
why
I'm not
you
going to have
believe
any striking evidence that's going to change your mind. It's just
No, I'm not asking you to change your mind. I just want to know why you. Why would you preface it with changing my mind? Why don't you just tell us why you believe it?
Well, 'cause I've been here for a little bit now, 2 hours now, and I can tell that your mind's not going to be changed. That's why I preface.
I'm not. Why would you try to change my mind?
Because it's a debate. We're here to debate.
Just present your evidence,
Why don't
and maybe
you
if it's
just
good,
tell
then
us
we'll.
why
You don't need to be. Anyway.
Have you watched the plot, Preston? You said, "Hey,
You don't know
you
what that
think we're
means. You don't
dumb," and
know
I
what
said, "Hey, I think you're dumb because you don't know why you believe what you believe." And you
the
said,
name
"Yes, I
calling-
do."
the name calling's not gonna
Why
work.
are you interrupting me, please, dude?
Because you're mad. Relax.
I'm not. I'm not
You need
mad.
to relax,
Shut
dude.
up,
You're not gonna piss me off. So like, you need to stop being.
Preston. One more time. You said, "Hey, we think you're dumb," and I said, "No, I think you're dumb because you don't know why you believe what you believe." And you said, "Yes, I do." And now I'm asking you, why is that?
Okay, you want to know why? I grew up in California, okay, by the beach. When I look out over the beach, I see a horizon. That's why I've always thought this. Maybe I'm wrong, but all the evidence that you guys have given me does not prove that you guys are right in any
So
way.
you think
that
the
I
Earth is a globe because there's a horizon?
Yeah, that's how I see
Okay.
it.
Oh my God.
Would there be a horizon on a flat Earth?
Huh? No.
No.
It'd be fucking
Okay.
flat.
So
Because when you
okay,
look out,
hold on,
you see forever.
Preston. Slow down. We're gonna walk
You need
through
to
this
slow down
step by
because you're gonna speak
Preston.
over me,
Slow
and I don't
down.
like
We're gonna
that.
walk through this. Slow down. We're gonna walk through this step by step. You said there'd be no horizon on a flat Earth.
Yeah.
The horizon is what divides the Earth from the sky. So if there's no horizon, you wouldn't see sky and Earth
I'm
at the
not
same
talking about
time.
the I'm not talking
Shut
about
up.
the sky
Listen
horizon.
closer.
You shut the
Listen.
fuck up. I'm trying to tell you something.
Listen.
Oh my God, this guy's a fucking retard.
Dude, will you let me finish? You're trying to interrupt the point.
No, you're trying
We
to
know
interrupt
why.
me, and I keep talking, then you interrupt me.
Dude, I haven't even made my point yet.
Because your point's fucking stupid. I'm trying to tell you what I'm
How would you know it's stupid when I haven't finished it, Preston?
I've been hearing you talk about this entire fucking time.
Preston.
I won't get an headache. I do this all day.
Preston, if you would see 100% sky or 100% ground for there to be no horizon, because the horizon is what divides the sky from the ground. So which one is the flat Earth? 100% sky or 100% ground?
I wasn't listening. What were you saying? I was reading the chat.
Which one's the flat Earth? 100% sky or 100% ground?
Which one's the flat Earth?
Yeah, you said there's no horizon on a flat Earth.
Guys, stop yelling though.
Stan, shut the fuck up. Which one? Which one is the flat Earth? You said no horizon
I'm not
on
sure.
a flat
I
Earth.
don't know the difference between those two.
You said there's no horizon on a flat Earth, correct?
I don't think so. I don't think there would be.
Okay, so that would mean it's either 100% sky you see or 100% ground, because the horizon divides them, where you see them both at the same time. So you couldn't see them both at the same time,
But
otherwise
that's what
there'd be a
I'm saying.
horizon. Repeat to me what I just said to you.
Fuck all that. Listen to what I'm about to say.
Okay, you're banned.
That's tough. That's the first time I ever heard someone say, I'm a globe earther because the beach, because of the horizon. Like, you'd think you'd say, oh, all the globes that I saw in school and, you know, the maps and stuff like that, but no.
Okay, Stan, you want to chime in? Chime in. What's next? All right, I'm the wrong retard.
I mean, I believe in flat Earth, but you give us a bad rep, dude.
Oh, really? Yeah, what part did I do that gave us a bad rep?
I mean, look at the way you're talking. Like, relax.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
Calm down. That's what I'm saying. Like, relax.
Oh, what? Tone policing ain't gonna work here, dude.
I mean, you're clearly just like out of your head.
Clearly, but you can't say anything very specific. What was said? That's weird.
I wasn't paying
Why
attention.
can't you say anything with any specificity? Just making general accusations. How about you put some meat on that bone?
Are you hearing yourself right now? Relax.
Yeah, I hear you. I hear myself perfectly good.
Just take a breath, man. Calm down.
I'm squeezing your head and just shit's coming out.
Dude, I would rape you. You know that?
Indio.
You just said he would rape me and thinks that's funny.
Yeah, this idiot is sick.
No, I was laughing first off the crap coming out from squeezing his head, and then his response is just it's hilarious.
You ever heard that before? If I wanted any shit from you, I'd squeeze your head.
Gyroscope proves the Earth is a globe.
How?
No, it doesn't.
How, Chad? I have a gyroscope. I'm looking at it. Now what?
Explain how it works on a flat Earth model.
That doesn't
demonstrate it.
Okay.
Demonstrate it.
Whether or not I can explain how it works on a flat Earth is independent of whether it proves the globe. Those are two different ideas.
You can't.
You're the one who's adding crap onto it after making a claim, dude.
Holy crap.
This fucking low tier
A
today.
gyroscope won't work on a flat Earth model.
Really? What does a gyroscope do?
It gyroscopes.
It gyrates.
Oh, man.
What is this? Shakira's hips? Shakira's hips don't work on a flat Earth because they gyrate.
The gyroscope doesn't lie.
My claim stands true, so...
Yeah, no. Claims are not evidence, dude.
Yeah.
Evidence is evidence. Claims are not evidence. What can be asserted without evidence can be dismissed without evidence. So we're going to just dismiss you because you haven't produced any evidence.
Because your opponent's kind of ignorant, even though he
I'm waiting for your evidence. The evidence to back your claim that a gyroscope proves the globe. I'm asking you how. It's where I started. Still asking you how.
Okay.
What does it do? In what way does it prove a globe?
He wants to know how.
He's resorted to spamming.
Ryder, really? I'm disappointed in you.
Gyroscope keeps its axis pointing in the same direction. As Earth turns, the gyroscope slowly appears to drift because the ground under it is rotating. That drift matches Earth's known spin rate of 15 degrees per hour. A flat, non-rotating Earth would show no drift.
Is that? Yeah, it's awesome that you're a stenographer for ChatGPT and just like read that verbatim. But guess what? That was wrong, and you're too dumb to know it's wrong.
And
so
it's
the
the
Earth
claim
rate
again, it's not
rotation
evidence.
is supposed to be 15 degrees times the sine of the latitude, and you'd only get 15 degrees at the poles. Okay? So, Chad, stop relying on a fucking probability matrix that you've anthropomorphized into some thinking fucking rational being called ChatGPT or Grok or whatever. You're basically spitting out a mathematical model and giving a probability matrix to some fucking words that follow one after the other, and you end up with word salad like the shit you just said.
Yeah, it's a Grokish.
Look inside chat. Read.
Yo, Indio, when you set up your gyroscope and you like counterbalance it and stuff, and basically like zero it out, and you let it run, does it have any precession at all? Any drift?
Yeah,
at
dude. Hold on a second. Remember when I said claims are not evidence? See, you made the claim. You're just repeating this person's claim. I'm looking at the link. I don't see any
Nobody's
data
falling
in
for your
there.
fucking logical
Chad, there's
fallacy, dude.
no
You gotta be trolling
data.
at this point.
Chad,
You're-
there's
you're-
no
you're-
data.
you're just
Chad, there's
trolling.
no
You're
data.
You're just trolling.
Where's
That's all you're doing.
Chad?
That's
now
all
you're in
doing.
full
You
cult
don't
mode.
understand physics.
You're in full
Mute him
cult
because he's
mode.
telling the truth. Mute him.
No, because you're basically just making an assertion without evidence.
So your claim, your evidence for your claim was somebody else's claim.
He ran away. What a douchebag.
Fuck, dude, this is pathetic. Now, Ryder, that dude is not a flat earther, dude. Why do you think he's a flat earther? Ryder.
Oh, I was unmuted. Oh, because he was in.
Why
your
did you
chat.
think he's a flat
He was
earther?
in your chat.
So what? Why do you think he's a flat earther? He's new to this server.
So am I. He was in your chat saying.
You don't have a little new thing next to your name like he does.
This is my first time here.
Not you, him.
He has a new thing next to his name.
You don't see the little frickin' flower thing? I'm new here.
How am
Say
I
hi.
I didn't know that. That's
You don't have that.
Well, this is my first time here, so
Yeah, that's horseshit, dude.
on God, I can put my hand on a Bible and do that.
Member since February 19th, 2024. Did you forget that it's in your profile when you joined the server?
That's a Discord thing, not a. not when you
They have
join the
two of
server.
them. They have Discord member and server member. They're right next to each other.
It said I joined this server in 2019.
No, 2024, bro. Learn to listen. February.
I said
November
I just joined the server
13th,
tonight.
2025.
My friend sent me the link to this server tonight, and I joined it tonight.
Okay, so why do you think he's a flat earther?
Because he's in your chat.
So what? So are
Arguing
you?
with
Are
me?
you a flat earther?
Nobody's arguing with me, so that'd probably be the opposite of what I think, right? No.
I've never seen that guy before in my entire life.
How was I supposed to know that?
Dude, read what he's posting.
Yeah, he posted that after the fact that I found the
Dude, I'm just scrolling up. I can't believe you people think you know anything and you don't know the sky is an illusion. The sun is a farce. It's so obvious. You can't figure out that this dude is trolling.
No, because I didn't. know
Maybe he thought
people-
force instead of farce. The sun's a force.
Are you serious, Ryder? Shut up. This is probably your fucking friend.
No, it's not. On God, it's not. I don't know who it is.
On God. You don't even believe in God, Ryder.
I do believe in God.
Okay. So why would you
Actually,
lie
who are you to
earlier
tell
about
me what I
seeing
do and
ships
don't
over the
believe in?
horizon? You know lying's a sin, right?
Who are you to tell me what I do and don't believe in?
Look, bro.
No,
I'm not
you
telling what you
bro,
do
you
and
don't
don't believe in.
understand.
Well, if you actually believed in God, you wouldn't be fucking lying in this chat.
I'm not lying.
Oh, you really think that was AI video?
No, obviously not. I'm trolling when I say that.
Yeah, you were lying when you said you saw ships over the horizon and you've never seen that,
Nope,
dude.
I have seen that.
Nah,
Let me
no, you haven't.
translate. Hold on. I got the new Urban Dictionary translation. Trolling. Coping. Oh, you were coping with the facts of reality. I got it now.
That's good,
Anyway,
Rage
it's
Bait.
obvious this guy isn't a flat earther. Okay.
No,
Is that really the
Indio,
best you
you're
can
just
do?
an imbecile that like you don't have the right mental capacity to believe or understand that the Earth
I don't
is
have the
round,
right.
and it's
You're right.
okay.
I don't have the capacity to believe.
Exactly.
I don't
So
want
you
to
agree
believe.
with me.
Believe means
You agree
acceptance
with
without
me.
evidence,
You agree
Ryder.
with me, and all you do is just get angry when people try to make their point.
I'm not
and you don't let
angry,
them
dude.
talk.
You listen. If I
You
was
have it
angry,
with
I'd be
your tone
fucking
of,
screaming at you.
you have it in your tone of your voice. You have a very angry
Yeah,
tone.
look. Don't try to divine my tone. Listen, I'm a city
Well,
boy. I live in the
I
city.
am
This is how we
because
talk. I live in
you're
Boston.
okay. That's great. I didn't
Yeah, it's
actually
how we
hear it.
talk here, dude. Sorry, you're little bitch, fucking soy boy.
A what?
A bitch, soy boy.
Dumbass. Oh.
Basically,
You're
not
all
enough
freaking in your
testosterone.
fifis all the time. Oh my god, he's talking to me aggressively. Oh,
Yo.
I'm pissing myself.
Indio, I got a good point, bro. Let me say something.
I fucking highly doubt it, but let's hear it.
You know how I know that the Earth is curved, bro? You know how I know that the Earth is curved?
Let me hear
He's
it.
already laughing. Come on, delivery, man. Work on your.
Hey, you ready? You ready, buddy? Hey, shut up.
No, you're gonna go on mute, dude. You fucked up the punchline. No matter what you said, wouldn't have been funny with that delay. If you have to say, "Are you ready for the joke?" Your joke's not funny.
Give him another chance in a couple of minutes. Practice your delivery while you're on mute.
No.
No, but like me and my friends, we had a talk. My other friends that were in here, when we got out, we had a talk, and literally every time we try to say something, you just say something that you know will make us mad. Like you had valid points.
That I
and
know
I
would
can
make
agree
you
with
mad.
that.
Now I'm a psychic fucking angry person. Fucking amazing. What other skills do I got?
See, exactly. You're doing it again. You're like putting words in my mouth that aren't not what I'm trying to say.
You said,
But
I know we didn't make you mad. The only way I could know what you would make you mad would be to read your goddamn mind.
no, not certainly. But you just because
How would I know
Or
what
maybe
makes you mad,
maybe you're an
Ryder?
empath, Indio, like him. Maybe you're in touch with your emotions and you can.
If we fucking know you, how would I know what makes you mad? I have to be able to read your mind. I know what makes you mad. Realizing the Earth's not a ball. I know that's gonna make you mad. Is that what's making you mad, Ryder?
no, I'm not. I'm not mad at all. I just
Do you
like
live in
I
a
just think
cartoon reality?
it's not a cartoon reality. It's real life, but for sure.
Oh yeah, real life that you've never experienced. Where is it real exactly? Okay, I'm gonna ask you again, Ryder. And I when I asked you about the memory, do you remember that time you saw the Earth as a globe?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, where were you?
At the beach.
At the beach.
And I saw the curvature.
So what was it? Where was that curvature exactly? What did it look like?
On the horizon?
So the horizon was the curvature?
Yeah, you could see the curvature on the horizon.
So the horizon is the curvature or the horizon's curving?
The horizon curves.
Left to right, right to
That's
left.
crazy.
Which way does it curve in?
Both sides. It's curving. You could see it curving.
So if that was true, then the horizon wouldn't be equidistant from you.
Once again,
How can it be
big words.
equidistant from you? Because horizon, the
I'm
actual
not going to argue with
original
you.
word
It's just
means
going to go back in
bounding
time. Like,
circle.
we're literally just going to keep on
So
doing the
this
exact
is
same
another thing which I know that you don't believe in God because now you're just being a lying schmuck.
No, I'm not being a lying schmuck.
Yeah, you are, dude.
No, I'm not, dude.
Yo,
You
Ryder,
know
what's
you
the
don't
word for
see
something
left to
that's
right curvature.
perpendicular?
No one claims that they see left to right curvature from the surface of the Earth. It's the dumbest shit I ever heard.
Ryder, what's the word for something that's perpendicular to vertical?
Horizontal.
Okay, so horizontal, pertaining to the horizon. Why do you think they named this straight line perpendicular to vertical, something that's pertaining to the horizon.
Say again. Sorry, I was trying to read Travis's.
Why would they name this thing horizontal, pertaining to the horizon? The straight
I
line.
don't know, because it looks flat from up close, but when you're far away, you could see the curvature in it.
No, man. The horizon looks like a straight line. That's why they called it horizontal.
It looks
pertaining
like a
to,
straight line, but
you know,
it's
the
not.
straight line.
It looks like one, but it's not.
But you just said that you saw it not be. You're saying it doesn't look like one
Yes,
from far away.
because there's certain parts when you look at it, it's curved.
How did you measure that it's curved?
Because I saw it with my eyes.
It's not a
Oh,
measurement.
Oh my goodness.
I saw it with my eyes. It's not a measurement.
Travis, that's not even a real photo.
Look, I want you to build a house by looking at the parts. And tell your go get a carpentry job. Say, hey, I don't need the tape measure. I measure by looking at it.
No, that's not how it works.
Yeah, I know that's not how it works. So you didn't measure it by looking at it.
Okay, well, building a house and looking at the horizon is completely different.
In what way?
Because you have to have specifics when building a house so it doesn't fall over.
So we want specifics on how you know the horizon's curved.
My eyes.
So for the record, before you said that you saw the
Like I see
ship
the
being
point that you're
obstructed.
trying to make, but
Well,
we're just not
we
gonna-
know you're just
we're not
making
gonna
shit
do-
up because it's
I'm
well
not
known
making
that the
shit up.
human vision can only see in 5 degrees, your central vision you can focus on. So that, if you're at sea level, you're seeing about a section that's
I'm
like 400
I'm above
feet.
sea level when I'm doing
That
it.
section would be equivalent to 0.001 degrees of curvature. There's no way you could ever see left or
What
right
you're
curvature
saying-
from the
what you're
surface.
saying is going
Why are you
above-
interrupting me? There's no way mathematically
I'm
you can ever see
interrupting you
curvature from the
because
surface of the
I'm
earth.
interrupting
And if
you
you did see it,
waste talking.
Ryder,
You talk
Ryder,
because it goes in one ear and it goes out the other because I don't understand what you say. Like the 0.001, whatever you just said, I don't know what that means.
okay.
So it's just a
You're
waste of
making
breath.
shit up, and it's really easy to determine you're making shit up because we can do basic mathematics to show what you're saying is fucking impossible.
Alright.
Right, at first you were saying
It's
that
like telling us
there
you're
was-
50 feet fucking tall.
I'm not 50 feet tall.
I know, but when you're saying you're seeing the curve of the horizon, you claiming you're 50 feet tall is more likely than you seeing curve of the horizon.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is true.
No, it's not. How is it true?
Because if you're looking at the ocean, central vision of the human being is only 5 degrees. So you have to say, hey man, when I look at the horizon, it's 3 miles away. How much? Why are you interrupting? You asked the question.
Yeah, but no, you asked me if I wanted to hear it, but now you're just saying all this nonsense with all these numbers that I don't understand. Like if I understand,
You don't
then I get it.
understand 3 miles.
No, but the decimals that you're saying I don't understand.
What are you talking about? 5 degrees. You only see 5 degrees. Now think of the sun, right? Multiply the sun times 10. That width of the sun, that's your central vision. Okay? That's how wide you can see until you're into your peripheral vision. It's the only thing you can focus
they
on is
find that
5
out?
degrees. Do you understand?
How did they find that out?
Testing with charts, fucking lines, grids, shit like that.
You got proof for that?
You want papers from like the fucking 18th century?
Yep.
You're being attention obtuse now.
You're right. Before you were saying that the ship was blocked from the bottom, it's obstructed from the bottom. That's proof of it being a globe, right? Now you're saying that you see the horizon, you don't even need the ship anymore. You just see the curve on the horizon. Do you have a photo of either of them? Actually, I don't need a photo of firmware. Like I've seen bottom obstruction, but do you have a photo of the surface of the horizon
Wait, so
curving?
you just said you seen bottom up obstruction?
No, forget that.
it does
Do you have a photo of you seeing a curved horizon?
No, but I can go take one next time I'm at the beach.
Yeah, cool. Do that and
Good.
come back.
If you take a photograph of a curved horizon at the beach from 6 feet, I'll give you a fucking $100. I'll give you $100, dude.
Will you also believe that the Earth is?
Nick, I'll give you $100, dude. If it's an unaltered photo with a normal non-fisheye lens, like a 45 millimeter camera or 22 millimeter,
not
you take a photo and show a curved horizon at the beach, I'll give you a fucking $100.
Okay. How do you want to pay me?
Doesn't matter. Get the photo. You can't. You're trying to tell me you're going to take a photograph that can't be taken. I don't know who you think you're kidding, dude, or fooling. You're not fooling anybody on YouTube. You're not fooling anybody in here. You're full of shit.
All right, that's what you think. I'm full of shit.
Why does horizon mean bounding circle?
What's up?
Why does horizon mean bounding circle?
I don't know what you're saying.
The word horizon, the etymology of the word means a bounding circle.
Okay.
You know what that means? That means around you in a circle. You can see a distance. So listen, you asked me a question, and again, you interrupt when I answer. Why do you keep doing that?
I don't know.
And you got an echo going on, Ryder.
It isn't Ryder echoing. It's someone else. It's AI echoing. AI, dude, you're echoing. Anyway, so it means bounding circle because if I look straight in front of me and I see 3 miles, if I look 90 degrees from me, I also see 3 miles, and then another 90-degree turn, another 3 miles, and no matter what direction, shut up. No matter what direction I look, no, shut up, dude.
No, you shut up.
Shut up.
No, you shut up.
Grow up, dude. So no matter what direction you look in, you see 3. No matter what direction you look in, you see 3 miles. That's a circle. That's why horizon means a bounding circle. Now, if I see 3 miles in a circle all around me, that's a straight line. You are in here trying to say you can take a photograph of a curved horizon by looking from the center of a fucking circle out. You're in the middle of the fucking hula hoop looking out, and you say that you can make the hula hoop look curved from inside of it. That's horseshit, Ryder, and you know it.
All you know is horseshit. All you know how to do is mute, and
I didn't mute you.
Okay, then who did?
I didn't mute you though.
Because you wouldn't shut the hell up.
And now you're going meta because you have no rebuttal. Now either get on topic or get out.
You could just kick me.
I don't have to do the debate if I get banned. Is that your tactic?
No, I just want you to kick me so you guys can be.
No, we'll just keep you mute and make you listen. You're gonna have to leave on your own. Nobody unmute him.
I told you, no one takes this seriously.
Mansky, you were refuted by a Goldber. The night you said that, remember when Matt came in here?
Okay, well, my experience is different.
Yeah, what? But yeah, what?
We're seeing that now. None of these people coming in here are seriously engaging with you guys.
I don't.
It's just a joke.
Yeah, he was. No, they seriously engage when they think that they're gonna win, and then once they lose, they have a mental breakdown like you've been having for about 3 months now, Mansky.
I'm breaking down constantly.
People don't enjoy the game when they're losing.
They do what all children do. They say, I'm going to take my ball and go home. Did you hear the other guy that tried to not only blow up the brain in the jar, he tried to set fire to it all, and then he tried to set fire to the fire. Okay? He's like, prove to me China's real if no humans exist. Well, that means he wouldn't exist and I wouldn't exist. So how could I prove him anything? This is where you guys go. You go to absurdity. It's not
actually funny.
trolling. It's a fucking cope. It's not taking us seriously. It's a mental fucking refuge. So you don't have to deal with it. You know what happens when people are traumatized? They go in a catatonic state. They'll rock back and forth. They'll stare off and be unresponsive to external stimuli. Okay? They also freak out and have nervous breakdowns. What you're witnessing in here is a nervous breakdown. Sometimes people go catatonic, but that's much more rare. Most of the time you just see the nervous breakdown. Mansky, you've interpreted the nervous breakdown as not taking it seriously. No, the thing is they're taking it too seriously and flipping the fuck out. And you're coping, trying to say, oh, they're not really taking it seriously. All that question, that fucking 2 hours of the debate where they tried to prove the flat earther wrong and lost, at the end they started fucking making fun of them and said absurd things. So they were never taking it seriously for those 2 hours. No, they take it really seriously. Until they can't deal with it
I don't know. I
anymore.
think they're just fucking with you.
Nobody really cares what you think, Mansky. Your evaluations suck. This is like fucking when Jerry Maguire quits the job. All I want to know. I'm not going to do what you think I'm going to do. And that's freak out. All I want to know is who's coming with me. That's Mansky right now.
It's so weird that some of them are so afraid of getting caught up in a gotcha moment that they can't answer a simple yes or no question.
Because, the modern Zoomer class, dude, it's about appearances. They're fake as fuck. I actually heard a comedian talking about, which is so funny, is that people only used to have to be. He was complaining about how stupid Zoomers are, right? Because everybody now is fake as fuck. They don't say what they really think anymore. Because afraid of offending somebody. And he was complaining because we only had to be fake at work. But as soon as we got out of work, we could be our real selves. But now you can't even do that.
Damn.
Ryan's in the house. What's up, Ryan? Long time no see. We're here. Shit. Fucking Flat Earth QR code. Dude, man, how many hours of gameplay is that shit, AI?
But that?
Dude, you're still playing that game?
Heck yeah.
You close to the end, man? You've been playing that for like 3 days now.
Looky here.
Guess you only played
I'm on the bridge. I'm on the bridge.
Oh shit, you're about to fight.
I already blew up. Yeah, I already blew up the whole station.
Good job.
Nice.
I gotta download that game, dude. The graphics look fucking fat, dude.
Dude, this game is an awesome experience.
I forgot what you said the name was.
System Shock.
You know what? Do you know why I'm not downloading this? Is because I want the other one to be better than this one because it was originally. but it seems like this remaster is way better.
Yeah, they really put all their love into this.
Maybe they'll remaster the remaster and do it with this engine.
Well, what they did for this game is they actually did a Kickstarter. They got like a 1.5 million to get started.
Oh,
Yep.
Good, I need to do a Kickstarter as a freaking mod up System Shock 2. But that game's way more complex as far as like the, you know,
Yeah, the scope
all
of
this
it.
stuff.
I'm a globetard.
Welcome there.
You proud of it?
Of course.
Why?
Because space is wheel, Earth is not flat. I'm a
How do you know any of that?
Almost every country, if not every country, acknowledges that Earth is a globe.
Yeah, I'm asking how you know it, not how you think everybody else knows it.
I think it'd be a really hard lie to pull off.
Yeah, that doesn't tell me how you know it.
That's my
You keep
thinking.
making statements about other people, though.
That's my thinking.
Is that you evaluated other people, and that's how you know the Earth is a
That's
globe?
generally how science works, is you evaluate.
By science works by evaluating other people. Could have
Yeah,
swore they use experiments.
It's almost like the experience they've done proving it. And like,
No,
how many flat earthers have come
the
out
results of the
after
experiments.
Who was the guy who was in Antarctica? Who was a
What
flat
means
earther?
that guy?
The man who
You're
went
just
to
talking about
Antarctica?
people. This is like gossip. I want to know how you know the Earth is a globe. What was the evidence that you saw?
The pictures from space.
Oh, the pictures from
Earth
space.
Globe.
How did you evaluate the pictures from space?
I looked. Is it flat or is
You
it
just
globe?
looked?
I mean, how else am I supposed to evaluate a picture?
Well, I mean, say I showed you a picture of a horse, right? You've seen a horse before.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so you could evaluate whether that's actually a picture of a horse.
Yeah.
So how did you evaluate a picture of the Earth being a ball?
You can see it.
What'd you use as a reference?
Well, what do you mean? It doesn't know.
The reference, like you said, hey, here's a picture.
I grabbed a rubber ball and I looked and I said, "Oh, this looks like a ball."
So that's what the blue marble looks like? It looks like a rubber ball that you held in your hand?
Yep. Big version.
It doesn't look anything like that. Just stop,
Big version. Why? Okay.
No,
well,
it
how did you-
doesn't. Not
how
even
did you
remotely like
How
that.
did you prove the Earth was flat? Let me ask you that.
By measuring it.
By measuring? Let me
Yeah,
look
by
at this. A
measuring
guy
the
in
surface of the Earth.
Antarctica. This guy in Antarctica who's a flat earther, and he proved himself wrong that the Earth isn't flat.
No, he didn't prove anything, and it's not even possible to prove fucking the shape of the Earth by looking at the sun. It's not even possible, logically.
Logically.
Yeah, logically. You can't prove the thing by looking at something that's not the thing, dude. You can't prove what your house is made out of by looking at your neighbor's house, right?
Interesting.
Is it really? Is it that deep?
It is.
So go to your neighbor's house, and if it's made of brick, go, my house is now made of brick because my neighbor's house is made of brick.
Can you
Makes
just
no
turn me
sense.
into a flat earther already, please?
No, we're not trying to change your mind. You know, we were just trying to give you information that you actually don't know the Earth is a globe. You believe it because you were told it. You never would even have figured it out on your own. If nobody told you, the idea would have never even come into your head at all.
So can you prove to me that Earth is flat then? Like that's what I'm here
Yeah,
for.
we
I
can
wanna
just
learn.
measure the surface and show that the surface of water is not curving. And since the surface of the Earth is mostly water, that water has to curve for the Earth to be a ball. You can't
Now, how
have
come
a.
when I go on a boat and I look
Why
at
don't you repeat to me what I just said?
water no curve? It can't.
Yeah,
It can't curve.
that it has to curve for the Earth to be a ball, right?
So when I go to the ocean and on a
Right.
boat, I guess so. When I go on the ocean,
I guess so.
when I go to the ocean and I'm on a boat and I can only see so far because the water eventually disappear. In essence, does that mean it flat or not flat?
Look at the side
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
When you looked up the local weather and it said visibility 10 miles, that wasn't because of the Earth as a globe, bro. They didn't do the globe calculation to see how far you could see.
Interesting.
Visibility is related to the opacity of the air. The technical term is called optical extinction. This is well known. You can just type in visibility meteorology, go to the wiki page, and fucking read about it.
Interesting.
So, but that gets away from the measurement. The measurement that we can measure the surface of water and show that it actually does not curve. So this is how we can actually test those pictures from space you were talking about. They actually can be tested because they depict curving oceans, right? So blue marble shows ocean, surface of that ocean curves. Okay, we can go on Earth and say, hey, does this ocean actually curve like in the picture? And you know what? It doesn't. It means the picture's fake.
So why would why would every nation? Let me ask you this: why would every nation in the world deny a flat Earth? What is the purpose?
In what way did they deny a flat Earth?
I have yet to hear a nation.
You're
come
just
out and say
making that up. You don't know what
No.
they said about the shape of the Earth, and
I
they
have
don't
yet
even
to
have
hear a
official.
nation. I have yet to hear a nation come out and say the Earth is flat, and I want to know why.
Okay. So what? I'd like to hear a nation come out and say the Earth is a globe.
What? Okay, I guess I could pull it up.
Well, why don't you show me an official document that says the Earth is a globe issued by a government? Hey, I better yet do this. Show me someone swearing under oath of penalty of perjury that they know the Earth is a globe or that they've been to space. Single person, just one.
1 second, I'm finding you this first. So, like, would NASA work for you or no?
NASA does not represent the United States government. They're an agency of the United States government, and in fact, it gets even better.
United States
No,
government.
so it would be something that was passed by Congress or a presidential declaration.
So
something that I can go to the Secretary of State's office and get the
so you're
official
saying an
position of the United States.
institution.
Why don't you let me finish?
Because you're saying stupid shit. You're saying
No,
the institution.
no, I'm looking for the official position of the United States government.
So you think an institution of the United States wouldn't hold an official?
Some agencies of the United States say all sorts of things.
Yes or no? Yes or no?
I'm looking for the official position in the United States. Sub-agencies in the United States.
Institution funded by the U.S. government, because it's part of the U.S. government, makes a claim. You're saying that the United States is not supporting.
What is the purpose of NASA?
Yes or no? Yes or no? Answer the question.
No.
Yes or no?
The answer is no.
Yeah, you're stupid.
Okay, I'm going to tell you something, and you're going to hate this. So there was an executive order that Trump signed. Shut up. There was an executive order that Trump signed. Shut up, dude. There was an executive order that Trump signed that made NASA's primary mission intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security issues.
So it's working with Space Force? So it's working with
No,
Space Force?
not Space Force.
I said it's working
Intelligence,
with, yes,
counterintelligence, and national security issues. That means they're no longer a space agency. Their primary purpose is not space. Their primary purpose is, just like it says in the executive order, intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security issues. The same with the National Weather Service now. The same with the U.S. Patent Office now. So he made a whole bunch of agencies under the Department of Commerce. Primary function, intelligence, counterintelligence, and national security issues. NASA is one of these agencies. So nothing that comes out of NASA is believable anymore because now it's national security. And they can say anything.
Let me ask you this simple question.
Yeah, let me ask you a question why you're not going to address anything I said.
When I'm on the ocean, right? And I'm on a boat, and I see another boat in the distance, far, far away. How come the boat eventually disappears? Let me ask you that.
We just covered this. Visibility.
Visibility.
Yeah, meteorological visibility. It's a thing.
What is that? Explain to me, my dear kitten.
The meteorological conditions limit or restrict visibility. Okay? So you can look up your local weather. You got a weather app on your phone? Look it up. Look at the visibility. So today it'll be one thing, tomorrow it'll be another thing, the next day it'll be another thing. So what they do is they measure the number of particles, the humidity, the clarity of the air, the temperature, all those things determine how far light travels through air, right? So that's limited by the local meteorological conditions.
Okay.
It's
So
not
that's your
limited by the
answer?
curve of the Earth. It's meteorology.
Interesting. Interesting. I see.
So I, for one, have seen a ship sail from 6 miles away out to 30 miles in particularly good visibility day.
I've never seen that.
Well, do you live by the ocean?
Yeah.
Which ocean?
Pacific.
So you're on the Pacific. What's the longest amount of time you've watched a boat?
Probably about 45 minutes.
You know you can track them with marinetraffic.com radar.
I am not.
Tell you where the boat actually is.
Mm-hmm. I didn't know
So
that.
this is what I did. And 30 miles away, I could still see the boat from 15 feet above sea level. The Goldberg says that ship should have been 420 feet under the curve of the Earth.
I know. I saw it disappear.
Yeah, no, you didn't.
I did.
No, you didn't. I know when you guys are lying. You would have started with that.
With that? I would have started
You would
with
have
that?
started with that. You wouldn't have started with a fucking sociological argument.
No, I just like to hear dumb people.
So how far away did it disappear?
Yeah, we want to know.
I don't know how many miles.
What kind of
long
ship was it?
It was a smaller fishing vessel.
A smaller fishing vessel.
Mm-hmm. You know the ones when you go and you want to go fish, but you don't own your own boat, so you pay someone to take you out.
What beach were you at?
Well, I'm not going to give you all this information. Hello?
Every time. You
You're not
guys'
going to dox
stories always
yourself?
fall apart.
Why would you dox
No, you guys
yourself?
just- you guys just- look,
like you
bro.
sound retarded. You sound right now. You're not going to dox yourself.
Yeah.
Like, are you fucking stupid?
Nobody cares where you like. You saying the beach you were at? Is your house on that beach?
No, I go to college.
Okay, then nobody. So someone's going to figure out where this idiot on fucking Discord is going to college because you said what beach you went to watch ships go over the horizon.
Yeah, it's like relatively.
That's ridiculous, bro.
It's relatively easy to know what college.
You didn't make any observation. You're lying, and you got caught.
You
didn't
caught
know what
me.
beach to say.
Hands crossed.
Yeah, like
'Cause
you're
I'm
like the
gonna-
third
'cause I'm gonna
person
tell
today to
you,
get caught doing this.
Yeah.
Well, how far was it? Was it 10 miles, 20 miles? Give us
So,
an idea.
hold on, Travis. I want to bring something up though. Ironically, you asked why would they lie when you just did the thing that you can't believe they would do.
But what's the reasoning? I didn't lie first.
Why did you
What's
just
their
lie?
Reasoning? I didn't.
Why
lie.
did you just
I'm
lie?
not going to tell you the beach I was at.
Why did you just lie?
I didn't lie, kitten.
Yeah, you did, dude.
Oh,
You know you did, and I did. So why did we both know you lied? Everybody in this
didn't
chat
lie.
knows you lied. You can't tell how you made the observation. You can't tell any particular details about it. You lied your ass off. So I'm
I didn't
asking
lie.
you, why did you
Why
lie?
did I lie? Why did I lie? Tell me why I lied.
I don't know. I'm asking you. You
I
think
didn't
nobody would
lie.
lie about this?
I didn't lie. I don't know why you think I'm lying.
Then give us the particulars of the observation, dude.
I saw a small boat take people. Not by the dock. It was already out because the dock's not where I was at, or at least the boat landing, wherever it was from. I would assume, I'm not good at distance. I'm going to assume it was probably a mile and a half out, not like crazy far out, but still like relatively visible. 45 minutes later, and it's just what's it called when you're just like going and you have the lines in the back? I can't know what it's called. I fish too. This is depressing.
Yeah, keep going, dude.
I'm trying to think of the fucking name, retard. Can you give me a sec, Flatty boy?
Well, all we need to know is what you saw. We don't need to know
What
the
I
name of the
saw.
freaking particles of the boat, dude.
Oh, well, about 45 minutes later, I don't know what speed they were going or whatnot. I saw the top of the boat, but I couldn't see the bottom part of the boat. Like it wasn't like fully disappeared, but I would say like a third of it's gone, and I can see the top 2/3.
Now, can that happen on a flat surface?
No.
No. So when I
Right.
show you that it can, then what are you gonna say?
I can demonstrate it.
I mean, maybe on a fucked up road or something with the roads on.
No, not a fucked up road. On water.
Show me on water where that happens. I still haven't got to the point to where you told me why every government's lying.
You are. I
Okay,
still don't believe you.
Railroad again. This is what I said. I said
I
on
still
water.
don't believe you, bro.
I said show me on water, not on something that has its own curvature.
You don't see. You don't understand what hallmarks of lying are, so you don't understand what you did that proved you're lying. And I'm not going to tell you either, because then you'll start doing it more. You try to eliminate that shit.
Oh my god.
Yeah,
so right,
you know
Teddy.
you've never done that. Okay,
I have.
Your story don't jive. 45 minutes wouldn't even be long enough. You sitting there say 1 mile, the goddamn horizon should be 3 miles away. You don't even understand your own lie. You don't even understand what you're saying. You
I
just
understand what
heard
I'm
it on the
saying. You're
internet,
not
the
listening
ships
to me,
disappear
son.
over the horizon,
You're not
and
listening
you're
to me,
trying,
son.
bro.
Man, you're not
This
listening
is
to
what
me,
you
son.
don't understand.
No, open your ears,
You're
son.
trying
listen,
to.
listen, son. Open your ears. Open your ears, son. Listen.
So really simple. You're trying. I know the difference between somebody reading on the internet what they think they're supposed to see versus what people actually see. You understand? You're recounting what you heard somebody say.
No one said this. I'm telling you the truth. Why are you lying?
This fool's triggered.
Unbelievable.
And you still haven't told me why the government would lie to us.
The same reason you lied to us.
What's the reason? I didn't lie. What's the
I
reason?
don't know. You did.
I didn't lie. Why would every government acknowledge the Earth?
It
is a
isn't every
globe?
government. Okay,
Show me
you're
a
just
government
making that
doesn't
up.
acknowledge it. Show me a
The
government,
government doesn't take an official position on the shape of the earth.
Exactly, because you can't. Because you can't.
Dude, first of all,
It's okay, kid. Hey, kid.
will you let me
Okay.
finish? You done fucking monologuing? No government in the world takes an official position on the shape of the earth. So they can't be lying. And first of all, governments can't lie because they can't have intent. Okay? Governments don't lie. It's not possible for a government to lie. People lie.
It's okay, buddy. It's okay. I proved you wrong. It's not your fault.
You proved
You'll
what
learn.
wrong?
You'll learn. And it's
So you
I
proved
hope
that the
you
earth is a
become
globe
gold
with
card.
by saying governments don't
I know
lie.
what I saw, and I know the government's position is that the Earth is a globe, not a flat. I have yet
Okay,
to hear
can you
government
show us
come
where
out.
their position is at?
Do I need to pull up NASA? Oh, wait, you want to accept
No.
NASA?
No,
This
NASA's
doesn't
a
make sense to
security.
me.
NASA's
Doesn't
an
make
intelligence
sense to
agency.
me.
That's like pulling up the CIA.
So they would lie? Oh, the CIA probably would lie. I'll give you that one. The CIA would lie.
NASA's an intelligence agency, dumb fuck.
Prior to what it is now, was it?
It's always been an intelligence agency. In fact,
It's
NASA was
always been
created.
an intelligence
Bro,
agency.
I'm going to show you.
It's
you want me
okay.
to show you?
Hey, it's okay.
Dude, shut
proved
up,
you
dude.
wrong.
Okay, shut up. Yeah, you left.
What do you mean? Like, there's footage of ships, right, going out in the sea, sinking sinking below the horizon.
But things can get cut off from the bottom up on a flat surface, and there's also mainstream. Okay, so that there are different ways it can happen, right? Partially due to perspective, right? We can also have atmospheric effects such as sinking or inferior mirage. Okay, those are mainstream explanations, and literally defined as things that would normally be visible, right, can appear to sink behind the horizon even though they're not physically obstructed. Okay, so that's something we can give you citations for. Then there can be ocean swells as well. Okay, then we can have atmospheric magnification as well. That can play a small role. And then there's a loss of perspective due to the angle of view, right? That can play a small role as well. There's turbulence. There's a whole bunch of reasons, dude. Right? None of them are curvature, by the way. And also, you're not seeing the amount cut off that should be cut off if the Earth were a globe. So it's kind of break the argument.
Yeah. How far
What
away
about,
is?
what about any other example?
How
What
far
about
away is the eagle from the spot you mentioned? What's the
like
distance?
if you take a telescope, the guy released
Samba, I
a.
gave you examples. You didn't
not
watch them. You just
interrupt?
laughed at them.
You not to interrupt, please. Like, everybody interrupts here when somebody's talking. I don't know. Like, I don't interrupt people when they talk.
They get
Cave Earth.
Yeah, like an inward-facing sphere with like a point of like infinite smallness at the middle of it that bends light around it, so it only appears like you're on a flat surface.
Any claim made about the Earth is fine. We just need it to be verified. In this case, we would need rise over distance, right? Because we're always asking for drop over distance for a convex surface, but for one surface that is concave, there would have to be the opposite. So there would be no contention with that if it was measured.
Can I ask a question?
Oh, you're good.
Yeah, what do you mean a point of infinite smallness? What does that mean?
Like the distance, it's like okay, so like you can never reach it. Like if you travel from the surface towards the center of the inward-facing sphere, it's impossible to reach the center, and that's like where all the stars and stuff are.
Oh, you mean looking upward?
Yeah.
Well, we don't even know that the sky is curved. There's no way to know that.
Hi everyone.
Well, I mean, anything apart from what it looks like, right? And measures as.
Oh, real quick before we keep going, I just want to say Happy Valentine's Day, everybody. Almost forgot.
Sorry, guys, I had to go get something out of the oven. Did I miss anything important?
I just wished everybody a happy Valentine's Day.
Oh, thank you. Same to you.
Thank you, thank you.
Hey, Wake, you here?
Yeah.
So, what's your background? What brings you in the room?
European?
Uh-huh. Well, I meant more on the topic.
I'm just interested.
So, what brought about that interest? Did you come in here first and then became interested, or were you interested and then came in?
No, I was already interested. I like conspiracy theories.
So why this one in particular? What did you see, or?
I just saw that there's like a flat Earth room on the server, so I figured I'd check it out.
And you came in here. Was it you saying you were here last night?
Yeah, or this morning, whichever it was.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't see that, but I assume people have gone over with you the reasons that we have for knowing that the Earth is flat.
Yeah, I heard a whole bunch of stuff.
Yeah. What do you think is most compelling that you've heard?
Well, not really any of the stuff about flat Earth. It's all about that worm with the fucking magnetic field that it regenerates across.
So do you remember anything that was said to you about why we know the Earth is flat?
Not a whole lot. I remember a little bit about like buoyancy and pressure.
Well, that doesn't make the Earth flat, but...
Well, I mean, it's one of the hurdles, right? It's the hurdle to get past the gravity thing.
Well, gravity may or may not exist. It doesn't change the surface description. right? I mean, gravity is a theory that we have to explain something that we observe happening. We cannot test in any way that that's actually the cause. So whether it exists or not doesn't change the fact that the Earth is flat. You know, you would just need a different distribution of mass, and you could keep your same gravity theory if you wanted to. But it's really irrelevant. I mean, if the ground measures flat, does it really matter whether gravity exists or not?
I think the gravity thing is just tied to some other stuff, like the gas thing and needing a container to have pressure.
Well, that's just the definition of pressure. If we can't demonstrate it otherwise, then it's just a belief. If you can't show gas being contained by gravity, then it's just a belief. Do you have any thoughts on that, or are you busy right now?
Yeah, I'm in a game.
Okay. All right. Well, cool.
Yeah, but I'll listen. Like I said, I am interested to hear the reasons for believing that.
Okay. Well, if you're not available to talk, then just go ahead and mute your mic so that we know. And I appreciate that. Thank you.
It's crazy that people think that gas is raining down on your head. Like, that only has one vector. I mean, well, okay, you think about it, like, okay, 10 feet is gas, right? Well, gravity didn't stop it getting there. Right? Think about it. 100 feet.
The same gravity
gas,
that didn't
there.
stop it. Sorry, T-Dub.
Yeah, no, you just go through all the different altitudes. You're going to find gas. Gravity didn't stop it getting there, but for suddenly, at some arbitrary distance away, gravity stops it from getting away.
Yeah, it starts working when it's way weaker up higher.
Well, I was looking that up yesterday. They were saying that like in the exosphere, which is like the farthest one out, that's like 10,000 kilometers up or something like that. Each individual like molecule of air will travel for miles without interacting with another one. So it thins out the higher it gets. It gradually tapers off.
How would you verify that?
Whew, man, I guess you'd have to send something up there.
So,
I mean, like as an individual with like no access to, I think I saw that like a weather balloon, like a Japanese space agency's weather balloon went up 53 kilometers. So that's a little bit under 10,000.
right, exactly. That's what I'm saying when it's based on faith. Because you just have to take someone's word for it. You can't prove it in any kind of real life environment. There's no laboratory environment that you can prove these things. It's just a story. If a vacuum exists adjacent to a pressurized system, there is no longer a pressurized system. We would have no water. We would have no air to breathe. It's just not possible. Gravity is just the story. It's the story that's given to us to make the impossible seem believable if we choose not to actually think about it logically.
But what would be the goal to convince people that it's not flat?
Well, I mean, anyone can go out and see that it's flat.
Yeah, but what's
But people just accept whatever they're told. It doesn't. I mean, I don't think it really matters why, because I'm not psychic, so I can't read people's minds, and I don't really think that speculating on it matters that much. I mean, we know people lie. We know governments lie. We know the different reasons that people do so. So, for me, in general, when I hear someone kind of capitulate to that, what I'm actually hearing is, well, why would they lie to me, and how could I be fooled? Rather than,
well, who are they that we should?
Well,
Who are we? Who are they? Pardon?
I'm more interested in their motivation. Like, what's
why?
The point?
Why are you more interested in the motivation of someone who might lie to you than the actual reality? Like, why are you skipping over all the proofs we have and instead going for what are people that I don't know whether they're even lying in the first place, what they're actually thinking?
Yeah, I just figure it's a very expensive lie, and if people are going to burn resources on it, there's got to be a reason.
Well, how many people actually have to know? See, in order to lie, you have to know the truth, right? You have to know it's not true, right? So do you think that, like, who exactly would be lying?
That's where it gets difficult. If we were to say, can you give us a list of people that are lying and that you can prove that they're lying about, that the earth is flat and they're pushing that it's a globe and they're burning up all of these resources. Can you write us a list of names? And that's where you're going to run into problems.
I don't think you need a list of names, right? I think so what's the position in that? Like, NASA knows that the world is flat and they're saying it's a ball, or that they're so stupid they think it's a ball?
Well, who's NASA? NASA's an organization, right? It's not individuals. Do you think that everybody at NASA knows the Earth is flat? Do you need to know the Earth is flat to, like, engineer a bolt or sweep the floors? I mean, very, very few people would have to know the truth.
Yeah, well, I mean, I'm not really concerned about, like, the janitors and stuff. I'm more concerned about, like, the people who are like the ones that are making the call, the ones that know it's not true.
Why are you concerned?
What do you mean? Why would you not be concerned with that?
Well, who is that? Who is that you're talking about?
The people that are lying?
Okay, who would that be? You're the one making the claim, and we're just asking you who that is.
Well, like I said, presumably the people that are pushing that it is a ball, if they know that it isn't. And even if not every single, well, hold on, you're not going to get, like, a specific identity. Are you looking for a name?
Well, you're the one asking us about these people, and you don't even know who they are, and we don't know who they are. We're not even making that claim.
I'm trying to figure out what you believe and why. That's all.
No. You're dictating that there are people that know the Earth is flat and that they're lying about the Earth being a globe and burning up all of this money over it. We're just asking you who that is because that's your claim.
Well, I don't know who that is.
What's the consequences?
Because people don't do things for nothing. They don't burn resources for no reason.
What's the consequences of believing it or not believing it?
Not a whole lot, I don't think.
Right, so it's like somebody saying, hey, look at this picture of Bigfoot. Do you believe it? And they go, no. I can go about the rest of my life and it doesn't affect me, right?
Right, but there's not like an organization that's saying Bigfoot is real. You guys need to believe in Bigfoot. Bigfoot.
And the organization is what? Made of who? Made of what? Made of people?
Well, presumably somebody that's profiting off of the existence of Bigfoot.
They're just people. You can't even name, like was pointed out.
See why you need
most of the people that run these Bigfoot organizations, by the way, genuinely believe there's something to it, right? They're not lying for the most part about that. From what I've heard, listening to podcasts and things over the years, right? They're like breaking down in tears, crying when they're talking about these encounters and stuff like that. I'm not vouching for it. I'm just saying that from what I've gathered, most of them seem to be thinking that there's some type of Bigfoot creature that exists. Right, same with the people that work at NASA. Most of the people that would work at NASA, I would speculate that they absolutely believe that the Earth's a globe and that they're working for a space agency. Okay, and they have a little tiny little job to do. They have an NDA. They don't even probably know what the next person in the next room's doing. Okay, and
that covers most of them, but that still leaves who put that in the schools.
Well, who? Okay, maybe nobody is lying. Maybe nobody at NASA knows the Earth is flat, right? Maybe 0 people. Okay, and they all believe it's a globe, but there's still some people maybe know that they've never gone above a certain height, for example, or something like that, or they know that the Apollo missions were fake. Okay, but they still think that the Earth's a globe. Maybe that's even Neil Armstrong.
Yeah, but why would they believe that the Earth is a globe if it's not a globe?
Probably because they've the same reason that everyone else does. Okay, because that's what they learned while they were growing up, and they've probably never gone out and tested it.
Why was that taught?
Because, well, do you know the history of the globe? That's a whole nother rabbit hole. How did the globe become a thing in the first place? That's a whole nother rabbit hole that I've done a stack of research on. I'm not sure if you've looked into it, but a lot of people just assume that some really smart people went out one day and were like, oh my God, guys, I've gone out and done some empirical testing, and it turns out that the Earth is actually a globe. Here's my work that I did, and you could go and repeat it yourself, and the Earth's a globe. Everyone was wrong for thousands of years, and now it's a globe. Right? That's not what happened. People didn't go out and start testing the Earth for curvature and finding it.
But sure, that still leaves who originally created the belief and who got it put into schools.
Well, you have to start relying on mainstream history, which even mainstream historians call bullshit on. So the first person that is credited with suggesting that the Earth could be a globe is Pythagoras, right? And the whole story about Pythagoras is all bullshit, even according to mathematical historians from Cambridge University and these types of people. They tell you that just about everything that you get taught about Pythagoras at school is absolute nonsense. Right? And people think of Pythagoras as this mystic, this man of science and a man of mathematics, a mathematician and that kind of thing. But really, he was like a wacky cult leader, if he even existed in the sense that we're taught. And he was the first person that said that the Earth's a globe, and it was people after him that took what he allegedly said and kind of ran with that. It's a whole nother rabbit hole in itself, though.
But still, what's the point of teaching it in school? Somebody had things don't just happen for no reason. A person needs to enact their will on the world. So who enacted their will to get gravity and globe Earth taught in schools?
Well, I mean, when you've got crazy cult leaders like Pythagoras, for example, saying that the Earth must be a sphere because spheres are divine, okay, and spheres are the perfect shape, so it couldn't be anything other than a sphere based on that logic, and that planets are musical instruments, and that he used to be a bird in a past life, and that one of his hips is made from pure gold, and all sorts of crazy shit. These are the people that the globe came from. Okay, so you need to dig into how the globe became a thing. I mean, you shouldn't expect flat earthers to teach you the history of the globe, even though we can.
Well, why would I not expect the person that's already done the research not to give me the cliff notes?
Oh, okay. Well, long before anyone even suggested that the Earth is a sphere, the ancient cultures like the Babylonians, the ancient Egyptians, etc., right, they needed a way to be able to map out the stars. Okay, so they invented something called the celestial sphere, which is a big imaginary sphere, basically, in the sky. Okay, and then you would be able to tell that this star is going to be at this particular point at this time on this sphere, and then you could make a coordinate system. Okay, and they would use it for navigation and all sorts of things. It's called the celestial sphere. You've probably heard of it. And then over time, right, this is a super quick basic version, right, so I don't drag on for hours talking about it. But over time, people took the celestial sphere and they thought that because we're envisioning the heavens as this perfect celestial sphere, therefore the earth must also be a sphere because spheres are divine. Right? And then over time, it became a celestial coordinate system, a sky coordinate system. And then philosophers, through philosophical reasoning, not through empirical evidence, they inverted the celestial sphere into a terrestrial coordinate system. So they took the celestial coordinate system and they basically said that that's what the earth is. Right? They inverted it. And that's the celestial terrestrial coordinate system that we still use now to this day. And all of those maps that you see, like the Mercator projection, the AE projection, there's hundreds of different projections. Okay, they're all based off of this. And it originated from inverting the celestial sphere into a terrestrial sphere. Not because people went out and actually started doing tests and saying, look, we can measure curvature. We're measuring curvature, guys. The earth can't be flat. That's not what happened. It was through philosophical reasoning, originating from wacky mystic cult leaders like Pythagoras. That's what the globe is. It kind of came from the way that we imagine the sky.
Could you not lay out like tracking points like you have in in motion capture, and then just like place one on like like the four corners kind of? Wouldn't that like show you in the thing if it's like, oh look, this appears flat or this appears like spherical?
Well, this is what we do. Okay, we can get distances where sorry, just a really quick way of laying it out. They tell us that 70% of the surface of the sphere is covered in water. Okay, so that water would all have to be curving. So we can get a certain distance of water, whether it be over a giant lake or over a part of the ocean. Okay, let's say 20 miles. And we can calculate exactly how much curvature there should be over that distance. And then we can go and use different methods to test for that curvature. Right? That amount of curvature over that distance, most people don't really think about this, but when you do the calculations, it's actually 266 foot of curvature over just 20 miles. 266 foot, that's kind of like a skyscraper, 26-story building. Okay, so that would have consequences, right? So you would have things that would be disappearing behind the horizon if you were making an observation over that distance. Okay, so you shouldn't be able to zoom in across 20 miles of water and see the shoreline 20 miles away, for example, or see a boat 20 miles away, or see a buoy or an oil platform 20 miles away, but we can. Okay, we've done laser tests, we've done all sorts of different methods of searching for that curvature. And every single test comes back zero curvature, right? We can see huge distances that would be impossible if the Earth were a globe. Now it's a huge accumulation of evidence. And anyone can go and double check this and do these things themselves. You still here?
Yep.
Yeah. Does that make sense? If the Earth's a globe and gravity's real, the water has to be curving at a certain rate. If we test the water and it's not curving at all, right, that would debunk the notion that the Earth is a globe and that gravity is pulling everything towards the center of mass. We've had teams of field engineers go out with a $30,000 laser. We've had PhDs in optics go out using different spectrums of laser beams over huge distances. There's been so many tests have been done now, right? These are all documented. There's huge PDF documents about them. And when we started presenting them, right, this information started blowing up like crazy. Flat Earth videos were getting millions of views back in 2015, 2016. Congress got together with the owners of giant corporations like Google, YouTube, that kind of thing, right? And they agreed that they're going to completely censor the flat Earth information, right? So people are presenting all of these tests, getting millions of views. The topic was blowing up, most popular search term on all of YouTube by the end of 2016. And they freaked out. They're like, shit, what are we going to do? This is dangerous.
Yeah, but why is it dangerous, and why do they need to move to block it?
Well, because it goes against the entire mainstream education system. It goes against all of the textbooks, right? It goes against what people are taught at school. It goes against the whole mainstream narrative. It goes against outer space travel. It goes against all of these things. So they call it dangerous misinformation. When we're just showing people empirical evidence, we're saying, hey, check this out. Look at this test. It's a high definition video showing a laser hitting a target 40 miles away. Okay, that's repeated over and over again by a team of engineers. Okay, this needs to be explained. This needs to be analyzed. This is important information. Shouldn't just be swept under the rug and deemed as dangerous misinformation, because anyone can go out and repeat these tests themselves. It's not like some picture of the globe from outer space where you can never test it. Okay, this is testable, repeatable, and it has been done over and over again. It's pretty simple. I mean, the water would have to be curving if the Earth's a globe. Basically, what they do is they teach you at school that everything that you experience is the opposite of what you experience. They basically replace your common sense with nonsense. Right? You experience that water needs a container. If you want to have a large body of water, you need to have a container of some kind. That's what we say. Okay, but they'll tell you that no. Well, you can have oceans sticking to the outside of a bowl. Yeah, the water looks flat. So flat that it looks like a mirror. But really, it's curving at this drastic rate over distance. But you can't see it because you're so small and it's so big. And then they'll tell you that really you're spinning at 1.5 million miles per hour in all of these different vectors through this infinite space vacuum. Okay, but you just experience a motionless plane. And then they'll tell you that when you see a sunset, instead of what's actually happening, the sun's moving away from you, they'll tell you, oh, actually, really, what's happening is the sun's not moving from your perspective, and really you're spinning backwards away from the stationary sun, faster than the speed of sound, and it just makes it look like the sun's setting.
So what is the sun doing exactly?
It's moving east to west across the sky, just like we observe in reality. And
what
rotates.
the illusion of going down under the horizon?
Oh, perspective. Yeah, anything that goes away from you in the distance is going to converge into what's called a horizon, a vanishing point, just due to perspective. Right, you know how if you're standing in a hallway, it looks like the roof of the hallway is going down, and it looks like the floor of the hallway is going up, and it meets at a vanishing point. It's the same thing, right? If you overlay a hallway over a horizon at the ocean, it's the same thing. You see the clouds going down. The water looks like it's going up, and it meets at the horizon at your eye level.
Yeah, so why does the moon and the sun look larger the closer they get to the horizon?
Well, it's
an optical phenomena.
Yeah, but shouldn't it look smaller if it's getting further away?
Okay, so it may appear to be that way because you have no references in the sky until you get down to the floor, so like at ground level. So you don't have things to compare these things to. There are other things that can cause the sun or the moon looking bigger on the horizon. That will be the air that you're looking through. This can have magnification effects, for example. So, I would agree. Sometimes the sun looks really big on the horizon as compared to a solar noon. I'd suggest that's maybe because that's the air that you're looking through.
Yeah, the sun does all sorts of crazy stuff when you zoom in on a sunset. Right, it looks like it's setting sometimes above the horizon. right? Sometimes it sort of just fades off into the horizon. Sometimes it looks like it turns into a little tiny dot and fades away. But because of perspective convergence, okay, like you can't, that horizon that you can see, it's not that far away. It's pretty local to you. Now, if something's way further away, right, like on the globe model, you're spinning a huge distance away from the sun as the sun sets, right? So they'll tell you that from your perspective, the sun's stationary and you're spinning away from it. So you're getting a huge, like a further distance away from the sun, but they'll say because it's so far away, it looks like it's staying roughly the same size. Right? It can be a similar explanation on a flat Earth as well.
How does that apply to like North Pole and South Pole experiences of the sun?
Well, the sun moves in particular, what's the word? Cycles, right? So it's repeating cycles each year. Okay, so in the north, in the summer of the north, okay, the sun's much closer to the north, right? So you're going to get, once it gets to a certain point, you're going to be able to see the sun for 24 hours a day in the north during the summer. At the same time, the light from that sun, it can't push all the way through all of that atmosphere all the way to the far south. Okay, so it's going to be dark for 24 hours a day in the far south at that same time. 6 months later, it's going to be the opposite, right? Just like the same as when it's winter in Europe, it's going to be summer in Australia, and then vice versa.
So what is the cause for that then? Is the sun like doing little circles and a bigger circle while it's doing those? I
don't know, man. Like the sun that we see in the sky is apparent to each individual observer, right? Like if there were three people, just say we were 100 miles apart, okay, three people, and we're all looking at the sun at the same time. You could draw a straight line from your eyes to where you can see the sun, and if you line up the straight line from the three people's eyes to the sun, it's not going to meet at a convergence point. Each person views the sun individual to their particular location and their range of perspective, right? Their field of view, where they can see it presenting itself in the atmosphere above them as well. It's very much an apparent light in the sky, but for everyone, it does the same thing, right? It rises in the east and sets in the west. In the summer, it's going to be directly above your head, roughly, when it's midday. And then in the winter, it's going to be very lower and much lower in the sky because it's not taking a path that's right over the top of your head. It's further away from you, so it's going to be colder.
Yeah, but is there like a projection for what path it's taking? A visualization of this?
Well, I mean, even if you go to like suncalc.com, for example, they don't do the predictions for when the sun will rise and when the sun will set based on the globe model. Okay, they'll use the equation of time. It doesn't have anything to do with a particular Earth shape. It's just based on observation depending on where you are standing on the Earth. So if you're an observer standing in Norway, okay, you can predict or post-dict, right? Because it's a post-diction, not a prediction, what the sun's going to be doing at a certain time of the year. And if you're standing in New Zealand, okay, an observer standing in New Zealand, they're going to observe something different, right? At a certain time of the year. Okay, you can predict exactly what the sun's going to do. It's irrelevant of the shape of the Earth. It's just what we see the sun do in the sky. But what we do know is that whatever's happening in the sky is happening above a surface that when we test for curvature, there isn't any.
So is the sun a spotlight then? Because I'm looking at
I don't know exactly what the sun is. I don't think anyone can validate exactly what the sun is.
Well, it just looks like if the Earth is flat and the sun is above the Earth, if it's a spotlight, then you can make a claim that it's only shining its light down on a certain area. But if it is just an object that's shining in all directions, you should be able to see it from any point of the flat
not
Earth.
really. Not really, because light attenuates through a medium. Okay, so if the sun's not 93 million miles away, it's much closer and much smaller. You're going to have light attenuation.
What's the
so
presumed
the light
distance?
But there's no way to test that. I wouldn't want to make guesses. We try to stay away from speculations and guesses and assumptions and that kind of thing. Okay, so I wouldn't make any specific claims about what the sun is. We all observe the same thing, right? So we can observe, we can post-dict or predict, whatever you want to call it, right? What the sun's going to be doing. But exactly what the sun is, what distance it is, what's it made of, what medium is it within? But we don't know that. I don't think anyone knows that for sure.
McToon claims to know.
Yeah. People can claim to know because they're just parroting information that they read. That's all. Right? When it comes to empirical evidence, they're not really going to be able to back up their explanation. People can have explanations all day long. They can parrot the books of bullshit, and become experts at the books of bullshit. But that's not going to be able to validate the explanation empirically.
What would you say is the best empirical observation of flatness, measurement of flatness that has been done?
I mean, there's so many. Probably laser tests and long distance observations, and then like accumulating. Right. For example, we could do laser tests. Oh, this has been done. Okay, people have done laser tests, and the lasers gets shot across the surface of the water, and it hits the target. Okay, so say you've got the target 1 meter high, and the laser's shooting from 1 meter height, and it's going, say, 40 kilometers, and it's hitting the target. Okay, then someone else will do another laser test in a completely different location with completely different weather conditions, and then the laser will hit the target. Say this one might be over 20 kilometers. And then someone else will do it over a frozen lake in Canada. And then someone else will do it again and again and again. All these different places, lasers hitting the target, lasers hitting the target. Completely different weather conditions, lasers hitting the target. Okay, hundreds and hundreds of feet of Earth curvature missing. Right, so how is the laser hitting the target every single time? The globe earthers can't just say, oh, it's refraction. And in all of these different weather conditions, different distances, different spectrums of laser, somehow the light's just perfectly bending different amounts over the curvature of the Earth and then perfectly aligning itself with the target.
What lake in Canada do you know of that has been done?
I'm just on my phone now. If I jump on my computer, I can post some ones that have been done in Canada. I know that there's a group of field engineers called FE Core. They did a bunch in Europe. They did 5 different tests, I think. 40 kilometers being the longer test. They actually used a $30,000 laser, really expensive setup. And they did tests ranging from, I think, about 10 miles up to about 28 miles or something like that. Hit the target every single time. Then we got Dr. John Dee. Right? He's a PhD in spectrophotometry. He originally set out to try to debunk flat Earth. Okay, so he's an expert in refraction, light propagation. He went out using different spectrums of light, using blue spectrum, different wavelengths, that kind of thing, green lasers, blue lasers. And he documented all of his tests. So, he even put out challenges to the globe earthers to try to debunk it. And, once again, hitting the target over these huge distances, all documented. Tons of them have been done. I'm sure people will probably be posting them in the side chat. If they're not, if they could, that would be appreciated. And then just long distance observations, right? There's consequences of Earth curvature. Okay, the consequences are going to be a horizon, a geometric horizon at a certain distance. Okay, I remember getting taught at school multiple times. If you're 6 foot tall, the horizon's 3 miles away. If you're standing at the beach or at a lake. Okay, and then if a boat's going away from you, it's going to go over the horizon. And once it gets past 3 miles, it's going to start disappearing from the bottom up. Okay, but when we go out and test for that, we can zoom in on things and see them that like 20 miles away, 30 miles away, 50 miles away. We can see the base of windmill platforms that are out in the ocean that are huge distances away, where there should be hundreds of feet of curvature blocking what you're seeing. So every single test, right? There's probably thousands of tests that have been done now. Every single one shows that there's zero curvature. Right? We keep asking the globe earthers, it's like, all right, where are the tests that counter our tests? There should be stacks more than what we've got. That's for sure. As we're a small minority group, right? Then you've got the whole world and all of history. And we just want one test that shows that there's curvature. And I can't find one.
Wow.
You know, we got, yeah.
Even Bill Nye, he did this video, right, with about flat Earth. And as an example for boats going over the horizon, he shows this clip of this boat cruising, like a speedboat, cruising along through the really wavy, choppy water, right? But in the background is the horizon, which is the thing which is the boat is supposed to be beyond, getting blocked from view. Like, it's absolutely ridiculous. They have nothing but just words. I mean, I've been listening, and like DJ's making some fantastic points. Academia should be boggled by these observations. They should be intrigued, going, well, yeah, we thought that would just be a very rare occurrence. And now there's like all these people making these long distance observations and horizon distances that are way too far for the globe. Like, we should really sit down and analyze this information, even if they can internally critique it. Like, India was talking about this yesterday. You can internally critique something without committing to it. They could do that. They could hold on to their globe, at least sit down and be interested in these things that are defying their belief, and put their heads together to try and figure out what's going on, even if they do think they live on a globe still. They're just totally ignoring it all. You know what we do get from academia about this? Shitloads of papers and theses, psychological analysis and evaluations. Oh, well, the people say that the flat earth is it because they distrust the government, and it's because of their upbringing and the... It's all just absolute rubbish.
Funny that all of your pictures of space paradox are just cartoons.
Oh, you guys ever talk with Lanolin?
Yeah, bro. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah, he did a
Lanolin's awesome.
He did a nice movie. Have you seen it?
Yeah, man. Of course, it's awesome. The Abomination of
Yeah.
Desolation.
Nice.
Yeah, Lanolin was in here the other day, actually.
Yeah. If you know McToon, he destroyed McToon the other day. Absolutely destroyed.
Oh, really? Oh, just recently? Oh man, I'll have to check that out. That sounds
Yeah, it's
awesome,
pretty epic.
dude. If you have a link or something like that, I'd love to watch that.
All right.
Yeah, Lanolin's an expert on optics, refraction, that kind of thing. That's where the glober's biggest freaking nightmare. I've heard McToon talk about these things. He sucks. He doesn't think that flat earthers have all of these observations. I heard him spiraling the other day when he was talking to QOP or whoever that guy is. You know, in McToon's defense, he was destroying that QOP, whatever his guy's name in the debate. But then he was going on a rant. McToon was going on a rant saying, "Oh, how come flat earthers are all pussies? Where are the observations, flat earthers? Why can't you show me one observation that doesn't match up with the globe?" And I was listening to it thinking, "Oh my god, that's pretty much what we do in here. We just present observations all day long that just destroy the globe."
We still got the event going, DJ. Fucking teed up. What the fuck? I guess DJ's not there anyway, mate. I was just asking if the event was still running, but I can kind of figure that out for myself.
Hey, what's up, Jedi? I'm not sure. I haven't even checked. Let me check.
Yeah,
it looks like
yeah. I've checked.
Are you smarter than a flat earther? So far, nobody has. Nobody has been.
Yeah, it's a shame. There's a few new people in chat. I don't know if they've spoken before, but Bar has joined us. I wonder if Bar thinks they're smarter than Flat Earther. Jammer Whammer's in the chat. Who's flat? Who else is here? Paradox. Yeah, you ain't smarter than a Flat Earther. And yeah, that's about it. I don't know. Maybe Paradox is smarter than a Flat Earther. Maybe he'd like to try again. Smarter than a Flat Earther at what, though? Flat Earthing? Globe Earthing? Are you smarter than a Flat Earther about the globe Earth? Oof.
About the topic of the Earth and the questions that revolve on the top. Any of them.
Paradox is in absolute denial. It's brilliant. I love it.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. Even he knows that he's just kind of being ridiculous at this point.
It's like, I have no reason not to believe it. Everyone else believes it. Well, one, we're giving you reasons not to believe it, and two, we're the people who would be the exception to that rule of everyone. Not everyone, dude. Quite a few people. And not, if you want to count history, you'll be in the minority, I would have thought, if you take into account the amount of people that have lived throughout all of history. And we obviously experienced the Earth being flat and stationary until recently. So I still think you'd be in the minority with that one. There are many cultures on the Earth that have a flat Earth cosmology. You just don't get to hear about them. The Amish, for example, they stopped kind of technology around the 1800s. Shout out to the 1800s. So, yeah, there's lots of religious groups that take a religious understanding about the Earth, and that cosmology would be a flat, stationary Earth underneath the heavens. Yeah, I guess you just don't get to hear them. No, I'm not going to talk to myself. Paradox, you're free to unmute yourself. I don't know if you can see it, everyone else, but there's a ghost that keeps coming in and out. I can see it. I think his name's Simon. Do you see Simon the ghost? Hi, Simon. How are you?
Fine.
Are you really a ghost? Hmm?
I'm just inspired of a gaming character in the Call of Duty. You see that?
Okay. Well, welcome to the channel, Simon.
Thank you.
Do you think you're smarter than a flat earther?
From what?
About the Earth. Do you think you're smarter about than a flat earther about the Earth? Disappeared again. Maybe Simon the Ghost was a figment of my imagination.
Like the stars from space. I didn't see any.
Fuck. All right, I'm going mad then. Paradox is crazy in the chat. There are many proofs, but you don't accept any of them. I'd like him to define proof. Just do that. And then by that definition, let's hold that standard to anything that you're going to give from that point onwards. What's proof?
You deny my secular reasoning and affirming the consequent.
Pictures.
Yeah, that's right. You deny the pictures that the trusted sources provide us. What's the story with the rings of Saturn? What do they say they're made of?
I believe primarily ice. I think there might be some dust and
ice,
rocky bit,
dust,
but primarily ice. Yeah.
It's funny because I recall seeing that our friend who's long since gone now is what was his name? You know the fellow with all the gas laws and messed around with light, had his equations. We talk about him sometimes. What was his name? Maxwell. That's him. He won an award for solving the mystery of Saturn's rings. Yeah, prestigious award. He figured it out that they can't be solid or liquid. Why did they go back? Did they revoke his award at some point? Yeah. Yeah, he said they can't be. They have to be like gas. Because that doesn't work out with gravity. If they're liquid or solid. Also existing in a vacuum. So if they're in a vacuum and Saturn's got a certain amount of gravity, then sorry, those rings are not solids and they're not liquids. I mean, at that point, he should have realized that they're not gases either. You know, being how as he's quoted as having said that gases have the power of indefinite expansion into whatever vessel, right?
Yeah.
However large.
Yep. Indefinite. Yeah. Just going to keep going and going. That's why I get the Russian dolls out sometimes. That's always good for a laugh. Do you know what I'm talking about, T-Dub?
Yes. Yeah.
Good. Thought I was talking to a ghost again. Yeah. But for anybody who doesn't know, Russian dolls, right? Babushka dolls. Smallest one in the middle has got gas in it. All the other ones don't. You can magically click your fingers and make that internal smallish babushka doll disappear, thus uncontaining the gas. The gas is going to expand into the next babushka doll. Click your fingers, make that one disappear. The gas is going to expand into the next babushka doll. I'm going to keep saying this indefinitely. Yep. Gas is just going to expand into the available volume. I was talking to some guy the other day about this, very problem. I think I might have even used that example within the conversation. But the point I'm getting to is, in this example, I gave him an amount of gas and available volume, and he always said that the gas would disperse into the volume. Now, at the end of the conversation, I gave him whatever amount of gas that he wanted, but a larger volume. And if the gas would always disperse into the volume, no matter how much gas there was. And he said yes. Now, I only reference this is because when we consider Jupiter a sphere of gas within a vacuum, we must understand that that's a giant gas planet, primarily just made of gas. So with this example, that's gas that should be expanded into the vacuum. The reason why he said that it wasn't is because there was a rock in the middle of it, right? A big chunk of something or other, something that was heavy, something that was dense, something that was massive. And because there was a rock in the middle of the gas, the rock stopped all the gas expanding into the volume. It's crazy how people's mind work, isn't it?
That is funny. That is funny because, Oh, he's imagining some kind of the rock has some kind of ability to like tug on the gas.
Mm-hmm.
That's funny too because I've seen a clip of Brian Cox being asked, "What's in the middle of Jupiter?" He says, "Well, we really don't know."
Yeah.
He said, "We don't know if we flew a spaceship through it, whether it just goes straight through and out the other side." I'm sorry. You know what else is interesting is that they say that they photograph all these giant nebulas, right? And that's light years across of like an accumulation of gas and dust within which stars form, right?
Mm.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Why isn't all that gas and dust? Yeah, right. Well, why isn't all that gas and dust forming a sphere?
Because there's lots of gas and dust.
It's funny.
It's just lots of it, dude. It doesn't want to spread out, so like entropy would dictate. It wants to come back again. Right.
So if there's a little bit of it, it won't form a sphere. But if there's too much of it, it won't form a sphere. So there's somewhere in between.
Yeah. Now it's easy to pour scorn on this idea, right? But we've got no idea what these nebula are. Was it the pillars of creation and these types of things, or the laws that govern them, right? What are these things, and what is causing these things to be? We've got no idea. It could be anything, dude. It could be really simple. The whole universe just could be electricity and magnetism in some form or another. Right? Not all of it, sorry, but the vast majority of it, if we're talking about the causality and function mechanics of the sky, perhaps. But other than that, speculation could be fucking anything.
That's right. It could be a bit of grime that's sitting underneath the toenail of God.
Yeah. Or one of those squiggly lines you see out the corner of your eye that you can't quite get rid of sometimes. That's what we are. God's retina, or whatever it is. Not retina, but on his eye. Excuse me. I actually remember that meme going around back in the early days, like 9 years ago. An eye horizontally depicting God laying down, and the Earth dome being, within his eye. That was a nice bit of programming just to get the point across that the Earth's a disc now. But yeah, I remember that meme.
Oh yeah. Didn't Imagine Dragons have something like that in one of their film clips?
I think so, mate. Yeah, I think so. We went through a few of those pop songs and stuff and videos and shit.
Hello, Plain and Truth. Hello. Hello.
What's up, dude? You might be busy right now.
Yeah, no, I can hear him. I just have to
Secretary.
switch. Give
Oh,
me a
okay, never
second.
mind.
Give me a second. Let's do this. What hypothesis? What hypothesis are you talking about? Can you hear me? Did he leave? Crazy.
Oh yeah, dude, he just left your ass on red. Damn.
Wow.
He couldn't wait 2 seconds for you to get back. Oh, okay.
I mean, I had
No,
that thing. I had to
he stood
reconnect.
you up. Stood you up on Valentine's Day, bro. How rude.
Yeah, that's cruel.
Yeah, it's messed up.
Well, maybe he got disconnected. I'm gonna hang out and wait a little bit. If he comes back, we're gonna figure this out. It's so weird that they don't get the curvature calculator. It's like almost every single university uses the exact same formula. There we go. Paradox, are you back? Let's talk about this. I hope it's not my internet.
I can hear you, dude. Sound good.
Okay.
Hello there.
Hmm.
Hello, Plain and Truth. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah,
What hypothesis are you talking about?
that the Earth is a perfect sphere. Earth is not right.
Why would that matter? If we're talking about a few miles difference at the equator, you understand that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like what is it, 5 or 6 miles? It's something ridiculously low. You can just treat it as a perfect sphere. Because if we do a measurement over a lake that's 10 miles, let's say, up in the north on that ball, the difference if you do it on a lake that's on the equator, it's a few centimeters over 10 miles. It's nothing. So it's a ridiculous point to argue.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's like there's 66-foot curvature up in Sweden, and there is 65-foot curvature down on the equator. So what?
Yeah, nothing, man. Nothing.
Yeah, you get my point, right? It's pointless.
Yeah.
So the formula is good enough wherever you are.
Bro, like I was watching a YouTube video regarding flat Earth, and in which they were claiming that Earth is actually a bowl. You know, bowl, right? And Antarctica is a wall of that bowl, and that bowl is holding on to oceans and land. What do you think about that theory?
Did you say the word moon, like as in the moon? MOON?
Moon?
Is that what you said? I couldn't hear you.
Bowl.
A ball?
Wait, let me type it, man.
Yeah, just type it. I can't.
Yeah, this.
Oh, a bowl. Oh, you mean a bowl?
Yeah, bowl.
Bowl. Okay. Well, I don't know anything
Oh,
about that. Yeah, look, the measurements I've done myself show me that it's completely flat. Water is flat, so I don't think it's a bowl. I don't know anything about anything over in Antarctica either. I've never been there.
No, but there are people who have been there, right?
That's what they say.
So you have never been to Africa, so do you believe that there exists in Africa?
No, Africa I have been to. I've been to Morocco actually. So yes, Africa exists, or at least the place that they call Morocco.
Let's talk about South America. Do you believe that South America?
Yeah, I've been to South America. I've been to Peru and I've been to Mexico. So I believe that those two places exist.
Let's consider Brazil then. You've never been to Brazil, right?
I haven't been to Brazil, no. So I'm not 100% sure it exists, but almost. I have a belief that it exists. Yeah, that's my belief. I don't have
Why
knowledge.
can't you be 100% sure, bro? Because there have been people who are living there.
Yeah, it's a belief that I hold pretty strongly that Brazil exists. Yeah.
So you're saying that you're 99% certain that it exists, but you have
Probably more than that. Yeah. Yeah, but technically it is still just a belief because I haven't experienced it.
I see.
But water is flat is
do
not a belief. That's something I have experienced and measured myself. So that's knowledge. What would happen to Lats? Why is his server muted?
I don't know. He muted himself, probably.
His server muted himself? Okay. We'll see. I don't know. I undid it. No, I fixed it.
But Plain, do you know about the Antarctica Treaty?
Yeah, yes. Okay, Lats.
So-
Yeah, you server muted yourself. Okay. All right. I'm not going to change it then if you do it again. Sorry.
Plain and truth, hello, bro.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah. What do you want to ask?
Antarctica Treaty. Do you know about that?
Yeah, I know about it.
Yeah, so regular people like you and me cannot go near Antarctica.
I think you can get some permit and you can go there. You have to apply. You have to apply. You have to use some kind of company.
You can go close enough, but not.
I don't think you can. I don't think you can freely explore over there and just walk around over the place and do whatever you want. No.
Hello. Hello.
Hi there, Cubicle. What's up?
What's up, man? What do you think that the Earth could be like? The shape of the Earth. What do you think about it?
Well, it's clearly flat. We have done some measurements.
Well, if it is flat, that there got to be any edge of the world, right?
I don't know. Actually, is there an edge to the universe?
Universe. What do you mean by universe? Out of our Earth? Universe is out of our Earth. We are part of universe, right? But universe and stars, they are out of our.
Expanding.
You're going to end up with the regression problem. What's outside of that, and what's outside of that, and what's outside of this container, and so forth.
It's just kind of a loop, right?
Yeah, it's pointless to argue about that. I don't know where the edge is, or if there is one, what's outside of that. I don't know.
So you basically saying that we don't know the shape of where we are living in.
Yeah, we don't know the shape. Nobody here is making a shape claim. We're only talking about water. The shape of the surface property of Earth is flat because it's covered mostly by water, and water is flat.
Yeah.
Hey, can I ask you a question though?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, are you able to see the chat?
Yeah, I can see that.
What do you see there in the picture I posted? What is that a picture of?
Let me see. There is an circular Earth, and the distance in miles. Is that radius of Earth?
Yeah, don't worry about the numbers. Just the picture right now. It shows Earth, right? This is they have told you live on this kind of thing, right?
Yeah.
And that's what you believe?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So you see all the blue stuff? What is the blue stuff in that picture?
I assume they're water.
Yes, it's water. Do you notice something weird about water?
No.
Okay. It's all right. The weird thing about the water in that picture is that it curves. Because, water, it curves around the ball, right? So.
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah.
I have any questions for YouTube.
Just hang on a second here. So look, I'm gonna paste something here for you, and I want to ask you. So they have told us the Earth's radius, right? They have told us the radius. Do you know the radius?
Yeah, around 4,000 miles.
3,959 miles. Yeah. So when we have that number, we can calculate it how much water needs to curve over distance, right?
Yeah, right.
Yeah, you get the math there. So, for example, in my text here that I just posted, give us a second, buddy. They have told us the Earth's radius, right? It's 3,959 miles. So we can use simple math to figure out how much water needs to curve over distance. And then there is a method we can use. Like you find a 10-mile wide lake, you bring a friend, you have your friend flash a mirror on the other side. If you see that flash, either your friend is over 50 foot tall or water doesn't curve. And if water doesn't curve and Earth is covered by 71% water, it cannot possibly be a ball. You get the logic of that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Or what we did, we took a laser, we shot it 1 foot over the water on beach A, we shot it 10 miles over to beach B. And if you're living on a globe of a radius 3959 miles, the laser has to end up about 66 foot over the beach on the other side. It just has to if it's a ball. But guess what? When you shoot the laser 1 foot over the water on one beach where you're at to the other side, it's going to end up 1 foot over the water on the other side. So that means water doesn't curve. And if water doesn't curve, Earth can not possibly be a sphere. That is impossible, logically speaking. And that's why we are flat earthers in here.
Okay.
So we have some people who have done a lot of tests, right? So one group of them shot a laser 40 kilometers. Here's another group. They shot it 21 miles out in Salt Lake. If you have time at some point, you can watch the video. And you can even see that they were able to zoom in 21 miles and see the other side. So that should be impossible if Earth is a ball. We have someone in the chat now who says that isn't true.
The idea.
Yeah, you get the idea. Yeah, great. Yeah, you seem like a reasonable guy. Usually people can get it logically. I know it's hard to accept that Earth isn't a ball, right? But you can understand the logic at least. Let's see, Chloris here. He says, you don't see curvature over distance. You see it when you go higher. Well, the problem is that we can calculate it, right?
Yes, we can.
Yeah. So
Absolutely.
I'm answering your friend here in chat. He says that you can't see curvature over distance, but I'm telling you, Chloris, is that your name? Or am I how I get better look at this. Mice.
Wow.
Chloris, is that how I say your name? Yeah, that's your name. So listen, look at the ball. Look at the map that I posted up here. Let's see. See if I can paste it again. Look, they have told us the radius of Earth, right? It's 3,959 miles. So we can calculate how much it must curve over 10 miles, and it has to curve about 66 foot over 10 miles. If it doesn't, it's not a ball of the size that they say, or water is flat. You only have those two possibilities. So when we do these tests, we go out there and we measure over water with laser. The laser has to end up 66 foot up in the air on the other side. If it doesn't, water doesn't curve and you don't live on a ball. This is just math and logic. And you don't have to believe me. You can go out and test it yourself. Bring a friend, get a good zoom camera, see if you can zoom in and see him on the other side.
Mr. Planet Truth, how are you?
Very well. Thank
Ciao.
I'm sorry for cut your conversation, but
it's all right.
I have no idea if you remember me or not. Just can you give me shortly again what Earth's flat is and what is going to? I was talk about it's not about the Earth, or it's not about if it's flat or not. It's about something else, right?
In this chat, we only talk about the surface property and if water curves or not. Do you want me to go over the test we did, or?
Yes, please.
All right. So in the chat, I'll paste you how you can do it. It's very easy, right? So, did you see the picture I posted? 36 minutes after the hour.
Okay.
There's a picture of the round Earth there, right?
Mm-hmm.
You see it, right? You understand that they have told us the radius, so we can use math to figure out if it curves or not, and how much it has to curve, right? So then we can go confirm it. I'm just going to paste how to confirm it. It's super easy. So they told us the Earth's radius. It's in the chat now. You can read along with me if you want to. But this is also for Chloris, who is saying that we cannot detect curvature down here, but we absolutely have to. If this is the size they say, 3959 miles, we can simply use math to figure out how much water needs to curve over distance. If we take a friend with us to a 10-mile wide lake, we have your friend flash a mirror on the other side. If you see the flash, either your friend is over 50 foot tall or water doesn't curve. What do you think? You get the logic? Did we lose him? Yeah, I don't know what's going on. We were talking to some guy and he left. I'm available in VC for a little more, a few more minutes, at least. We have someone else who's maybe muted and want to get unmuted, and if you want to have a reasonable discussion, we can do that. Just let me know in chat and I'll unmute you. All right, I see you, Lats. Okay. Back in Fat, I mean, we can unmute you if you... Did you make some kind of weird noise or something? All right, yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't undo other people's mutes, so you have to work that out. Let's see. We can have an event going here, I think. Maybe we already do. I need to check that. Oh, we do. Are you smarter than a flat earther? Okay, yeah, we got one. Yeah, Cloris, we can have a conversation. Maybe you can open your mic in voice chat instead, because now you're just talking to other people in the chat. Yeah. All right. I'm gonna let's see, loop the YouTube listeners in. Something happening in the chat over on Discord now. We have a guy named Cloris. He's talking in there, and he doesn't open his mic. He just want to, I don't know, type or something. And he says, I want to have a conversation with someone who doesn't ask me the same question every time I join. If you want to know so bad, use Google and common cosmetology. Okay, so that's where we're at right now, and there's a couple of people answering him. Let's says, you realize that's all we talk about. He's just asking for verification of your globe religion. What's wrong with that? And Lao Tzu is trying to kind of get out of him if he believes he's on a 59 mile radius sphere. I would actually like to know that as well. But we cannot...
can I just pipe in for a sec? Because that guy who said that, whoever that is, I mean, I think he's under the misunderstanding that we don't know, and we're wanting the information. He's telling us to go. Well, just go look it up on Google. Like, you think we haven't done any research? This isn't for our benefit; it's for yours, friend.
Yeah, exactly. All right, Cloris types into the chat. He says the laser is visible because light bends. That's it. If Earth were flat, airline routes wouldn't work, GPS wouldn't function, satellite orbits like those used by NASA wouldn't be possible, lunar eclipses wouldn't show a curved shadow. All of those independently confirm curvature. So this is Chloris's argument here. Chloris, I don't like when you kind of what's it called? What's the word I'm looking for? When you scatter a bunch of, you spray a bunch of arguments at the same time. I would really appreciate if you pick one. And I'm just going to go for the first one, light bends. Now, if you have some kind of empirical evidence, maybe a white paper, video, something like that, that you can show us, that light bends according to Earth's curvature over those 10 miles in my example, then we can talk about it. Otherwise, it's just a claim. Can you hang on just a second? I'm on a call here. Just give me a second. All right, so what I was saying, I don't like to do laundry lists, Floris, and I already addressed your light bending thing. So until you address that back, we're not going to talk about the other stuff. We'll do one at a time, maybe. If I get bored, I'll bring something else up. Okay, so Chloris says, light bends when it moves through layers of air at different temperatures. Over water, especially at night, the air often forms temperature inversions. Cooler air, well, this one wasn't. Cooler air sits near the water, warmer air above it. Light bends downward toward the denser air. This is called terrestrial refraction. It can extend visibility beyond the geometric horizon, lift distant objects into view, and make lasers appear higher than they should be. Yeah, that's called refraction, right? Terrestrial refraction. And here's the nice thing about this observation of 21 miles. I'll grant you 20%. Nobody else is going to grant you that much. You can talk to any physicist if you want to. I can even paste the video link where we have a physicist, a professor, who says that anything over 10% is ridiculous. I mean, so when I give you 20%, now you, instead of dealing with 66-foot curvature over 10 miles, you're going to have to deal with maybe, 54-foot instead. So I'll give you your 20% refraction. So now you can drop that argument. It's stupid. It's not going to help you.
Incroyable, incroyable. Ah, c'est incroyable. Ah, putain.
Super annoying to talk to someone who's just chatting back to you, and he can't stay on topic either.
Excuse me, what is your role? Flat Earth mode. What does that mean?
Oh, it
You
just means
think Earth is flat?
yeah, absolutely.
A
wanna know
flat
why?
thinker was
wanna know
debunked.
Do you want to know why?
Yeah, tell me.
Yeah, absolutely. Finally, we have someone we can talk to. Can I ask you a couple of questions? Is that all right?
Sure.
Yeah. Are you able to see the chat?
The what? The chat of the VC? Yeah, I can, yeah.
Okay, cool. I'm going to paste the picture, and I want to ask you if you've seen something like this before. Maybe someone told you when you were a child what this is. Do you know? Round thing. Look at the picture. Don't worry about the text.
I don't think I have seen it.
Nobody shows you a globe like an Earth, like they have these
Oh,
models.
globe. Yeah, sure. Of course, yeah.
Oh, you've seen it. Okay. Sorry. All right. Yeah. So you have seen it, right? This is what they told you. This is where you live. It's like the oblate spheroid in space, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, do you know what the blue stuff is?
In the globe, yeah, it is water.
Yes, it's water. Do you notice something weird about water in that picture?
Tell me.
Yeah, it's weird because it curves. Like water, when you look at it in your tub, it's flat, right?
Yeah, but it is gravity. That's why.
Yeah. I'll grant you gravity. Let's say that it's gravity. Sure, it's gravity that does it, right? And I believed in this my whole life until I was like old, right? And then one day I thought, okay, fine. If Earth has this size, do you know what the size Earth is? Have anybody told you?
Actually, someone is gonna ban me. I don't understand. Someone ping me in the other VC and says that I don't understand. Okay, what? Excuse me. What?
Yeah, I said I believe that this was what I lived on for many, many years, right? And they said that water curves around the ball because of gravity, just like you say, right?
Okay.
So, did anybody tell you how big the Earth is?
Like the exact measurement?
Yeah, maybe the radius.
I haven't have it in my mind, but
Yeah. Well, they have claimed a radius. You can Google it if you like, but I can tell you that they say that the Earth is about 6,400 kilometers. That's the radius.
Okay.
Or 3,959 miles. I live in America, so we use miles here, but there's a little different, but not by much, right? So you can use that figure to figure out how much the water needs to curve over distance. You looking at the picture still?
Yeah. But,
So you can understand that we can use math to figure out, like in the diagram, you can see that over 10 miles, there has to be 66 foot of curvature. That's about 20 meters. 20 meters, that's like...
So what is the incurrence? What is wrong?
No, nothing is wrong yet. I'm just talking about the claim. This is what has to happen on the Earth, right? So what I thought about a few years ago was like, is there any way I can go and confirm if the water curves 66 foot over 10 miles? So guess this is what I did. I'm going to paste in the chat now, text here, right? At the bottom, if you can follow along, they have told us the Earth's radius. It's 3,959 miles. So we can use simple math to figure out how much water needs to curve over a distance. So here's a method that you can do. If you want to figure out if water actually curves, you can find a 10-mile wide lake. You can bring a friend. You can have your friend flash your mirror on the other side. If you see that flash, either your friend is over 50 years old, or
even if what you're saying is true, you don't trust the photos of the NASA, for example?
Well, I did my whole life, but then when I went out and I measured this thing over water to see if there is actually any curvature there, I can't find it. I mean, I shot a laser 10 miles, 1 foot over the water, and it ended up 1 foot over water on the other side, right? And if you live on a globe with the radius that they have told us, that laser has to end up 66 foot over the beach on the other side. That's 20 meters over it, right? So, and it doesn't. You can go out and test this yourself. Find a lake that's 10 miles wide, shoot the laser to the other side. I promise you, that laser is going to end up a foot over the water. It's not going to end up 66 foot up in the air. And it has to if you live on a ball, right? So because I understand that water doesn't curve, I know that their pictures that they show us, they're fake. There is no curvature. Water is flat.
Honestly, I don't think I have the like the explanation for it? Someone
Yeah.
gonna answer?
Yeah, no, nobody does. It's interesting to think about it, though.
Well,
I'm not
actually,
sure. I think there is an explanation, but
there is. That experiment has been done like 100 billion fucking times. Nobody's really counting that. And every single time outside of what this dude is claiming, it's actually shown curvature and has gone up by a certain amount of degrees. I don't know why he's saying that when he reproduced this experiment himself, he saw or got different results, but it's not showing any evidence of that. You have like a video of that? Or any pictures of it?
Yeah, I got a couple of videos. There's someone already posted them. Lao Tzu. We have a 21-mile one right here, and we have
this
30
video?
mile one.
Did you finance a drone with a certain amount of energy that could fly over a 10-mile body?
Yeah, you can do that. How about you tie a sponge to it, fly it so it doesn't automatically land on the water, right? Do that. Maybe 2-meter long fishing line. Fly it straight over and see if it's wet when it gets to the other side. It's not going to be.
No, you're misunderstanding the question. I'm asking you: did you have a drone that you flew 10 miles across the light beam to see whatchamacallit? I
flew a drone. I've only done the drone test over a 5-mile wide lake. But listen, it doesn't matter if I did it or not.
It does
I'm telling
actually, because I'm asking for video and photographic documentation. Because you're making an extraordinary claim, and extraordinary claims require extraordinary evidence.
No, yeah, and the extraordinary evidence is that it's a method. You don't have to believe me. That's the nice thing. You can go out and reproduce my claim if you want to find out if it's true. You can take a friend. You can take a friend. You can take a friend to a 10-mile wide lake. You can put him on the other beach, and if you can see him,
70, stop talking over him.
You got to be quiet when I'm talking, okay? You got it. You have to. You can take a friend to that lake. If you can zoom in and see your friend on the other side, then you know my experiment works, and you know that I wasn't lying about it. You don't have to believe me. You just have to go and try it yourself. I'm going to unmute you now.
Exactly. Now, one sec before he speaks. 70. It is not an extraordinary claim. The extraordinary claim is the one that's antithetical to your experience. You already observe the water to be flat. You already observe the earth to be flat and motionless. The extraordinary claim is the idea that it's not that.
Still
okay.
Understanding an extraordinary claim would be something ridiculous, like something new to science, like freaking clouds can.
No, that the Earth's surface is curving and spinning. Yes, that's would be the extraordinary claim.
Yeah.
No, that's not a claim.
It's actually
nobody's claiming that.
It's exact opposite to what you observe, right? You look at the water, it looks flat, but you can say that it's curving. Your claim is the extraordinary claim. My claim is just the observation. Water looks flat. Your extraordinary claim is that it actually curves.
Yeah, well, like
with your own 70, have you ever observed the Earth to be a ball?
Yeah, of course.
With your own eyes. With your own eyes.
One person who's ever been on a plane has. You don't get to say it's the window.
No, you don't. You don't see you don't see a full circumference of the Earth from an aircraft. Have you ever witnessed the Earth as a ball?
That wasn't even a question. You just asked if I seen curvature, and I said yes.
No, I said as a ball.
Yeah, okay. You asked me if I seen curvature. That's specifically
no, as a ball. I said as a ball.
How can you see the entire globe from being
right? So you've never experienced it as a ball, but you're told it is one. That's an extraordinary claim that requires extraordinary evidence.
Who's telling people the Earth is a globe? Who's doing this?
Well, you are, for one.
I'm not doing anything. I'm just responding to what you're saying.
Right. So you don't think it's a ball then? Okay. So we're in agreement.
No, we're not in agreement.
So you're not challenging the idea that it's flat?
What does it sound like to you? I'm being
it sounds like you're challenging the idea that it's flat.
being very clear. You asked a question earlier, and I want to get back to that. You said, "Was there any curvature that I had witnessed?" I said, "Yes, of course."
No, I didn't.
Yes, there. Yes.
Anyway, continue on playing.
Well, we can. I still want to address your claim that you saw a curvature from an airplane. Is that your claim? Look, it's mathematically impossible.
Define claim.
You get that?
No, I don't get it. Define claim. I just asked you that.
You said, and this is recorded Discord too, right?
You're going into something else. I asked you to claim because you keep saying claim. I provided a statement, not a claim.
Yeah. Did you provide a statement that you've seen Earth curvature from an airplane?
Yeah, I said that a couple of times. Actually, yes.
Yes. So, and I'm telling you, that's mathematically impossible.
Okay. Well, according to what math?
Yeah, the math that Earth has a radius of 3,959 miles. Even if you go up to, let's say, the ISS, that's 250 miles up, right? They only see 3% of Earth from that height. So you see nothing at all. No, no curvature at all from an airplane. It's impossible. Your own globe scientists doesn't even claim that.
Arguments. This is a horrible stance to make if you're going to try to bring math into it, because it goes into freaking geology or geography as well. A part of the mathematics that go into that, I have specific primary angle measurements that only exist with the globe Earth model, and there's no other model that it works with. And you know the angle measurements, which are latitude and longitude. They don't exist.
We're not going to let this go. Look in the chat.
You're not going to explain exactly how we're using these measurements accurately with the guesses that we have.
We're not going to let this go. You're going to answer me. Which airplane were you on? A, B, or C? Look at the chat. Which airplane were you on when you saw the curvature of Earth from your airplane?
Notice how you guys always do that. Whenever you're confronted with any type of mathematical or scientific fucking evidence.
No, we're going to talk about angles as soon as we've finished the question about this airplane. You're going to concede that you cannot see curvature from an airplane. I'm going to play videos from Neil deGrasse Tyson. I'm going to bring in physicists to testify. Okay.
Flat is not Earth.
Can you please wait?
Flat is not Earth. Flat is not Earth.
That's all right. Just move on. Listen, we're gonna finish this point, then we're gonna talk about angles. Okay. So, which airplane were you on? A, B, or C?
This is embarrassing. This is like incredibly embarrassing for you.
Yeah,
do you not know? No. Because I just looked at the pictures that you just posted in the chat, and you think that actually helps to support your claim.
Which airplane were you on?
The curvature of images from Windows on on A, B, or C.
Which one were you on? Which one were you on?
On airplanes are curved. So I'm just going to make that statement for one. All of them.
Which airplane were you on when you saw the curvature of Earth from an airplane?
Every single airplane has a window curve. C is fictional. That does not exist. So what the fuck are you talking about?
So you saw curvature because of the windows curving it. It wasn't actually Earth?
Nope. No.
You're claiming that you saw actual Earth curvature from an airplane.
Your claim is that the light carrying over the information from the outside world onto the plane somehow got distorted because of the window's curvature. That's what you're saying.
Yeah, if you saw curvature, it was because of the window.
It's called refraction.
Science behind that. Go on and explain the science behind it. You're not speaking to
I am going to explain it to you. I'm going to explain it right now. I'm actually going to have one of your own scientists explain it to you. Here's Neil deGrasse Tyson. You're going to watch this video.
Everything that he speaks about when it comes to the flat Earth theory, literally
this is what's going to happen right now.
As an example.
No, this is what's going to happen right now. You're going to watch that video, and then you're going to come back and talk to me about it. And you will do that right now. All right. For the rest of you, I just pasted a Neil deGrasse Tyson video where he talks about where you can see, if you can see curvature from the height 120,000 feet up. and you cannot. He compares it to a beach ball. He says, you're 2 millimeters over this. You don't see curvature from that height. It is flat. So if you can't see curvature from 120,000 feet up, the height where Felix Baumgartner, Red Bull, jumped out of his little gondola thing, if you can't see it from that height, you can absolutely not see it from 35,000 feet in an airplane. So 70, when you have watched that, you can let me know in chat and I'll unmute you. We're not going to let things go here. Then we can talk about angle measurements, which can't happen on a ball, by the way. Have to have a flat baseline for that. But we're going to finish the airplane question first. All right, so shout out to the YouTube listeners. We're having a little discussion here with our friend 70. He's watching a video now, I hope, and then we're going to talk about it.
I mean, it'd be ridiculous to think that you could see curvature when your vantage point, only allows you to see less than 1% of the entirety of the surface that you claim to live on.
Yeah.
So, what does he think? He lives on an asteroid?
Maybe a mini Earth. I'm fully expecting to have the Lake Pontchartrain coming up here as well, mini Earth. But we're going to deal with this first. He's not text muted, is he? I think that should have been enough time to watch it. Let's see. We'll check in with him. All right, you're unmuted. Did you watch the video? What's your comment on it?
I've seen Neil deGrasse Tyson's videos. I need to watch that. But to really just attack what you're saying, actually, 125,000 feet is significantly higher than your typical commercial flight, like you mentioned, 35,000 feet.
Yep.
So, hold on. Where does this get?
Where does pi equal?
You think Neil deGrasse Tyson never went on an aircraft and looked out the window?
Yeah, of course. That's why you can prove my point. But anyhow, at 35,000 feet, you can barely see the curvature, but you can still see the curvature. So at 125,
barely.
That's yeah. I don't. You can laugh. Oh. Anyways, at 125,000 feet, which is significantly higher than 35,000 feet, what is this math here? Hold on. Why does he keep fucking disappearing? I'm not about to sit here and try to do this. I'm bouncing between screens, and you dodged my point bringing this up. Where the whole latitude and longitude thing was the point that I was making. You're sitting here talking about fictional things like the light being curved from a window pane. That's not how that works. I asked you to provide the math for that, and you didn't even do that. So we can't have this conversation until you even do that alone. Let's go back to
let's see what you say when we show you a long distance observation.
The global Earth model. If you're not going to provide any science for any of the statements being made, you can't make the statement. So go back to the original statement. How does latitude and longitude, again, statement, not a claim, exist on a flat Earth model? Tell me how that works. Go on. You said it cannot exist with a globe Earth model, so explain your science here. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, we can talk about that, but you're going to concede that you cannot see curvature from 35,000 feet.
There's no conceding to a fucking fictional myth. That doesn't work.
We're going to concede to it right now. We will not continue this discussion with you.
Okay, I'm going to pretend that what you're saying is true. I'm going to pretend that photons somehow, the information that the light is carrying and the photonic molecular structure of the light is literally just changed and altered by the shape of a window pane on a plane.
All right, I will take that because that's cognitive dissonance, and you need to tell yourself
It's not
anything at
nonsense.
this point to move on.
Light,
And now,
light is just a beam of photons, which are particles
now we're
interacting
going to
with other
move on to
particles.
this.
That's what that is.
You're
No,
What are you
saying,
talking about?
why are you trying to move the subject?
yeah, are you telling? We're gonna follow this line here now down the road here. So we have moved on from seeing curvature from an airplane, and he had an explanation for it that helps him cope with it, right? So now we're going to talk about that laser. Are you telling me?
Right. So this is what you guys always do. Whenever you're actually presented with fucking science, it asks to explain your science. You can't do that because you don't know science. You're just yapping off some shit that somebody else said.
No, I'm addressing your point. Did you say?
Oh my
that
god, if that's
laser
not
bends-
projection, then I don't know.
You're taking shit out of context, like from Neil deGrasse Tyson and saying, "Well, he's proving
Stop
my point."
projecting.
Do you want to
10 out
move
of
on,
10
or do you want to keep japping about that you can see curvature from an airplane? You're going to concede, or we can't move on.
Why you moved on past the point that I had made about latitude and longitude.
Mm-hmm. I think he's trying to say that why are y'all trying to change subject?
Hey, if you want to talk about deflection, how about deflection from the original point that Plane was making about long distance observations and laser tests over the large bodies of water? Yeah, keep talking over the top of me because that will help your goal, right?
Yeah,
that'll help you achieve your goal. Yeah, you talk over the top of moderators. That's a good idea. I suggest you keep doing that.
Would not exist. That's the point that let it go, and you completely overstepped it. So don't get upset that I'm not fucking acknowledging your
I'm getting upset that you're talking over the top of people. You did it to Plane, and you're doing it to me.
Doing it to him. But you're doing it to him. He talked first.
Fuck about mythology. I'm a scientist.
I'm a moderator in this room, bro. So if you don't like how it's operated, then leave.
You know what the fuck science is? Yes or no? Do you know what science is? Yes or no?
All right, I'm going to shut you up, and we're going to regain control of this conversation. All right, I'm going to hand the mic back to Plane, and you're going to stay on point and not deflect.
Yeah. So, look, 70. Out of all the people in here, I'm the most patient one. I will not mute you unless I really have to. So it's all right? But you really got to let one person talk, and then it's your turn. So you can go on. I'll unmute you now, right? And you say your point, and then let me say mine.
You have wax in your ears? I made my point. Just explain to me.
All right, now I will address it then. Is it your contention that laser bends over the 10-mile distance in the example, that it conforms to the Earth's curvature? Is that what you're saying?
Who said that? When did I say that?
No, that's my question to you. Is that what you want to claim?
Why would I claim that? Why would light bend? I don't understand.
Okay, then address my claim then. I'm pasting it one more time. So that people can follow along. I don't even have to read it because you have good English. You can just read it yourself in the chat. They have told us the radius, and there's a method we can use to figure out if water curves or not. This is my claim. What's your critique?
I'm sorry. Speak English. Say that again.
Yes, I pasted my claim in the chat. You can read it, and then I would like to hear your critique.
Well, what if you read it for me? How about you read it for me? What if I'm dyslexic?
Sure, if you can do it without interruption, I will do it. So they have told us the Earth's radius, 3,959 miles. So we can use simple math to figure out how much water needs to curve over distance. And there's a method we could use to figure this out. You can find
I'm sorry. You said the Earth's radius says 3,559 miles. It's not 29,000 miles, 29,400 miles, or close to that. What are you talking about?
The radius of Earth is 3,959 miles.
No, it's substantially larger than that. It's in the 20,000.
Excuse me, friend. Excuse me. We're talking about the radius, not the circumference. You need to learn your geometrical terms, right?
No, you're right about that, for correcting me on there. Thank you, actually.
Okay.
Yep.
So since we know the radius, we can figure out how much water has to curve over distance. That's just simple math, right? Now, we have done this math, and we know that over 10 miles, there has to be 66 foot of curvature. It just has to, if the radius is correct. So what we did, this is the method, and you can do it yourself, right? You find a 10-mile wide lake. You bring your friend there. You have your friend flash a mirror on the other side. If you see that flash, either your friend is over 50 foot tall or water doesn't curve in between you guys. And if water doesn't curve and Earth is covered by 71% water, as they say, it cannot possibly be a sphere. That's impossible. Or if you want to continue to confirm it, then you have some, if you have some resources like a laser, you can place that laser 1 foot over the water on beach A, shoot it 10 miles over to beach B. If you are living on a globe of radius 3959 miles, that laser has to end up 66 foot over the beach on the other side. But guess what? It will end up 1 foot over the water on the other side because water doesn't curve. It is flat.
Okay, so I understand the claim you think you're intelligently trying to break down, but failing to do so. So you think that the position that a normal person is making when it comes to breaking down that ridiculous claim is that gravity is pulling the light beam down or something, or it's just the light is curving along with the Earth's shape, rather than the shape of the fucking Earth, the curve of the Earth getting in the way of the damn beam a certain length down the line, stopping it from actually reaching whatever point from A to B. That's really all people have ever said. And it's common sense. After some point, the Earth is literally going to get in the way and stop the beam from reaching point B. It's not rocket science. That's what he's saying. Break it down. No, I mean, that's not what you're saying. You said that the claim that I was making or that other people were making is that the Earth follows the light or the fucking gravity or whatever the hell little mythology you believe in.
Klein never mentioned any of that just then. He just detailed the geometric consequences of the Earth's surface curving at a particular rate, and then shining a light or a laser across its surface and seeing if the geometric consequences exist. And he told you they don't. So now, if you want to address that part of what he said, go ahead. Don't worry about what was previously said. Just deal with what he presented to you right now.
He literally said that the laser would go up 66 feet. Where were you getting that?
No, that's not correct. The laser is shining horizontally. The Earth must be curving downward, vertical drop, 66 feet.
Wait, but you know how you've previously said in this conversation that glass affects light and how light moves, right?
Okay, so what glass are we dealing with here?
We're not dealing with glass, but water has a similar effect. Just like in the chat, it's pasted.
We're not shining the light through the water. We're not shining light through water.
You're not shining it through the water, but you're shining it directly above the water, and it affects the light.
Okay, how does it affect it?
What the fuck?
How? Tell me how. Give me the mechanism by which the water is affecting the light. Oh wait.
They're not going to do when I asked the same question earlier about them shooting fucking light affecting a window pane and showing. I can't begin to process the stupidity. They think that light coming from the outside into a fucking airplane is somehow showing the road as curved because the fucking NASA's lying and sending the light beams to your window to show the Earth curve.
Holy cow, dude. No one here said anything about anything that you're describing.
Yeah, no, we're not going to have that because now you're totally skating off of the real question again. This isn't the airplane question anymore, okay? Let's talk to Horak instead. Horak, what's your contention with the method here that we have presented? Sasu can talk to you about it. This is just weird.
So apparently the short version is that light bends because air isn't uniform. Air density changes with height, and density changes refractive index, and the refractive index changes the speed of light and the path of light goes.
Okay, can you show me with some kind of experiment where they got the value or a coefficient for this refraction that you're discussing, so that we can predictably, calculate that and account for it in our observation?
Assuming there's tests in vacuums.
Yeah, where are they?
Near ground, higher altitude. That's the big thing with all of this. It's like it's expensive science stuff to prove it all, and you don't have
where is it?
evidence. You're not.
Sorry, where is it? No, sorry, this is your claim. You're saying that the air is affecting the light. I want to know how much, how they determine this. What did they do?
No, I can't do that for you. And that's
why are you making the claim then?
You will never believe what I can't show you and what you can't see yourself.
Why aren't you showing it to me? You're making a claim. You're making a claim. You're not backing it up. Why should I believe it?
No, exactly. You're completely right.
Right.
Like, I don't have the money or the resources to show you it firsthand, and that's where the whole.
I'm not asking you to do it personally.
You can't.
I'm not asking you to do it. That's not what I'm asking you to do, friend. Excuse me, I'm not asking you to do that. Why don't you get me, whoever told you this information, how they did it? How did they do it?
Exactly. That's what it would take. It would take me getting you in front of a scientist.
Certainly this test has been done and documented, right? Certainly there's some kind of evidence that you can give me. Someone's performed this test. Where's the
somehow
data?
he knows about it, says who? Somehow he knows about
I know.
it. Right? But you just hear it in passing at the water cooler?
Of course I did. But of course, it doesn't matter what I heard and what I tell you I heard. You want to see it yourself, no?
Of course I do. The problem is that I've already looked for the data that you're claiming exists, and it's not there. I'm hoping that you have something that I don't have. Here it is, 2026. We are in this age of technology and information. You have all of this information at your fingertips. It should be published. I should be able to look at it and say, okay, through air, there is a coefficient or some kind of value given to the amount of refraction that you are claiming. Where is it?
Well, I'm assuming that it's not a consistent thing. Like, if air changes because it's not uniform, then it will never be a consistent value, will it? If air
so we don't have a consistent
different heights, how could it ever be a consistent value of refraction?
So we don't have a consistent value. So you don't actually know that apparently light is bending through the air to match the curvature of the Earth and hit the target on the other side. Well, if it varies, tell me.
You want a consistent.
Why you're making this claim?
Well, then I'm assuming it would be a range, but even then, it probably changes.
Okay.
A high altitude to a low altitude, to different temperatures,
right?
To being at
so
water,
where is this information, dude? Where's the information?
Like you said, the information is at your fingertips. But I guess
I've already looked. I've already looked for it. Now, if you're telling me it exists, then I'm sure you can find it, right?
How long have you looked for it?
Well, we've been looking for about 10, 15 years.
Essentially what you're saying is that the light's hitting its target, right? Because this happened. Usually when you miss a target, you say that's what happened.
Ultimately, what we are being told is that somehow air is bending the laser beam consistent along the surface of the curvature of the Earth, which hasn't been measured, by the way, and hitting the other side of the lake in a very uniform fashion. So this is occurring. There's a phenomenon that we can observe and that we can, get the data off of what we observe. But no one has this information.
I swear.
So it's not uniform.
I literally said air isn't uniform, and it would change depending on density and et cetera. But like the one video I've seen where you guys have like showed a video of them experimenting over a lake, the results varied. It wasn't consistently hitting the exact same spot of like where the first test of the laser hit, and it changed.
Well, which one did you see? Which one did you see?
It was like 2016 documentary, YouTube video, hours long.
Are you talking about the 40-mile or the 40-kilometer test or the 13-mile test or the 21-mile test? I mean, there's a lot of them.
No, he's talking about the dumb behind the curve mockumentary Netflix shit.
Oh, he's talking about Jaren.
I don't think
So,
I think the guy with the profile picture with the two Earths and like the egg cracking open. I think he sent a video clip in here, but it was definitely a documentary. I think it was re-uploaded in 2024.
Okay, we have plenty of laser tests. We're always hitting the target on the other side of whatever lake that we can use because apparently the water is curving. Right.
They don't exactly hit the exact same spot every time, do they?
Okay, so are you telling me how far, what is the margin of error do you think that there should be?
I mean, I'm assuming you found out. Like, from the results of that test, you would have seen a margin. You would have seen a range. You would have seen that from the lowest number that was found and the highest number that was found.
Okay, so in this case, the Earth, as far as the dimensions that we have, that we've been given for the size of the Earth, we should be missing the target by 66 feet over a 10-mile lake. That's not happening. We're hitting the target.
Yeah, and so far, you've given us no reason why that would be happening apart from just some assumption about the Earth's air and the way light should propagate through it. No empirical data to support that claim.
I mean, this really doesn't have to be a contentious topic, right? We're just doing field tests to test for the curvature of the Earth by any way that we possibly can. A laser is the best way that we can do that. We're using light because there's no substance, no string, no metal, nothing that we can span over a certain distance that will hold its shape, right? Because of weight and all that stuff. So we have to use something that isn't dependent on its structure. So we're using light as a straight edge, essentially, and seeing how much the Earth curves underneath that straight edge. Well, if you're saying it's not straight, then it's incumbent upon you to prove that.
It's like, it's just how it's not straight if you shined it through water.
No, this is air. Air and water are two different states of matter.
They're not that far.
Okay, well, you tell me how much the water or the laser bends in air.
Each of the two, like, they're not that crazy.
You just get me the test, man. Get me the test so we can see how much the laser bends in the air. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, it has to mitigate at least 66 feet, or mitigate even over larger distances, up to 290 feet.
But you can understand the laser bends in water.
No, I can't because you won't show it to me.
Or it's not perfectly straight. I'm sure you could kind of
show me. Show me. First of all, I don't care about water. We're talking about the air. So you show me in air how much the laser is bending and how they came to that conclusion.
Okay. Well, I don't care about the air for a second. Just a hot second. Could you maybe consider when you put a laser in water, it's not straight. It's not dead straight.
Why am I considering something that we're not testing?
I mean, doesn't even need a test. I just think it's just sort of a common sense thing. A laser is not dead straight in water.
All right, let's pretend for a second that that's the case. Luckily, we don't have to worry about that. Okay, nice red herring. Let's see how much the laser bends in the air, because that's the test that we're doing.
Okay. But you don't actually believe what you just said. Or do you?
I asked you a question. Why don't you show me how much the laser is bending in the air?
You asked me this question after I asked you a question.
Well, yeah, I already admitted it. I said, okay, let's pretend for a moment that in the water, the laser beam doesn't do what I expect it to do. Maybe it does kind of have some curvature to it. Who cares? We're talking about the air.
Right.
So where's that test at? Where's the data? I want to see it.
I think that the laser is straight in water.
Oh, so now you think it's straight in water. Is it straight in air?
Yeah.
Okay, great. So we don't have to worry about refraction anymore. Great. So we hit our target over a 10-mile distance. There's no curvature of the surface of the Earth. Welcome to flat Earth.
Why is it always over a lake?
Because water is supposed to be conforming to the curvature of the Earth in the most, I'll call it equal or consistent rate. They're telling us that the oceans are being held to the Earth, right, by gravity, and that they are equidistant upon the surface from the center of said globe. So that would be the best way to test it, not over land, but the thing that apparently is coming to an equilibrium and a consistent curvature rate around the surface of a globe. There's no better thing to use. Have you ever seen a picture of the Earth from outer space that's a supposed picture of the Earth from outer space where the oceans are all nice and round and curvy?
No.
No? Nah, listen, bro. Are you trolling now? Have we abandoned ourselves into the troll mode? So you've never seen a supposed image of the Earth from outer space. You've never seen this.
Well, if I said no, that's exactly what you would say.
Oh, no, I mean, if you say no, then no worries. What do you think we ought to use as a metric to see if the Earth is curving? How did they measure the Earth to curve in the first place?
Okay, like we go back to your first statement. You said that like all of the water is equidistantly or uniformly pulled in, and it's the perfect like straight edge and uniform body of matter. Well, when did they say that? I think there's a lot.
When did they say that?
That can change just above some water.
So the oceans aren't curving then.
I mean, Archimedes said it.
Just because they're curving.
How long ago someone said it?
Just because they're curving doesn't mean they're the perfect thing to test a laser on.
What do you think that we should use then? How do you think we should measure the curvature of the Earth then?
Surely there is a large area of flat land, like a desert.
Like a Great Salt Lake flat?
Oh, why does it always go back to lakes?
No, it's a salt flat. It's dirt. You ever seen the salt flat races?
Oh yeah.
Well, salt.
Is there any videos of that?
Oh yeah, there's tons of measurements of the salt flats that are, yes, and they're flat. Like it's
crazy. I haven't seen any of these documentaries. It's always been a lake.
Well, like I said, if somebody has a better way for us to test this, because we've done it over Great Salt Flats, which is just salt, right? It's basically like dirt and sand and salt that are completely flat, huge, hundreds of square miles, sometimes thousands, depending on the size of the salt flat, a flat Earth. We do laser tests across those. Same thing. Hit the target. No curvature, no drop over distance. There's no drop over distance measured on the Earth anywhere consistent with the globe. Zero.
Well, what's the rebuttal from the globe side to why the laser always hits the target?
Where's the salt flat laser video? Where's the salt flat laser results? Like, because I just can't. I don't think a lake is the best.
Well, I'm asking you if you think you have a better idea. What do you suggest?
I suggested that, and you were like, "Oh yeah, we've done that," and I'm like, "Okay, brilliant. Show me."
All right, hold on.
Why would the difference be whether you have a frozen lake or something like that? Rather, like, because the water's level, right? The water's level. Where would be a better place to do it?
Salt flat lake, just like we just said.
Why would that be different?
I just feel like water can interfere in some ways.
How?
It's just not a still object.
It's so flat that it forms a perfect mirror reflection. It's a specular reflection.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it moves.
Well, it's so little, right? So if there's no wind, there's no tides.
Not really.
Why would the water, like, slightly
There's a lot
moving?
compared to you.
What?
Yeah, tell us how the water would affect the propagation of the light.
Look.
I just feel like it might. I just feel like it's, bro.
No,
stop
just show me the salt flat lakes, bro. Like, please.
You know, Horak is asking questions.
Show us the globe version of it. Show us the tests that were done where this was done over whatever fucking surface you want, and it shows that the Earth is a globe.
Bro, calm down.
Horak is not lecturing.
No. Stop trying to reverse the burden and shift the goalposts.
Reverse what burden?
Yeah, what is
It's acting like the globe has
posted
the
the salt flat.
here.
Dude,
It doesn't.
I posted the salt flat laser test, fellas. Fellas, I posted the salt flat laser test. Have a look at it.
Awesome.
I mean, I can completely understand that you guys want evidence for the claims that we're making, and that's totally reasonable. But the weird thing is that have you put this much scrutiny and have you been this skeptical about the globe claims because you don't experience any Earth curve ever, yet you believe it wholeheartedly, and you're giving us all kinds of shit. Seems kind of unfair. Seems inconsistent.
Yeah, it's hypocrisy and double standards.
I mean, what are we even talking about? Horak is just asking questions and like having doubts, and he's not trying to lecture you about things. He's like trying to learn and debate.
Are you here to be? Are you to be in the tone police today, bro? Because I'm not interested in the tone police.
Yeah,
I mean, you're just
he's making ridiculous, unsubstantiated claims and shifting the goalposts, bro.
In a way that's like,
I'll tell you what.
Doesn't allow any debates.
No, we are asking questions and we're answering questions, and you apparently just don't like people's tone. He asked for something like evidence, and I gave it to him.
No, it's not just.
However, I am also challenging his reason, right? I'm challenging his reason. I'm challenging the way that he goes through his thought processes. He says he doesn't like water. I said, what do you suggest? Salt flat. Okay, I gave him the salt flat.
Like he's asking though, like just evidence.
Dude, let me help you out with something.
Like a rational logic. Just because of that, you're not gonna like give him what he wants.
Casca.
Like it's like
Casca.
1v3, like a monkey.
Casca.
Like I'm not trying to.
Casca.
It's chill. It's chill. It's not a 1v3. Like
Casca, you may not know what the word discord means. It actually means disagreement. This is an arena for everyone in the world to come to disagree, and it may even become heated at times, and questions might get asked. And now you ran away because apparently you don't want to be asked any questions. So,
I mean, they just mute him for no reason.
He wouldn't shut the fuck up, and he's complaining and whining, and I don't want to hear whining.
Then
because you have a small penis.
There we go. See, all of the soy boys are getting triggered today. Let me see how triggered you get when I keep doing that. There's somebody getting muted.
No.
So consistent. They bring up penises and stuff like that when they start getting wrecked in the actual topic of the debate. Very consistently. It's very strange.
Yeah.
Finally, we get some consistency.
You know, a lot of these laser tests, we also have side views of the laser as well. So if it should be curving around hundreds of feet of curvature to hit the target, and then we have a side view of it not doing that.
Let's go to Shy VC.
It's good
Wait,
work.
I'm so confused. Wait. I don't understand. Like, surely GPS is not a measurement you guys would ever use.
The GPS doesn't measure anything.
Right. But then in that video you sent, is using elevation from GPS. When GPS is called Global Positioning System. Globe.
Yeah, before that, before they changed the name, it was called Ground Positioning System. Interesting tidbit of history for you. And it's just pinging between towers. It doesn't necessarily measure anything except for distances, and those are straight line distances across a horizontal plane. So even GPS is flat Earth.
No, GPS was first called Navigation System with Timing and Ranging.
Yep.
Oh no, Navstar Global Positioning System.
You're basically just getting your position triangulated, okay, and then you're getting the data, and then you're using a coordinate system to read the data on. You could use any coordinate system to read the data from, whether it be a spherical coordinate system or any other one. It's just data being converted into a coordinate system on your device. It's not going to make the water start curving.
I mean, look, thanks for coming in here, but if this topic makes you guys upset, you know, if it's hard for you to take, if you just can't believe it, no worries. There's plenty of other channels in here that you can go to where it won't be as upsetting. But this is the way that the world is measured and used every day as a flat and stationary plane. You don't have to like it.
You can't prove that to me.
No, you just won't accept it, right? So I'll show you the evidence like I just did. I mean, you can actually go out and see if you can find Earth curvature measurements, drop over distance anywhere. You won't find it. You will find people measuring it flat every day, like the surveyors and the navigators and the people who build on it. They're always measuring it and referencing it as a flat horizontal surface, so their measurements are accurate. And guess what? Most of their tools... Yeah, I know. It's really big, but it's all big and flat. There's no curve.
It's like huge, though.
You're only coping over the laser tests because of your incredulity, right? And that stems from the imagery that you would appeal to. Oh, well, NASA can't be lying. These pictures have to be real. The Earth must be a sphere, so there has to be some other explanation why it's measuring to be flat.
I mean, you're not wrong. I really don't think that millions of people could be in cahoots about something like this. But I'm still here to like look at the science.
Well,
dude, there's
millions of people in cahoots. Yeah, go ahead, TJ.
Well, no, you keep going. I'm going to say the same thing, I guess.
Right. Well, you're thinking that there are millions of people in cahoots, but once again, you'd kind of have to prove that. I don't think it has to be that many.
How many?
Oh, I think you could probably pull this off with hundreds, maybe thousands.
No way, bro.
Well, look, it's only up to the people who have the technology to measure the surface of the Earth to know what it is. It turns out in 2026, you and I now have that technology at our fingertips.
Do we?
Yep.
Really?
Yeah, actually, it's about as simple as having like an $8 or $10 bathroom mirror full-length mirror, and go to the water and see if the water's curving over a certain distance using the sun as your light source, as a laser, like a flash of light across the surface of the water to see if it's curving or not.
It's always the water, bro.
Well, like I said, do you have a better suggestion? A salt flat. I gave you a salt flat. It is flat. That's why they call them salt flats. It's kind of funny. But so if you don't have any better suggestion, how else are you going to measure the surface of the Earth? Over the dirt is not a good idea.
The reason the water gets chosen is because on the land you have elevation changes, right, due to topography, right, things like that, hills, valleys, gullies.
Temperature
It's not as
inversion.
reliable. It's not as reliable to do it over the dirt, right? So on the globe, they say 72% of the globe's covered in water. Okay, and they say because of gravity, all of the surface of the water, right, it's curving at a specific rate because it's all getting drawn towards the center of mass. So that means it would have to be curving at a certain distance over the water. That's why we can test precisely, right, for the curvature, whereas elevation changes over land make it much more difficult. That's why they call it mean sea level, right, or water level, because it's level.
And your Earth curve calculators are all essentially hoping that you'll do a test like this over the water. They're going to tell you how much hidden distance or hidden height of the target in the distance is going to be blocked by the horizon, which in this case would be the water, the curve, the sagitta. These are not our claims. They're telling us the water's curving. We went to check. It's not. What do you want me to do? Look, man, I promise you every claim made about, well, maybe not every claim, but the lion's share of the claims made about the Earth being a globe and everything attached to it, that being the solar system, the heliocentric model, the concept, and the universe, this ever-expanding vacuum, and, black holes and supernovas and, planets that rain diamonds, all that stuff, none of it can be proven. In fact, it's quite the opposite when you begin to test reality.
I'm glad you have this belief.
Well, it's not a belief. It's firsthand knowledge for everybody. Most people are just denying their experience and the measurements that are taken. They hate the surveyors.
Tests?
Oh, have I been at the laser tests? No, but I have my own observations.
Oh, right. Oh, okay.
But I mean, other than that, what do you experience on the Earth every day? Is the Earth moving?
A really big sphere.
Okay, a really big sphere. Can you show me where the curvature is so I can test that? How would I measure the curvature?
It's not perceivable with human eyes, but I think cameras can do
no.
But even then,
any technology,
variables that I feel like me or you couldn't account for.
Any technology that you offer me, how would I measure the surface curvature? Because according to the Earth curve calculator, it's very easily detected. You're saying it's really huge, and the ball that we've given the size for is actually not as big as you think it is. It's easily detected.
I think,
or at least it should be.
Earth curvature calculators have some physics behind them that are easy easily misunderstood.
Well, bro, they just asked for the target distance that you're looking at and the observer height. That's all they ask for. And they just kind of plug in the Pythagorean theorem,
Yeah,
essentially.
I could bet my whole life that those are the only two variables when it comes down to it. Like,
What
sort of variables?
What sort of predictions should we make then? So, what sort of predictions should we make?
No, I didn't say any predictions, did I?
No, it's okay. So we take the claim globe geometry, right, and then we should go out into reality, right, and
Doesn't
make
matter.
a prediction
How does it
using
affect you?
it. So,
How
what
does it
sort of
affect you if
prediction should we make based on the globe geometry to see if it's true or not?
It doesn't affect my day-to-day life if I believe the Earth is flat.
Okay. That's fine, bro. And that means that you're done here, right? Like, it doesn't.
I'm wondering how it affects yours. Like, is it just.
Horak, you already experienced the Earth as flat and stationary. Okay, you already live on a flat Earth. It's not going to change your life just because your globe delusion gets thrown in the bin.
Oh, what did that do for me?
Nothing.
Knowledge.
I'll tell you what.
Did I?
Here's one benefit that you can.
I haven't even tested
if you care about it. If you care about it, bro, I'll give you one advantage. If you care about it, ready? You won't be as easily bullshitted in the rest of your life because you'll begin to start to test claims and you won't get ripped off. But if you're not into that, then you're fine being ripped off, and that's okay.
Okay.
What does it have to do with getting ripped off?
But like none of you actually tested this claim.
No, I've tested this claim by myself.
On the lake with your mirror.
No, you don't have to have a laser or a mirror even.
You did.
Long distance observations is all I need. I just have to look across the surface of the Earth to targets, like mountain ranges, and then I know my observer height, I know the prominence of the mountain range, I know the distance from the mountain range, I know how much of the mountain range should be occulted. Okay, I have an observation of 112 miles.
Just using your eyes here.
Yeah, you can see it with your bare eyes. I don't even need a telescope.
Right. Okay.
Yeah, I'll tell you what I did. Look, I bought a Nikon P900 camera because I saw a bunch of these crazy long distance observations. I thought that's crazy. That's interesting. I want to test it for myself. I spent quite a bit of money on this camera that has 83x zoom. And I lived on a giant lake called Lake Macquarie. We had a 20-kilometer stretch across the lake.
Sake, man.
Yeah, that's where you would do it, dude, because that's what they call water level, right? You can't do it over the highway. You can't do it over the mountain areas and things like that.
No,
Because
he just said he did it with
elevation changes.
So if you came in here and you were like, okay, I did it with him, but with the camera, I would be kind of happy. But you haven't said that. You said you did it over a lake. You disappointed me.
Yeah, you do it over a lake. That's where you would do it, right? Because that's where the curvature.
I personally wouldn't do it over a lake. I think that's a bit dumb.
Why would that be dumb? You haven't given us any reasoning to why that would be dumb.
Okay, look,
why would you not do it? Why would you not do it where the water's level, where you have a level surface?
Look. If you want to do it over a lake, you can do it over the lake. You might think the lake
What's
is
the
level.
problem with doing it over a
the
lake?
lake is level.
Really? So why do they call it water level? Why is it called water level?
Look, it's okay.
Have you ever heard of the term water level? Are you a water level denier?
That sounds so weird. Like you sound like you're
water level
misusing
sounds
it.
weird to you.
Yeah.
How am I misusing it? So if the Earth's a globe, level means that the surface of water, right, will be level, right, equal distance to the center of the globe. That means that it would have to be
water
curving.
level is usually used in like that's the level the water reaches. Like, that's the water level.
That's
Like
not what water level.
That's
No,
where I've
water
heard it.
level. Water level. Okay, so let's say you get a glass of water.
Look on
No,
the key,
it's the level at the top of
water
the
level
glass.
reaches
Right?
there.
Level.
That's crazy.
Why are you
He's
talking
starting
over
to
the top of me?
spiral.
You're just spazzing out.
sorry.
You don't have an argument. You don't have an argument, and now you're just talking over the top of me. I'm being nice by not muting you, dude.
Shit, my bad, bro.
Well, you're not giving a.
Did we lose DJ?
Yeah, I think so.
Jump out, come back in, DJ, if you can hear me. Brother, here's the problem. We have no other substrate that we can use. Unless, you like the salt flat. Salt flats are flat. There you go.
I mean, all you have to do is go to Google, right? Just type into Google, right? Is every point on the surface of a liquid at rest equidistant from the center of the Earth? And it will say essentially yes, right? And then refresh the page and then ask it, is a water level used to establish horizontal? Or can a water level be used to establish horizontal? And I'll say yes. It contradicts itself.
Could you write those down in this high chat, please? If you don't mind. You don't have to. Okay. What's Esu, what's the second big thing that you've been disillusioned by? Because you said that if I came to the realization that the Earth is flat, then that I wouldn't get mugged off by other things. So what's another thing you haven't been mugged off by?
Oh, I'm learning a lot right now about language systems, that there are multiple versions of English, right? I've learned that the monetary system, and a lot of people are kind of coming to this realization, is a complete fraud. Fractional reserve banking, central banking, stuff like that, right? But all these things are kind of tied together. So the same people that are, giving you your fake money, your debt-based system, your central bankers, are the same ones that are confusing language systems. They're the same ones that are, trying to essentially deconstruct society from different avenues. This is one of them.
Yeah, I mean, they're greedy. They want more money.
Right. So if they can make them more ignorant, stupid slaves, ignorant,
that was not done
hopeless slaves.
This generation, like this was done hundreds of years ago.
Well, not really. It's become most prominent in the 20th century, right? So this is not that old as far as being this widespread deception.
Access to information is readily available to most people, so it's more obvious and it's more like, oh shit, ideological like fucking brainwashing has been going on for ages. Who would have thought?
Right. So if we can figure out how the scam works or where the scams are at, then I think there's an advantage to that. We won't be as easily manipulated or fooled or ripped off.
So, dude, where do you think would be a better place to do a long distance observation than over the surface of a frozen lake or a lake? Like, give me a suggestion.
Probably after temperature settled, maybe at like 4 a.m. on a salt flat. Yeah.
On where? On where?
On salt flat.
Why is salt flat? Why would that be better?
Just over ground, and like especially when temperature stabilized.
What would the stability of the ground have to do with it?
What would the stability of the water have to do with it?
It doesn't have anything to do with it. It's just a surface that doesn't have elevation changes. So you don't answer the question with a question. I was just asking you. Okay, so salt flat. You're thinking, why would a salt flat be better than a frozen lake?
What's the other alternative that I don't know about? Oh,
no, you're the one saying that it should be done over a different surface than that of a body of water, which is
maybe I'm aquaphobic and I don't want to test it there.
I thought it would be something retarded like that. Yeah, as expected.
Yeah.
You're aquaphobic, so we shouldn't. You're disappointed that I did it over water because you're aquaphobic.
No, it's fine. Each to their own. Like, I don't know why you're upset that I'm not a fan of you doing it over a lake.
Well,
Like, it's
bro,
fine.
look, this is the thing. Just because you're saying
and
dumb
forget
shit,
and move on.
I'm just calling you out on your dumb shit, right? Your illogical, incoherent dribble. That's all.
Yeah, you're right, bro. Thank you.
Yeah, I know.
Speaking of that, I've got to call myself out on my dumb shit. Okay, so because I double checked. My original statement was incorrect. My second statement was correct. The first one wasn't quite because that's only in an ideal scenario where the Earth would be spherical, like a sphere, as close to a perfect sphere as possible, and non-rotating. But because of these variables, it says that it wouldn't be. Every point on the surface of a body of liquid at rest would not be equidistant from the center because it's an oblate spheroid and it's in motion, causing forces to act upon it. But essentially, the principle is kind of there because they're saying it's a sphere, so the body of a surface at rest, right? A body of a liquid at rest, the surface of it is the partial circumference of an oblate spheroid, right? Or a sphere, right? So that's the principle that's in play there. And that's correct, right? That would be correct if the Earth was a sphere, right? But then you do ask it, can a water level be used to establish a horizontal plane of reference? It says, yes, absolutely. But of course, because it's got its sphere rhetoric inputted, it says that it's only really valid for short to medium distances, right? But it's still a contradiction in itself, is that you're using the surface of liquid to establish horizontal when it actually isn't horizontal, is what it's saying. It's a contradiction in terms.
What distances?
Well, they use it in engineering and construction. So, for whatever, building bridges and things like that. Very long distances, railway tracks, canals, So, can be up to hundreds of miles.
No, I mean, like, it's only valid for short to medium distance. What distance?
What's only valid? What's only
The
valid,
search
bro?
result, his
What you're
second-
asking him is valid.
Were you listening to what he just said?
Yeah, were you?
Yeah, he said his first claim was invalid, but his second one was kind of valid, and then went on to say that it only says that it's valid to measure and prove it over short to medium distances.
What
So
is?
what distances?
What is it? What is valid over short to medium distances?
Horizontal reference.
Horizontal reference.
Why are you like this? Calm down. Look, I get it.
Dude, I'm super calm,
Pull the
bro.
Nick on.
You
Pull
just
the Nick on.
if
I'm
you say
sorry.
dumb shit, you're gonna get called out on it. That's all.
What dumb shit did I say?
Well,
No, you're just trying to antagonize
everything that
me
you say. It's like,
over
look,
a
bro,
question I asked
you
him.
kind of you're going through some cognitive. It's cognitive dissonance. It happens to everyone when they first
And
hear
I could
about
say
this.
and I could say the same thing about you.
Yeah, but I've gone out and I've been researching this topic for 8 years, and I know what I'm talking about. You clearly don't.
But imagine a hypothetical world where you didn't, and you got emotionally upset all the time and got triggered when people questioned it, and you weren't just completely confident in your belief. You didn't have to explain it to other people, and you didn't even bother because, why do I have to go around preaching people an experiment?
We
I've
don't
done?
go around
If they wanna
anywhere.
go and do it,
People come here to us to ask questions, and then we answer the questions. And then if they say something that doesn't make sense, we're like, hold on, can you explain what you mean by that? And then if you can't explain what you mean,
And then we called them out and we called them dumb.
yeah, if they're dishonest, right? If they're trying to save face, if they're trying to save their ego, right, and they get dishonest, they're going to get called out. Yeah, we call out bullshit.
Is ignorance dishonesty?
No, not necessarily.
Oh, right, okay. So if someone doesn't know better, then they're just a
Good
fucking
analysis.
idiot, and I should tell them so.
You can agree that you're just ignorant on it, right? That's fine.
like
If
emotionally
you're telling me that
inaccurate
you
and just
can't
like
do long distance observations over the surface of
ad
water,
hominem to
and then
them,
you're unable
just
to
be a complete
substantiate
arsehole
that
for
claim.
no apparent reason.
No, I told you, I
Then
was telling
trying
you
to beat
politely.
them.
I was telling you a test that I did, and you said you lost all respect for me when I said I did it over the surface of water. So I'm like, okay, why
No, I
why
don't think
wouldn't
I
you
said
do
I
it over
lost
the
for
surface of
respect for
water?
you.
Why are you talking over me again?
I'm sorry.
It's all good. Dude, we're just trying to show you real world empirical tests that have been done.
No. They're trying to show me. You're kind of an arse about it.
I don't know, man. DJ's probably one of the most chill people to talk to about this particular topic.
Maybe he hasn't been that chill with me.
I've heard no hostility.
I'll put
We're just
myself on mute.
trying to help you understand it. Now,
I asked him
if you
about
are
what
ignorant,
distances someone else was referencing, and then he was like, "What did he ask? What did he claim? What did he say?" Trying to like catch me out and like make me seem like I'm not listening. I was quite rude.
You've got to keep you guys
Okay,
on your feet.
what is the distance? What are we talking about? Apparently, I didn't hear this part.
I could go to bed. It was nice chatting to you.
Okay, come back anytime. Goodbye.
Catch you later, man.
He wasn't the worst.
Nah, it was all right.
We do have some new folks in here. Is anybody else under the impression that they live on a spinning ball? And if they are, do they have any evidence to support that claim? Some kind of data, maybe a logically consistent argument? The Busta's in here. He's an automatic mute on site. Bye, Busta.
How dare you guys test for curvature over water? What's wrong with y'all?
I know, right? What a crazy place to test for curvature.
You probably go like the top of Mount Everest. That'd be the best place, wouldn't it?
Cedri, there are other ways to do this other than a laser long distance observations, although for the most part, you're always going to be using some kind of optical device, with the exception of radio transmissions. So we have radio transmissions from point to point across the surface of the Earth, in some cases 10,000 miles plus. That's a flat Earth. No Earth curve is getting in the way of these radio transmissions. So is 10,000 miles good enough?
And it says how even your eyes are an optical device, sort of, right?
Of course.
And some of these people just react in strange ways when they run into this brick wall if there isn't any curvature. And they all have different cope mechanisms or trolls or whatever they do.
Yeah, sometimes I think we're more like a, back in the, I will call it the early 2000s, maybe 10, 15 years ago, they used to have these shows where they would have interventions with people, right? Like they'd have a friend who was struggling with some kind of terrible addiction and it was really becoming a problem. So they'd bring him into a room and all the friends and family would try to kind of like counsel them and support them and also say, you need to get help. You know, you're under this strong delusion. You're a slave to this particular substance. Now, I feel like people come in here and we're telling them, look, bro, you're a slave to this idea. It doesn't exist in reality. And they kick back with all the emotional responses that you would expect if someone is under some kind of delusion or has an addiction to something that's, stealing
That's a
from
good
them.
analogy. I like that. Go ahead. Sorry.
That's outstanding.
No, yeah,
That'll be
so-
the next event.
The intervention, the globe intervention.
Yeah, 100%.
Show us
There's
on
a-
the
there's a
doll
bit-
with a black substitute.
Yeah. I mean, there's a Stockholm syndrome going on here, right? Like, they've been lied to most of their life by a system, a governing system or whatever you want to call it. And they're protecting their abuser.
I see lots of new people in here. Nobody's talking to y'all right now.
I assume they all know that the earth is flat and they're just here for support.
If you know the earth is flat, to remain silent. If you think it's a globe, say something. Go ahead. All right, we got all flat earthers on the paddle. Go ahead, guys.
Sweet. This app is done. Came in here just a second ago. I think they may have said hello, although you were hard to hear. This app is done. So if you had a question or a comment or some globe proofsies or maybe your favorite flat earth proof, floor is yours. We've got It's Terzo. We've got Offline. Tenza, welcome. Tenza did make a comment earlier. I don't know if you wanted to have a discussion. So anyway, yeah, the Earth is measurably flat. It is, I suppose you could say, measurably stationary and measurably contained. And we have yet to find any evidence to the contrary. No measurements of Earth's spin, no measurements of Earth curve, and we do not have a 10 to the negative 17 torr vacuum on the surface of Earth, which would be necessary if we were in a vacuum. So it's kind of done.
Yeah, it's a pretty good point, sir. Just to throw in, like anyone that practically uses any piece of earth for anything has to treat it as level and stationary. I mean, if somebody thinks I'm incorrect, let me know which thing they practically use, and they have to use a ball moving. Go ahead. All pilots are trained to treat the earth as level and stationary, or they would kill people in their planes and kill themselves. Anyway, I'll shut up.
Also true. Okay, Cedri. Yeah, I understand why you don't want to mic up. That's perfectly fine. Yes, the idea of the satellites, the sky technology. There's no reason for us not to believe or even know that there is some kind of technology in the sky. However, there is no technology orbiting around the surface of a ball tethered by a force, non-force called gravity. That violates physics, and there is no curvature of Earth. So, sky technology, yes. Floating in outer space around a ball, no. Most of what people think satellites are essentially satelloons. These programs have been around forever and are still being employed today. And as an example, I have a little GIF, but I always lose it.
What up, YouTube? What up? Odell coming at me. Longer you go. I can't do it. Can't do it. I can't do the Jolioli voice right now. It's hard to care when you're this relaxed. Hey guys, how did Anne Frank develop a ballpoint pen in order to write her diary? It's kind of weird, right?
What's up? Yeah. Why?
Mm.
Oh shit. Oh, okay. Oh man. Yeah, I know. Brandon called me last night. He said he was looking at a tweet for like 400 of some good looking shit. Like it was outdoors and it was so like look to me shit.
Hey, Tenza. Okay, cool.
More sad, destructive, small, small, sad, and stupid world that's even worse than the flat Earth, people are going to cling to some sort of hope rather than no hope whatsoever. Einstein so elegantly said that World War III will be fought with weapons he can't imagine. World War IV we fought with sticks and stones. People are like, wow, that's a really bleak outlook. What would change that? What would stop that from happening?
Bring me the drive.
Would stop that from happening?
Yeah.
Probably if we there's multiple ways we can do it. We can breed out aggression out of people. Like we could.
Well, something really easy.
Something
How about like a different worldview? Like, say, if you saw the Earth from space, would that maybe do it?
No, because then people could go against that belief, and then that can also cause an issue. The best way would probably be to just, I don't know. There's not really much they could do, but people that are high-ranking officials often want wars because they get more money.
Yeah, what about a giant leap forward for humanity? Would that do it?
Yeah, like a rapid progression where
Yeah,
people
like one
aren't
small
tribalistic.
step for a man, but a giant leap forward for humanity, all of humanity. You think that would do it?
I would think just any big step in general where there's a lot less aggression in the world.
So here's what Carl Sagan said. For me, the most ironic token of that moment in human history is a plaque signed by Richard M. Nixon that reads that Apollo 11 took to the moon. It reads, "We come in peace for all mankind." As the United States dropped 7.5 megatons of conventional explosives on small nations in Southeast Asia, we congratulate ourselves on our humanity. We would harm no one on a lifeless rock. So this giant leap forward, according to Sagan, was probably the most ironic token of all of human history. See, Einstein didn't perceive this would happen. He died before a lot of the space stuff came to fruition. So he didn't predict that, hey, you could land on the moon and get an overview effect, a giant leap forward for humanity, and change the direction. from this World War III, World War IV paradigm. He just figured it wasn't going to change. Nothing was going to change around here. And once people started using science for weapons, that was it.
And it doesn't really impact if there's going to be a war happening.
No, it does, because it shows that it wasn't ironic. This was par for the course. It wasn't going to change nothing. Here's Carl Sagan again. National boundaries are not evident when we view the Earth from space. Fanatical, ethnic, or religious or national chauvinism are little difficult to maintain when we see our planet as a fragile blue crescent fading to become an unscrupulous point of light against a bastion and citadel stars. He tells you it's hard to maintain this level of national, like warfare. Like you got to attack the other, the alien.
He's also telling you something from a perspective he's never been to.
Yeah, his imagination. He's saying in his view of space, if you look at space and you see the Earth from space, it should mean something. It's got value to send people out into space.
It's what the point I was bringing out earlier. In this flat earth, in my mind, this is how stuff works. World peace, compasses should work this way. The sun should be doing this. The moon should be doing that. This is what Carl Sagan was doing right here. Look, perfect example.
These two things are
the solar eclipse would do this. The compass would do that.
Those aren't analogous just because somebody said that if you view something from space, you don't see barriers and stuff. Like that has nothing to do with what I was saying.
Yeah, because you've added barriers. That's a problem. The experts, Carl Sagan, said there are no barriers between you and the other people. Zero. They're not possible. It's impossible to maintain a level of separation between you and the other people when you view Earth and space. You can't do it. It doesn't matter how hard you try. So you obviously are the person would be full rejection of the globe from space if they've got all these boundaries they put up and added more. This whole compass thing you're on about. You added another boundary. You leveled it up. You're even more tribalistic, caveman, psychopathic, blow the person up. Like Einstein was worried that people in government, politicians in government, will not stop an arms race and it will end with the destruction of humanity. Man, if you had the button, you would say, oh, that person thinks a compass, bang!
You're saying
the globe just isn't worthy to believe in. That's why people don't believe in it.
How exactly is it not worthy?
Because the globe, it's by definition nonsense. Complete, utter nonsense.
How is it complete other nonsense?
Okay, here we go. Let's try this. Here's Carl Sagan, pale blue dot. This is what he said. He took a picture from Voyager. It turned around and snapped a little snap from Voyager. He tells you this is what it means. It has been said that astronomy is a humbling and character-building experience. There is perhaps no better demonstration of the folly of human conceits than this distant image of our tiny world. To me, it underscores our responsibility to deal more kindly with one another and preserve and cherish the pale blue dot, the only home you'll ever know.
How does that mean anything?
Okay, if it doesn't mean anything to you, I'm okay with that. So these are experts in the globe Earth that you say are irrelevant, meaningless. Their poetry, their explanations, their way to try to scientifically communicate these ideas to people are meaningless. No problem. I fully agree with you.
Yes. That's just some guy. He's not even providing like evidence or anything. He's just saying some like poetry, like you said.
Just some guy, yeah. That's all it was. Just some random dude off the street. They asked him, "Hey, what does this photo mean to you?"
No, he's not a random guy. That's what I'm saying. What's the point of what you're trying to say?
Yeah, virtually, if you're going to deny the experts, then why would flat earthers? You said that it takes a reason. Why do you distrust Carl Sagan? Because he's just some guy. You just throw it in like he's just some dude.
I don't distrust him.
Okay, why is what he said wrong?
Not necessarily.
Not exactly wrong. It's just he's trying to just make a message. It's just poetry. It's not anything to.
Yeah, poetry. Yeah, you're right. It's straight up poetry.
Yes.
Of
complete nonsense.
Yeah, astronomy, cosmology, astrophysics, astrobiology. He broke it all down into a very poetic way about what it should mean. An emotional reaction, a sociological reaction.
Yeah.
And you tell it's just complete. Yeah, he's full of shit. No problem.
No, he didn't say that though.
I never said that. How did I
He's just
say
some
that?
guy.
I just said he's just some guy doing poetry. How does that have anything to do with the debate that we're talking about?
Yeah, because if you're willing, you said the same thing earlier that some hillbilly or whatever is going to not trust a scientist. They should have a reason, but you don't trust him, and you didn't really give a reason.
Didn't say you didn't trust him.
I don't mistrust him. I'm just saying that has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
Yeah, everything to do. If you see the Earth from space, photos from space, what does it mean? Nothing. It's a completely vacuous idea. So right there, we can throw out photos from space. So a lot of these globe Earth proofs, these proofs of the globe, because unless you've got your own interpretation of what it would mean, then would you present when ready?
I would say the pictures alone on themselves are not proof at all why the Earth is sphere. A lot of flat earthers, I realize, like to steal man, like random things that have nothing
I'm trying
to
to
do
figure
with
out what you mean when you say the Earth is a globe, because it's not what the experts say. Actually, far outside of like normal functionality of what the experts are talking about. You're very wildly like your personal dome or whatever peripheral of Earth and what Earth is very unique. And then when trying to find out like what you're on about, it's very difficult because you won't even say it. You won't spit the words out. Okay, so the Earth is a globe. What does that mean?
It means that it's round. It's a sphere.
Round? Do you mean like a frisbee?
Not like a frisbee, like a
Like a
ball,
flat table, like a flat. You mean round, like a flat round table?
That's right.
Yeah,
Round like
wait,
a round.
Mage,
Oh
hold up,
no no no
hold
no.
up.
Yes.
We have someone new to the topic. Sounds like we can continue. Go ahead, Creed. Maish, if you have a question, you can bring it. Just allow Creed to finish his point. Go ahead.
Yeah, you also got to turn your camera off because it limits the room to 25.
Oh, the webcam, Maish. The webcam will limit the room.
Yeah, turn your cam off.
Because you will be disconnected though.
Your cam off, or I'm just going to disconnect you. Okay. Goofball. Oh, KO. So tell me what do you think it means? The Earth is you've seen the Earth from space, or you haven't? You've seen a photograph, right?
Yes.
Now articulate, what does that mean?
Photograph itself is not evidence. The Earth is
okay. So it doesn't. It's kind of just a curiosity, if you will.
Yeah, it can pique curiosity, those images, and could, in conjunction with other things, prove. It doesn't prove anything itself, but given evidence we've had before, it makes sense.
What would prove the Earth is a globe? And then what happens next?
Multiple things, like the compass prove that the Earth comes back onto itself. The different poles prove the radius of the Earth, and those in conjunction, just those two examples alone, prove the Earth is a sphere.
And then what happens?
Doesn't mean it need to mean something. Like, it doesn't need to be something. Like, just says like 2 + 2 = 4. Like, just two values together equals 4. It doesn't have to have like a meaning on top of itself. It doesn't need to have double meaning. It means it's a globe. In the same way 2 + 2 = 4 means it's 4.
So it's vacuous then. Wouldn't 2 + 2 also be 4 on the flat Earth?
Yeah, but that doesn't have to do with anything.
So on the flat Earth, you can explain why nothing changes around here. It can't. It can't change.
What do you mean?
Even a giant leap forward won't change it.
What are you talking about exactly? You're being ambiguous.
Yeah. Who was the guy who said that something's going to happen? He predicted something.
You're talking about Albert Einstein?
Yeah, there we go. So Einstein said, what will happen?
Said there could be, we're going to fight a war with super advanced weapons they can't conceive, and then we're going to be fighting with 6 after that.
Yeah, so he told Truman that if you use this, if you do this, what will happen next?
I do not know what Albert Einstein told Truman.
That he doesn't know what type of weapons World War III we fought with. If you do this, if you end World War II with a nuclear bomb, it will start an arms race. The bigger, more destructive weapons. Global politics will take a sidestep. It'll always be about who's got the bomb and who can enforce their will on other people with threats of the bomb. And then he said, World War III will start. And what will happen?
And then the weapons would be super advanced, and would send us after that would send us like to the caveman ages.
Back to Stone Age, yeah. So what do you think is going to happen? That or not that?
It's super hard to predict what exactly will happen. I don't think we're going to go back to the Stone Age. I think there's going to be areas that are very advanced and maybe less advanced, and then eventually everybody will be advanced. I don't think it's going to be as extreme and polarizing as Albert Einstein's view. We're not going to be like, everybody's not going to just randomly go back to the Stone Age. Not randomly, but after a big war, there's going to be areas where it's not Stone Age. Same, it's going to be where it's already happening like right now. Like after wars happen in some areas, like after we went to like Africa, like some areas are living in like tribes, but it's like not, the whole world is not that way. It's some smaller areas.
So it's going to become like Stone Age, but not everywhere. Some places will survive.
Yes.
Okay, so he's wrong about that then.
Yes. My opinion.
He's also like wrong too, because wouldn't a giant leap forward also change the directory? Change the direction?
It could not. It depends.
So if you've got an event that's so powerful, they call it an actual renaissance, a new age for humanity. That's going to be so powerful, everyone's going to put their disagreements aside, come together for one unifying goal. Would that stop this perpetual march to mutually assured destruction?
That'd be very hard to do, but like if everybody does come, yeah, of course, if everybody comes in agreement on something, and if everybody comes to peace, then yeah, of course, it would make peace if everybody comes to peace.
Okay, I want you to watch a 7-minute video, if you would. Hopefully this kind of drives the point home.
I watched it on 2x speed. What about? So what do you want to talk about the video about?
What's your takeaway?
My takeaway is it's a comedic hyperbole of what happened.
Well, okay.
What wouldn't happen? But
The comedy part was that dying is easy. Comedy is hard. That humanity was a joke all the way to the end. It was the best part. It was a fun and amusing day. That this species that they advanced, that they, like you said, like bred out or bred in, they purposely designed to speed up evolution to create biological weapons of war to span the galaxy. And something went horribly wrong at some point.
Mm-hmm.
And they waited. They're hoping that something will happen. They're like, okay, it's kind of, we don't want to start over, right? Because the experiment is, it takes a lot of time. It takes 1 million years or whatever, or maybe less than that, to speed up evolution. So they decided that it's over, okay? So what did the humans want to do to fix it?
Gotta do world peace.
World peace, right? Because in their mind, they envisioned what space would mean. A super, like a being so advanced in technology, they thought for sure they would be enlightened individuals. Violence, warfare, these words wouldn't even exist anymore. Like the alien came down and said, "You guys are so barbaric, so awful to each other, that I don't see anything we can salvage on this world." Because they weren't listening. Would they want to salvage some of the other animals? Like they'd save something, right? Like some sort of biological, creatures came about. Like some sort of uniqueness must have happened. But they're going to destroy all life. So the people thought the aliens want peace in the galaxy. And he's like, you misunderstood me. We breed warriors to fight in our various battles across the cosmos. He goes, sure, your weapons are crude. Your fighting is woefully inaccurate. It's backwards. People don't know this, but the main objective of modern warfare isn't to kill the other side. It's to wound as many people as possible. All the military weapons are designed to wound people. Not killing happens, from a side effect. But generally all the weapons used by soldiers, full metal jackets, are meant to sail right through the human body, create a wound channel, make them so they can't, basically to bog down the other country's ability to care for the wounded. Because if a soldier's killed on the battlefield, the other side just keeps marching forward. If they're wounded, now it takes a lot of people to care for that person's injuries. So the alien says your idea of warfare is to not win. Like, who does that? Who does that sort of idea where you're in a conflict and you're trying not to win it? You're just trying to punish the other side until they give up.
Well, they're trying to win it by psychological warfare and taking up their resources.
So look how barbaric. And my take is, people pretend like the Vikings or these other Middle Ages was extremely barbaric, like warfare back then. Hardly. Like 100, 200 people took to a field, they slugged it out for a couple hours, and one side gave up. And that was the end of it. That was the end of the story. And then they reorganized their political structure. Here and now, inside the space age, after a giant leap forward for all mankind, you've got endless perpetual warfare without any way of resolving it. Does that match?
Doesn't have anything to do with space. People didn't know about space, the same exact thing would happen. Just has to do with the progression of society. We're all so interconnected, and there's so many people that exist. It's just bound to happen.
So then you think about what would change it, because a giant leap forward didn't change it. So you said breathing violence and aggression out, like some sort of genetics program. They used to call, you know what they called that? That science has been debunked. They used to call that anti-miscegenation. It used to be a law that certain criminal people they would sterilize people who were convicted of crimes and stuff. I don't know if you know about this, but there were laws on the books until like eventually a guy called Loving versus North Carolina. I think it was North Carolina. Loving versus somebody. Let me see. Virginia. Loving versus Virginia.
What are you trying to say about it?
This idea that you're going to breed out certain negative traits.
I think it can happen naturally too. Same way intelligence is increased over time. Same way a lot of other traits have changed over time.
Hello?
Yep.
So, I'm seeing a lot of muted people here. Are we talking about the flat Earth?
Yeah, if you want to.
Yeah. Are you?
Why aren't you muted?
Are you open to discuss it?
Yeah, Flat Earth AMA, or you can make a claim to debate. Those are generally your two choices.
Okay. Are you open to debate it?
Yeah, make a claim.
Okay. Why do you think the Earth is flat?
Well, that would be an AMA. That would be Ask Me Anything.
Yeah, but you said I could.
Yeah, do you have a claim that you want to debate, or you just want to ask me anything?
Yeah, okay. So my claim is, I think that the Earth is not flat.
Oofta.
That is what I want to debate.
Okay.
Do you want to debate it?
No, that's pretty wild, dude.
Do you want to debate it?
That the Earth is not flat?
Yeah, I mean, that is the point of the channel.
Yeah. It would be to make a claim to debate.
Okay.
So your claim is the Earth is not flat.
Okay, so my claim is, why do you think that the Earth shadow on the moon is round?
Oofta. So now round. Can something be round and flat?
Okay, so in lunar eclipses, the Earth shadow is round. Why do you think that is?
Why do you think that's Earth's shadow?
Because it is. If it's not, what is it?
Well, it's your claim. You said it's Earth's shadow, so how do you know? What's the evidence for that?
It's not my claim. The thing is that sometimes the moon gets shadowed by something. What is it then? Like in lunar eclipses. What is it? Hello?
Yeah, I'm trying to parse out why you think a question is also debating.
I mean, I'm just asking.
So which one? Okay, you step. Okay. There's two doors you can walk through. Door number A, flat Earth. Ask me anything. Okay. Door B, make a claim to debate.
Hey,
it seems like you want to do flat Earth. Ask me anything debate. It's two separate doors.
I want to go through.
It's an or. Okay, it's not and. It's not and or. It's or. So I'm kind of confused if someone's going to brain fart the word or. I'm not really sure how we can unpack that.
I want to go through the door A. I want to ask you anything. Is that okay?
Yeah. It says right there, flat Earth, ask me anything. Or
ask me anything. No, I'm going to through door A. I want to ask you anything. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Why do you think the Earth is flat?
It's observably flat, measurably flat, and practically used flat.
Okay. So we're going to go through door A again. Why do you think that the Earth is measurably flat?
Do you skip over observations?
That is not an answer.
Yeah, it is an answer because I said three things: A, B, and C. Observably, measurably, practical use. So the first one is observation. Did you skip over that?
Okay. Okay. What
is the Earth observably?
Okay, I'm just going to go through door A again. What observations gave you the fact that Earth is flat? What observations? um, agree with that.
So here, look in the side chat there. Here's different observations.
I'm just asking you. I don't
I'm
want
putting
to.
them. I'm putting them in there. Look at. Take a look.
Okay. What are the? Another asked you anything. What are the historical signs that the Earth is flat?
Yeah, I'm not sure I understand. Historical signs?
Yeah.
I'm not following.
Because if you are saying that the Earth is flat, you got that from somewhere.
From
Yeah, from
observation outside.
Yeah, there you go. Go ahead, Sasha.
Yeah, from the observation outside we get that.
Okay. So, do you know, I'm asking you then, do you know that when you look at the horizon, for example, when you look at a ship, you see first the top of the ship and then you see.
Yeah, because
that was me. Hold on. That was me. I muted him. Here's the thing. You were asking questions. Now you're telling us the answer. I don't think that's the way this is going to work. Now we're going to need, since you're giving us answers. Did he leave? Okay. Oh, well. Listen, if he comes back again, if he does return, he's just started to give us an answer. I want him to present how he knows that the Earth is a globe. That's the first thing when that guy comes back. I'm going to be monitoring. So as soon as he comes back, that's the thing he's got to do. Present his evidence for the Earth being a globe. I'll be listening, so.
Yeah, that's really the way to do it. If they're asking questions, they should not have an answer.
No, he was asking questions, but he was giving an answer, old dude. That's his issue. I don't know if old dude's up to speed with what this guy was doing. So he wasn't just asking a question, he was giving Sasha an answer as to why it's that way. So he's already saying that the Earth is a globe. If you would have heard him, you would have understood why I did that.
Yeah.
It sucks that my team doesn't like. I just want my team to know why I do things. I don't do things out of just fight or just because I don't want him to ask. You guys do know what I do in here, right?
Yeah, I gotcha. I'm tracking.
Yeah, when he was asking a question, he followed up by giving the answer. That's not asking questions. So. He left the chat as soon as he got muted. That's what happened. So when I muted him, so I could tell him that if he's going to presume to give us an answer for the question that he's asking for, that he's not asking a question. He just wants us to tell him what we say on our side so he can debate it on his side. And that's what Crit was saying. Do you want to do an AMA or do you want to do a debate? You can choose one or the other. He wanted to do both.
He was talking to Sasha Maggie.
What?
He was talking to Sasha, dude. It was his choice to leave, that's fair enough. But we're also here to explain about flat earth to people. And if they come in asking questions, they don't all need muted.
Then you weren't listening, old dude. He actually started to give Sasha the answer for the question he asked. He was presuming to tell him about the Earth being a globe. So if we're going to do that and just let people tell us about the Earth being a globe, then they need to tell us how they know the Earth is a globe.
Well,
that's the issue.
Miggy, I'm not the one with machine noise in the background. I'm listening very intently. Kindly don't be telling me what I'm listening to and what I'm not, my friend. Thank you.
It could be Miggy also that he really wanted to know why ship going over the horizon. It could be, but I'm not.
Yeah, I think unfortunately, I want to be kind of careful with my words, but I know that actually, I'll put this as a question. What percentage of people who come in here and try to engage with you guys, like what percentage do you think is like good faith, like genuinely interested in kind of understanding, like learning more about the position? Like what percentage is kind of coming in to poke you guys with a stick?
10%.
5% want to learn.
10, okay, I will give it a little bit more.
That makes me really sad because I feel like it creates this negative feedback loop. Because I hear people, like, just to be completely honest, right? Like I hear people complaining that like they got muted in here, they feel like they were frustrated with like trying to engage. But when I hear them describe it, it usually the way I see it, I can very easily understand like why that would be the approach with moderation. Because unfortunately, like this occurred to me. It seems like you guys, and again, I'm like very near, but it seems like you guys are, I think I would describe it as like the topic that you guys are engaging with in here. For you guys, it's an active belief, right? Or it's an active idea or an active topic that you're engaging with. For a lot of like globers, it's not an active belief for them to like believe the Earth is globe. They don't think about it. They don't engage with it. Like it doesn't cross their mind. They don't question the belief. It's a very passive belief. So when they see people, talking about flat Earth or like the globe, to them, it's like a novelty. It's like, I feel like a lot of people come in wanting to poke you guys, like they want to go to the zoo, right? They want to poke you guys with a stick and see what happens. Like they're not coming in to really engage with it in a meaningful way. They've already dismissed it. And I would imagine like if that's the majority of the people that come in here, I can totally understand how that must be like the most frustrating thing. Because again, you guys are actively engaging, and now people who are just passively, not engaging at all with their beliefs are coming in kind of in a derisive way. I would bet usually in a kind of like dismissive or shitty or like mocking way pretty frequently. And I feel like that sucks because I can tell you like one of the reasons that, I haven't come in here in the past is because I've kind of like, I recognize that like it's a pretty fraught environment because so many bad actors are like coming in to like deal with you guys. And it's like, you guys are already dealing with like so much of that energy. I feel like it can like take over a lot of the space, and like it makes me sad. I feel like it's a shitty dynamic. I'm sorry you guys have to deal with it.
That's all right. Well, what happens is if people come in with like a different attitude and are willing to have a conversation, you'll see how the conversation changes.
Oh, for sure. I'm not saying that like it leads you guys where I'm saying like I think people will come in with like shitty intentions, poke you guys with a stick, end up getting muted, and then go out and complain that they got muted. And I feel like that in my mind is just like, if you can't recognize, that you're the one that's going in and like causing the problem, don't turn around and like complain about the consequences of your actions. Like that's what bothers me.
Here's a good example I think you might enjoy. So, people see that flat Earth is a popular topic on the server. They see that is like more than like the top next 3 channels combined, right? It's
that's
very
so funny. Wait, that's so funny you said that actually, because I think I mentioned this before. The reason I came in here is because everybody, like, I've heard you guys mentioned like a ton of times today, and like 4 different people sent me this like ranking saying I didn't even know that the server like counted or like ranked the VCs, like, but that's like something you got, like the fact you guys are like the second biggest room is crazy. Like that's absolutely nuts.
Are we first?
Oh wait, hang on. I'll post the thing people were sending.
So what happens here is that there's other people who tried to start their own flat Earth room, and it failed to launch. Quite hysterically, because they're very worked up. They, in their worldview, like I've gone to some of the rooms. They'll invite you and say, "Hey, Crit, come to my room and talk about flat Earth." And you virtually get muted almost instantly. Then they laugh about it. Aha, we muted you. You know. So you're like, oh yeah, that's like the 1 day average. We go back and forth with the main channel.
I mean, I had no idea. It's like I mentioned before, like I usually just open my own VC downstairs. I don't really go up into the upper rooms. And like now it makes sense like a couple of times because I'll keep my room open for like I'll be on for like 100 hours sometimes with my narcolepsy. So now it's like I realize when people have been saying like, oh, you know, like your VC is like, I thought they were just saying that like, oh, your VC is in like my personal top 10 or something. That's
yeah, look at the 30-day.
Oh, I didn't even know where to. This is just what people have been. People were just. I got this like DM to me like 4 times today. I didn't even know where to like look for it.
Type in the command S ? Top. So this is what the main shtick here is, that they'll say flat Earth is always dying. It's just a new toy that people. But we've been on the server now for almost a year, and we're still stay the top. So what they've done then is they think they get unfairly muted, unfairly moderated. So they make their own flat Earth channel. Then when they make their own flat Earth channel, and then they over-moderate all the flat earthers, then there's no flat earthers in their flat Earth channel. Some of their channels don't even last 24 hours.
So it's just a bunch of globe people sitting in a circle complaining about the flat Earth. That's hysterical.
Yeah, that's the best part too, because they'll tell you that they could do it better than we can. They can hold a flat Earth conversation better than us because we're unfairly moderating. So it's not a good conversation. But their channels are even more unfair. Like we've got globalists in here who talk. There's some people we appreciate coming here and talk.
I've heard them even in like even just today. I've heard them in here. I mean, the funny thing is like so in my VC, I try like I explicitly I have like a very conscientious approach to how I moderate. And I very explicitly tell people I like to take more of a hands-off approach. I like to give I operate under kind of like general 3 strikes rule before muting people. I really don't. It's very weird.
We give warnings too.
Oh no, I'm not saying. Yeah. I'm saying like I understand the difficulties and like the complexities that go with like successfully moderating, because it sounds like these other people just take the usual approach of like swinging with a cudgel, right?
Yeah, because like you could have like someone having a conversation with, say, a flat earther and a glober, and then 2 other people jump in and start screaming off questions. We say, "Can you guys just wait your turn, please?" Yeah, and then they start screaming and yelling, and you have to mute them so that the original conversation can go on. You know, and that's what they complain about. They go, "I was muted for asking questions." Yeah, you were asking questions in the middle of a conversation.
Yeah, people are very, very bad at navigating. The other thing is that I wanted to ask is like one of the reasons that I haven't come in here before is like it always seems like the room is like very, very, very full of people. And, you know, I don't want to like come in when there's like a lot of, you know, people are already talking. There's plenty of people engaged. Like you guys definitely, like you said, you know, you guys are very active. I feel like, do you guys get a lot of new people? Like, are the people that are always in here new? Do you guys get a lot of new people cycling through, or do you see?
We get new, we get old, we get, you know, people from
That's
5,
awesome.
6 years ago from our other server. We get, you know, all types.
That's the reason I come to politics, honestly, is because for all of like the all the shittery and like aggression, like all the complexities that come with it, there's always new people. I feel like there's always new dynamics. A lot of smaller servers, in my experience, like communities will develop, which is good, but they come with a lot of social dynamics and like high school drama bullshit, and like
Yeah,
I don't know,
that's
to
right,
avoid
yeah.
that.
Yeah. See some, I think kids that have grown up with the internet and with Discord think that they can just jump on and start yelling and demanding things from you, you know, and I think the older demographic actually know how to have a conversation. Well, most, not all. You know, they'll wait their turn. If someone's talking, they'll wait till they're finished and then add on to it. And, you know, I don't think a lot of the younger generation can do that. They have to say what they want right then. Yeah.
Oh
Whether
yeah, I
someone's
mean in my
talking or
VC
not.
all the time. Like it's funny because like I've found that more effective, and especially with like younger people, if they're like being really disruptive and aggressive and just kind of like fucking up the conversation. If I just like yell at them and like come at them and get aggressive, it doesn't seem to work. It's like it just rolls out the back. But if I take the approach of like, I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed. You know, like I want to have you in my space, but like you know, you're kind of letting me down and like you're behaving badly and that makes me sad. That actually seems to like hit harder a lot of the time. And I feel like I get a better response with that. But yeah, I definitely know what you're talking about.
Yeah. And then we got to get a lot of Globers come in here and say this is a really well moderated room.
Yeah, I mean, I've only seen good things in terms of that. But do people like make like formal complaints about moderation stuff with you guys?
Well, I don't know, but they started a petition to get rid of us.
No way.
Yeah. Yep.
That's extreme.
Yeah.
What was their argument? Like, just don't come in the room. Like, why would...
I don't know, but what they'd do was they'd come in here and try to create a reaction where we would say something that could be deemed as against TOS.
That's so childish.
And then they record it and then send it to the moderators of politics, and we record. That's why we record everything.
Yeah.
So we can go back, listen to what happened, send it to the moderators, and then they go, "Oh, I see. Okay, that's what happened. All right."
And that's what I was thinking
going to get banned for 10 days or something, you know? All right.
Yeah. It makes me sad that you guys have dealt with such shitty behavior that like you have to have that mentality of like protecting yourselves and like expecting, you know, external attacks. Like that's
we're used to it, though. We've been doing it for years.
No, that's what I'm saying. Is like I'm sorry that that's like that you have to deal with that consistently, and that puts you in the position of having to even like consider that because it's mental and emotional labor that you guys have to expend.
Yeah, Fox, the reason why they do it is because they have a very subjective worldview. Their worldview isn't based on true and false. It's based on layers and layers of gray. So inside their worldview, they see flat earthers as a threat to humanity. Like sometimes you'll get them to say that they would have a flying car if it wasn't for flat earthers or something like that.
Where is the logic? What that argument? Boy, I love to hear that one.
But what they do then is they figure anything they do against flat earthers is justified because they're defending science. And the ends will justify the means. If they can defeat flat earthers and save humanity, whatever they did along the way is completely justified.
Threat, in a sense, that will ruin all this beautiful world without, you know, with full of peace and harmony and love. We will destroy that.
Yeah, I know, it's such a chaotic, destructive, hateful world. Even though as it's becoming more and more inclusive, you see it becoming more and more toxic.
Are you saying if flat earthers come to world to lead the world, that it will be wars on the earth?
Well, it's the other, right? We are, evolved social creatures. We exist and thrive in social groups, but we're primed to protect our own social groups and to fend off the threat of the other. And so any kind of social group dynamics where you have, especially something like this where it's like a binary or like there's two kind of clearly established opposing forces, it absolutely is going to evoke that like, instantaneous like aggressive response in people.
But
Which is quite. Hold on, Sasha. It's quite odd because on their globe, they have explanations on how to deal with disagreement. Baked in explanations.
Oh, sure. And also,
but
if
they
they're
can't
so
use
confident in their belief, they should be more than happy to have it challenged as much as anybody wants.
If you don't agree, you're just an idiot. That's the whole point. Yeah.
Or sometimes not just an idiot. You're not even human. It's like do you know Geeks? Hey Fox, do you know Geeks? Have you heard that character?
Yeah, I know Geeks.
Yeah, he will not say flat earthers are human. He'll say everything but. You'll be like, Geeks, are flat earthers human? He'd be like, they're on the internet. I'm like, okay, yeah, they're okay. Flat earthers are on the internet. Are they? Do you value their humanity? Do you recognize their humanity?
Is he actively
they have an internet.
That, like they're inhuman, or is he just like dodging, saying
a little bit of both? Yeah, he's pretty much said both, and he won't. You say yes or no, Geeks. Are flat earthers human?
That's really.
He won't answer.
That's surprising. I mean, he definitely kind of engages pretty actively from his own perspective. But like, has he been in here a lot? Like, is he one of the people that?
He's one of the guys who cracked and wanted the channel shut down. There's 3 of them now. Well, actually, kind of 4. So Zeros, Jupiter, Not Fox, and Geeks are kind of like the 4 horsemen who tried to destroy Flat Earth on this server.
What if they did? So they did the petition, like.
Yeah, 2 of them did a petition. One of them during the town hall just had a full hour-long freak out about why there's a Flat Earth channel. And Geeks has done some of these really cringe, like clipping things out of context, type of social war, online social warfare.
That's really interesting because like I'm surprised by that because he comes into my VC occasionally, and he's mentioned or like the topic of like flat earth has come up, not for any like particular reason, like not brought up by him. And he's always kind of, the brief mentions he's made, he kind of made it sound like he had a positive experience in here. Like I didn't think anything of it. That's really interesting. So you think he would advocate for like getting rid of the channel?
Yeah, I think in the last couple of days he's come around a little bit because he had this idea that once the AFK channel was added, it was going to clear this out. He said most of the people here are just like just us with stock accounts filling the channel up.
Okay, wait. This makes so much sense. Okay, so this is what people were talking about today, and that's what they were talking about when they sent me the image that I posted, right? Because they were saying that the reason that you guys were number 2 was because the AFK had been implemented. And that's why it was going to like lower the rings. I know nothing about any of this. So if I'm like misrepresenting it, it's like absolutely not intentional. I'm just like repeating what I've kind of taken away from it. But that's so oh my God, that's the drama in here. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, and the thing too,
we don't care about sock accounts. We don't bother.'re not going to bother with sock accounts. Who cares?
Yeah,
whether we're number 1, 2, or whatever. We're there just to get our information that we know out. We don't care what number we are.
Yeah, that's silly. Like, what is it? Like, what is the ranking? And like,
it doesn't matter. In the grand scheme of things, it's pointless to us what number we are. We don't give a shit.
So thinking about like what you just said about wanting to get message out there, because that was going to be my next question. Because like this is a debate server, and obviously, like, you know, like you were saying, people are coming in kind of with aggressive, challenging intentions. So, like, I'm curious, is your guys' main goal when you're engaging to, like, kind of engage and, like, win in, like, a debate sense? Or are you guys
to
more
point
interested
out
in,
that
like,
they don't
helping
actually know
people
what they're
learn the
talking
main
about.
points?
Yeah, it's to point out that their belief in the globe is not backed by evidence. And
It's
where
not a
their
belief.
belief.
It is science-based,
Right,
and
but
yes,
to
it
do
is.
that, you
You're
could
incorrect.
either
Here we
do
go.
that.
Here we go. There you go. Oh, okay, present your science that the Earth is a globe.
So I'm on my phone right now, but NASA pictures, ESA
Oh, there you
pictures,
go.
with Cosmos.
Okay,
Blue
so if you have a
Origin,
picture
SpaceX.
that shows a curved surface and you have a picture that shows a flat one, how do you know which one is correct?
Show me a space photo that's alleged
I'm not
from
talking
a
about
public channel
space.
that shows a flat Earth. We can address that.
Show me a picture of a full globe taken in one shot.
You don't need the full thing to see curvature.
Okay, that's what I was saying. So if you see a
No, that's not what you're
picture
saying.
that's a flat surface or one that's curved, which one is correct? Because they're both out there.
They can't both happen, right? Assuming that the continuum is constant,
Exactly.
right? And
So
so
what could you do to make sure that which one is correct? What would you do? Would you go and work out what the surface is doing, or are you just going to keep looking at a flat one and then a curved one and going, well, which one's right? Would you go back down and measure the place that you're on to see if it's curving? Would that be your best option?
no.
No. Okay. See what happens?
Yeah, you spurked out. I didn't take your bait.
I spurred
Well,
out. I didn't spurg
Yeah.
out, dude.
See, this is
This
Fox,
is why
where I
room
call it.
is dwelling. Listen,
See, Fox, right there. This is where I would call that a disqualification. I tell people as long as they're on topic, they can talk as long as they want.
And because people will quickly veer into, like, not attacking the ideas or engaging with the ideas, but attacking the kind of, like, you guys on, like, a more personal level, or, like, the kind of movement on a more I can totally see, because that's
Perfect
probably what it
example,
devolves to pretty
but
quickly.
this is just the start of it. So he's just starting to do this, yeah. So we'll
So
see where
if
this
I
goes.
can ask him a question, because I'm genuinely
Go
curious,
ahead.
like, AT, like, in a very genuine way, and I'm not, I don't know, I feel like I want to make it clear that I'm very, like, new here to hang out. But I'm curious, like, what your main goal, or, like, what your desired outcome would be coming in here. Like, what are you kind of hoping to achieve engaging in here?
oh, I'm unmuted now. Great. I'm hoping to achieve that at least some people will question the narrative that's being put forward, because I very much disagree with the prerogative that the globe narrative is wrong, that it's indoctrination, that people don't know anything, because that's what the guy was saying before, right? And so
Yes, I was.
my intention is just to highlight that guy is wrong. You shouldn't listen to him.
No, I understand that. I
Yeah.
definitely understand that. And, like, you articulated that pretty succinctly, which I appreciate. So
Yeah,
if
he
that's
lied to
your
you.
goal-
He said flat Earth is TOS violation, and it needs to be kicked off the server.
Oh, that's disappointing.
Yeah,
Well,
he's,
hang on.
he's,
If I
he's
was going to be the most charitable, and, like, granted, maybe, you know, it's not deserving, but in my mind, I could frame the idea, like, of what he just said, right? Like, he thinks that he's really concerned about the narrative that's being put forth. He believes that it's, like, from his perspective, it's really wrong, and he disagrees with it kind of, like, fundamentally. And so if he sees it as, like, as a threat, I don't think that, like, what he just said, maybe it's not, like, offering the complete picture, like, the kind of extremity of his belief, but I feel like it's not being completely disingenuous, if that makes sense. But again, I'm trying to be, like, as charitable as possible.
See, what they did here is that he wants to disagree. He says flat Earth isn't flat Earth. What it actually is anti-globe. And anti-globe is a very dangerous idea. It's harmful misinformation. It's pushing a narrative that he's concerned about. He's a Karen. In other words. And I would say explain that on the globe. That's all I would need is like on the globe, they told you, boom, it means something. It means you're all interconnected. You all live on planet Earth together. There's explanations on how to deal with disagreement. There's all these things he can use, but he's upset. He needs to talk to the manager. And he doesn't even know what flat earthers are presenting to begin with. He wouldn't be able to steel man the position. But yet he disagrees with it. He's got a lack of understanding and full disagreement at the same time. Because he's invented, he waved a magic wand and determined flat earth is something other than what it actually is. And then he wants to fight against that.
Well, obviously has a kind of extreme or like negative aggressive view. Like absolutely, like it sounds like if we just kind of like grant that and put it aside. So my question is, if you guys, I'm not sure if I don't want to like put words in your mouth, correct me if I'm wrong, but if you guys see that some people or like most people or whatever you think, most people are kind of fed from, an early age, this one narrative about the globe, that it is kind of indoctrination from an early age, that they are only presented with one option, that they're repeatedly told that anything different is like crazy nonsense. They're told that it's a threat, right? They're told that it's a threat to the stability of like the current model, like the current understanding of things, right? So given that that's the case, that like people are being actively fed and encouraged to believe this narrative, wouldn't you expect people to have that aggressively negative perspective? Like, wouldn't that be kind of like, and when you say like, okay, of course they're going to have that, and like they're probably going to act shitty, but like, it's a consequence of the current model. It's the thing you guys are fighting against. Like, this is the outcome, right? It leads to this kind of like aggressive shittiness of perspective and unwillingness to kind of engage in a more open, like considered, thoughtful way. I don't know if any of that made sense. I'll stop rambling. Sorry.
No, because I know what exactly you're talking about. Because a lot of these guys are also counterculture atheists. In atheist logic, is easy to explain flat Earth, but yet somehow what they've done is they've accepted the model presented by state sponsors of religion and rejected the state-sponsored religion, and then told us that we're the religious extremists. It's actually not the NASA. They're not the religious extremists, even though there's never been anyone other than a heterosexual Christian that's been an astronaut. There's one guy they say was also kind of quasi-Buddhist or something like that, but other than this one guy who was like raised in like a Buddhist Christian family, like a Chinese immigrant, they've all been heterosexual.
Right, but the difficulty that I have with that is like I could make the same argument and like point to U.S. presidents, right, and be like, well, it's all men. But it's like, yeah, for the majority of that, though, like women were barred from holding the office, right? So we know that for like, I don't know what time frame we're talking, but if we're looking at it, it's like, of course, I'm going to expect it to be like skewed. I would hope that there'd be more diversity. Like that is like an extreme case, right? But I think at least some of that I would look at and go like, okay, of course, that's just kind of like par for the course of the times, unfortunately. But yeah, you're right. Like in a modern context, we would absolutely want to advocate for like more diversity of perspective and thought.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So they'll tell you what flat Earth is. They'll say flat Earth is an extreme religious position.
Yeah.
And that's what they want to fight against.
Because that's what they're told, right? That's kind of my point here, is right. Like I thought, maybe I'm incorrect, right? But my understanding was that like part of the reason that you guys think that it's important to push back against the globe models because it so aggressively asserts that any kind of critical thought is a threat, that it presents it to people as, this malicious, evil thing that like needs to be like fought against aggressively. It shapes this perspective of theirs and it primes them so that they can't engage effectively with you guys. And like, unfortunately, it means that you guys have to do a lot more emotional and mental labor because you're facing an uphill battle. You're facing people who are primed to dismiss your ideas.
Yeah, not just primed, but they're not really able to evaluate their own worldview.
True, they're not equipped with like that metacognitive toolkit.
Yeah, it's a double entendre there. It's not only they think they're diving into the flat Earth worldview and adjudicating it as harmful misinformation because it's religious and religions are problems. Then they fail to identify that there's a Bible on the moon. The Apollo 8 astronauts read from the Bible and gave the glory to God. The current director of NASA.
But that's
Almost done, Fox. Yeah, the current director of NASA says he personally spoke to God, and God told him to come out of retirement to lead of the Artemis program. Nixon said that God picked America to win the space race.
Yeah.
All these things that are they basically tell you that we walk into the JPL, huge sign on the wall that says, "In God we trust." Everybody else bring data and lots of it. So they're telling you they trust the scientists at the JPL who are telling them, do not trust anybody. Yeah. Only trust a God.
That's
so it
really
shows us.
Do you think that, I guess, I don't want to phrase this. The question in my mind that would be like, since you're acknowledging, like recognizing that there is this like ideological framework that is like actively fighting against you engage, like it's making it harder for people to engage. Like, what do you think is the best way? Like, if you had like a magic wand that you could wave, or like if you had the perfect tool set, like what do you think is the best way to like kind of get people started, or like kind of get them to open the door to being willing to question their own beliefs?
Yeah, just try to square it. For me, it was a solar eclipse in 2017. I was debating, arguing, whatever, with flat earthers, and I said, how are you guys going to explain the eclipse? And they said, certainly, let's do it, okay? Let's wait for the eclipse, write down all your observations, I'll write down all my observations, and we'll compare and contrast. I'm like, certainly, they're done, right? This is an easy win. After I watched the eclipse, I'm like, I everything I wrote down, not one single observation matched a heliocentric model and didn't match curve or rotation. I saw the sun, and then something kind of appeared out of nowhere, blocked the sun, and then moved all of the way and disappeared again. And I'm like, yeah, I couldn't even tell that was the moon. Someone said, was that the moon? I don't know. Look at black circle. A black circle somehow or roughly the same size as the sun. How did that work out too? Because I just did a foregone conclusion that flat earthers had no explanations for a solar eclipse. In the globe, if you watch a solar eclipse, it was just self-evidently proven it's heliocentric. And it's not. There's nothing there.
See, that's what I find really, really interesting. And I think that's what I wish that you guys could devote less of your time to like dealing with assholes and put more of your time into kind of helping people, giving people access, like helping them understand or like encounter, engage with some of the different, I guess, material that's in the kind of flat earth perspective. Because like you said, right, you didn't even realize, you just assumed that there wasn't an answer for stuff. And I would guarantee that most people, like I said, most globe people are passive. It's a passive belief. They're not actively thinking. Not only are they not thinking about flat earth, evidence or like critiques, they're not thinking about globe evidence or critiques like ever. So when they're actually thinking about it, I guarantee you, if they were just kind of in a neutral environment, just like presented with arguments, there would be at least some percentage of people who just like had never encountered, like it just never even thought about it, didn't even know it was on the table, right?
Yeah, it just wasn't a possibility. They start off as a globe is 100% a globe, and that's where they're starting off as. Like prove to like here, I got a really good meme I think you might enjoy. Well, two of them that, but here, give me 1 second. Okay, so here it comes. But here's number one. This is kind of how they come in here. You know Stephen Crowder or whatever, where he did that change my mind thing?
Yes.
Okay. So this is how they come in here. You can't change my mind. Change my mind. They come in here, prove to me the Earth is flat.
Yeah. Which is so, in my mind, like, the way that it's, to me, when I'm encountering or I'm engaging with, like, a new belief set or, like, a new ideology or, like, idea that I don't have background in, like, and I mentioned this a little bit the time I was in here earlier today. It's like, you know, I didn't feel comfortable asking, answering, you know, one of the questions that was kind of like put forth to me, not because I like didn't think that I had a good answer, but because I absolutely acknowledged that like it was something that I hadn't given like thought or consideration in a meaningful way. And so like I don't think it would be really like effective or like that my response would be very like meaningful or contributive. But to me, like that's just the logical way to approach things, right? It's like I understand or I'm accepting that like I don't know what the ideology that's being put forth is, right? Like I don't know what the evidence and the arguments is. Why would I assume that like that I have some kind of answer to all of them when I don't know what they are? That's crazy.
So look at the second one here. It's like a Karen. I'm very upset that you think the Earth is flat. Change your mind. And look at right away, Matt Nuclear. Yes, change your mind because it's false. So if you're worried about things that are false, why are you hyper-focused on flat Earth? There's a lot of false crap in the globe model. Like, they mark the information age is hallmarked by disinformation. So what he's doing here is he's trying to find an excuse to focus on flat Earth when his excuse is actually should be worried about on his globe, not the flat Earth.
So one thing that I think is really interesting, kind of baked into all of this, and this is one of the things that I genuinely see, my limited experience, that I genuinely see as like a really valuable aspect of the flat earthers I've seen engaging. I think a lot of people, like particularly in the West, and like I'm going to talk about the US because that's my experience, but I think a lot of Americans, our education system does not really equip people or educate people in terms of even basic science literacy and education, and especially things like statistics or data or, you know, just basic physics, even something like the scientific method, right? Like a lot of people just don't have that information, that background. They don't have a solid foundation for it. In my mind, like I said before, I think there's kind of two things at play that I see here. It's like there's the debate part, right? Where it's like which idea set or like which belief or which claim wins, like which one can be proven, which one has contradictions, and like, you know, can we argue back and forth and like come to a conclusion? Who's right here? But baked into so much of both models or both aspects, both ideas, both of them are predicated on kind of these basic scientific principles. In my mind, like I would think that a good way to approach it would be, all right, like let's start from the ground up. Let's try and build a model, build a framework, build a framework for navigating and understanding reality. Let's explore and like observe our environment and our experience, and then look at like the pattern of observations that we have and try and build a model that explains those and helps us make accurate predictions going to the future. And the better we're able to do that and the more accurate we're able to be with our predictions, well, then we're going to build, you know, that's going to get us the best model, but we're always kind of iterating and doing. I feel like that would be a less, but obviously, like I said, people are coming into fight, right? This is like pie in the sky, spaghetti at the wall. But I feel like I would like to approach it from a more idea-oriented perspective than like a who's right, who's wrong, you know, what's false, what's true. But I understand that's like a big part of kind of how it has to be.
Yeah, that's a really good point, you know, and it really goes to highlight other topics too. Like if you ask them, I've noticed too that a lot of the guys who come in here, you know, completely freaked out over flat Earth. They're also freaked out by other ideas. Like we mute them here, like AT. He'll go down to the vegan channel, spaz out, the atheist channel, spaz out, the liberal channel, spaz out.
You're watching 24/7 Flat Earth Discord live.